I know what that was. Hey, Jill, can you get my Monster out of the freezer? It's up here. It's in this fridge. That's what those reminders were that were going off. I was like, what the heck is this noise? All right. I've had 2 problems lately with Streamlabs. We haven't had really hardly any problems. I think some of y'all remember we used to have a lot of problems, and we've worked out a lot of kinks here lately. Facebook's been ending, and what else? The comments keep getting frozen in the chat quite often, and I don't know. I'll report these problems to our in-house, which is Jake, right, Jill? Jake's pretty sharp with that. Is it good and cold?
Oh, yeah.
Feels cold?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Monster. Thank you. I'm going to need that. Sorry, everybody, for all the problems. Let me go delete these links. And did that even have time to generate on Facebook? Okay, we're back. All right, let me change the title of this one. Let me change some titles. It's going to take me about 2 minutes to set all this back up because now people are going to click on the old notification, and you know what's going to be? It's going to be the wrong feed. They're going to start watching it. So let me edit this, and I'm going to put, this feed has ended. Part 2 is now live. Okay? All right. And this feed is ended. Part 2 is now live. Okay? So let me put some asterisks there, and a little bit of these, and a little bit of these. It's like when SpongeBob was doing that drawing. And a little bit of these. All right, there's that. All right, so that's updated, so hopefully people will say that. Let me refresh it, and it still didn't show up. Let me refresh it again. Part 2 showing on YouTube, good. This feed is ended, part 2 is now live, okay, and then I'm going to change this title to part 2. And hopefully this doesn't happen again. And part 2, and boom, 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 boom. A little bit of these. Kathy says live is off. Yeah, now let me go delete the old links in the comments. Okay, let me delete this link. And then let me delete this link. All right. And I'm not going to worry about sharing them again. I'm not going to share them again. Let me just delete here. And I'll share it on our story. I've had about 50 Instagram friends share the Taylor Swift news. The biggest wedding announcement in the history of the world, probably. Golly, big news. That's huge. Big news. All right, let's close out all that. Now let's share this on our story again. All right, there's that. And story. All right, AC/DC's at 8 o'clock sharp. I told everybody 8 o'clock sharp. Laura's still finishing up some auctions, honestly. So we still don't even have some stuff up here. Okay, now link, and we're almost done. And I need to delete that out of the group as well. Dang, see, I share it to the groups. Whew, it's so much stuff to delete after I get. That's why when I go live, it takes me 10 minutes to start showing records, because now everybody's going to find out the find the links and blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm almost done though. Let me go delete these out of the group. Where's where I shared the feed? Where's where I shared the feed? I probably need to update all this stuff tonight. I think all of my Macs and all the software needs updating. I know a lot of people hit ignore updates, but updating is, there's a reason they do that. Otherwise, things just don't work out too well. Okay, so thank you, Michael, for going ahead and bidding. Let me ask if a few people are watching. Okay, let me delete this out of the other group too. Does that even show up in this group anymore? I don't know if they even... I don't know if they even... There we go. Okay, it does. All right, there's that. Now let's go back over here. I've got 2 more places to share this. Okay. So basically, Facebook dropped our feed, which means I had to restart everything. But we're good to go now. And there's 2 people already commented on the old video. Yep. There's 2 people commenting right now, bidding on stuff from the first video. I could go ahead and delete them on Facebook, but I use it as a safety just in case something. We don't want to lose the footage because they wouldn't have any idea who bought anything. So I don't delete. Okay. So here's where we were. We were through crate 2 of 4 of new vinyl tonight. Ray Charles was at $35 with Michael Nath. Okay. Ray Charles, $35 of Michael Nath. Ryan Eaton, you were backup bidder. Ryan, if you can let me know if you want back in or out, okay? And then Brent had the Kid Rock guitar picks for $25. Mark White and Stanley Richmond, y'all were backup bidders, okay? That's where we're at, and I think we're back. We're good, okay? There's a lot of stuff being requested. I'm working in some right now. The AC/DCs are going at 8 o'clock, okay? There's this one. All right, first thing is this. I've read through this crate twice. Let's bring over another one. I've already read through that one twice. If you missed those, I'll show them again. We've been doing all of the new vinyl early and just going ahead and knocking it out. And that way we can get into other stuff pre-owned and go ahead and get into new arrivals, discounts, all that goody good stuff, okay? Vladarchek wants the last Tarzan soundtrack. You got it. Like I said, essentially a Phil Collins album. I need to order some Lion King because that's essentially Elton John. So there's that. And now we're good to go. Here are some new stuff, including restocks and new releases. Chad on Hailstorm. Which one? I've already pulled you for one tonight. I have Rammstein Herzeld. Rammstein is a double LP, $49.99. Mark's out on Kid Rock. So, Brent, you have those at $25. I got to make sure Stanley Richmond. Stanley Richmond, are you done on the Kid Rock picks before I sell those? And then we can be fresh with new auctions. Rammstein is a double LP, $49.99 for Rammstein. 2 are available. Haven't had that one in a while. And here is Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. 25th anniversary. And then this is $38.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. Jerry Stone has House of a Rising Sun stuck in his head. There is a house in New Orleans. That's kind of a popular song. My mom sent me a picture of lasagna. Oh, boy. There goes another 10 pounds. We have Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains, $39.99. Haven't had this in a while. Always a good title having stock. AIC. Chad Schneider on Zoso. That's sold to Chad Schneider. Brent, you get these guitar picks for $25. I'm going to go ahead and close that so we can do some more. James Young on Rammstein. That's sold to James Young. Matt Parsons on Alice in Chains. That's sold. And Ray Charles is at $40. And Mr. Michael Nath was already at $42. Ryan, he's at $42 on that one. These are sold to Brent for $25. I'm going to go ahead and close those so we can get right back. Those 2 guys are there, and now we're ready for more action, okay? I think I got even more Kid Rock stuff. So we sold Skid Row, Def Leppard, Dickie Betts, Kid Rock, and now let me grab another one. Laura just delivered all the auctions, so they're all up here and ready to go, okay? Next thing is this. Ray Charles is at $45, and then the next guitar pick, this one's probably worthy of an auction by itself. This is Rick Nelson from Cheap Trick, and I have this one right here for, yeah, let's do this one here for a $10 start. Very cool. Rick Nielsen, Cheap Trick. How cool is that? That is going to go up for a $10 start. His signature is so cool. He like makes a little doodle with the face. Cheap Trick. Guitar pick, $10 start on that one. Ray Charles at 45. ASC is at 1 or 2. This is a double LP, $39.99. One Jimmy Page with the Black Crows and one Rammstein. We've sold one Alice in Chains, one Black Crows, and one Rammstein. This is Jimi Hendrix, a double LP for just $29.99. First Rays of the New Rising Sun. All analog and newly remastered by Bernie Grundman from the original 2-track master tapes. Complete original artwork, 8-page LP-size booklet with rare photos and liner notes. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. The last Alice in Chains is sold to Rick Hall if he wants it. Chad Snyder. Rick, let me know if you want Alice in Chains. If not, Chad Schneider wants it. Rick Hall wants a Jimmy, and Michael Nath wants a Jimmy. If anybody else wants one, that will be a waiting list. They can be in this week. Rick Hall does want Alice in Chains, so let's put Chad Schneider on a waiting list. Michael Nath is out on Ray Charles, so sell that to Ryan Eaton for $45. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Thin Lizzy, a 1976 U.S. Pittman OG, clean, $25 start. The guitar pick has two $10 bids. Stacy Metternich bid 10, Kathy bid 10. How much is Jimmy Page and the Black Crows? $38.99. I have David Gilmore on an island. Mr. Gilmore's on an island. That's Mr. Gilmore's jacket. This is $33.99. David Gilmore. This is a waiting list for Stephen Parton. Stephen, you got this. I have two left, $33.99, okay? I have two David Gilmores left, $33.99. And we've got Gwar. Gwar is on purple vinyl and comes with a comic book. Kathy is back in on the Cheap Trick guitar pick at $15. Gwar. And the waiting list for Gwar was the following people. Let me find it over here. This is GWAR. And this is Stanley Richmond, Steve McGee, and Cynthia Herdren. Stanley Richmond, Steve McGee, and Cynthia Herdren. Purple vinyl with comic book. I've got 3 sold, and there are 3 left. The guitar pick is now at $18. $18. And over here, we have Hailstorm. Now, we have pre-sold a bunch of these. Let me actually go ahead and just start a new crate, because this one's about full, and that will make it easier on them, I think, when they're tagging these. Whoa. Something's hung on to me. Oh, it's my charger. I had a charger stuck in my pocket. How did that happen? Did I rip that off? Oh, boy. Time out. There we go. Let me feed this back through here. I got a charger stuck in a crate. Okay, let me tuck that in there so it doesn't fall again. Okay, Gwar is $29.99. I finally have the Hailstorms in. Okay, this was actually a new release, I think, from last week or the week before. Just got them in. Just got them in. If I see something I missed, I'm like, okay, they're in stock. I'll just go ahead and post it as a pre-order so everybody know when they're coming in. And when they're coming in is today. And here we go. So first thing we have, the most recent guitar pick bid was Stacy Metternich at $18. Thin Lizzy's at $25 with Christopher Yoakum. Okay, whoops, I just threw the guitar pick like I was Rick Nielsen. Oh no, I'll have to dig that out. That just flew down into a crate of records. That's gonna be like trying to get a something. There it is. That's why I got them laid on top of these sticky notes so I can see them better. Okay. Whew. Next thing. How much was Gwar? $29.99. Brian Hickson wants the Last Crows and Page. Thin Lizzy, $28. Chad, if this Hailstorm is different, I'll take one of them too. One guy put the Alice in Chains back also. Okay, let me figure out just what happened. Matt says put back Alice in Chains. Okay, the Alice in Chains that was put back, give it to Chad Snyder, okay? Matt Parsons wants to put back Alice in Chains. Janet Gray on Gwar. I think I just read off your name, didn't I? I didn't. So let's sell Janet Gray a Gwar. Did I make a post? Let me make sure there hadn't been anybody else new on the post either. Because there could have been somebody comment the last 3 or 4 days. And the most recent people on the post, we already got Cynthia Herdren. Did we get Steve McGee or Robert Matthews? We got Steve McGee. We need to get one for Robert Matthews. Okay, there's one for Robert Matthews. Last one is sold to Jeff Brindley. Okay, I think I'm almost up to date here. Let's go in order. We figured out Gore. We sold the last Black Crows to a new buyer. Welcome, Brian. Message our Facebook page with your email address and mailing address. Thin Lizzy 28, Thin Lizzy 32, Thin Lizzy 34. The Guitar Pig is at 20 with Kathy. Stacy said she's done. Thin Lizzy's at 38. Our next auction is going to be introduced right now, and that is the Beatles' Yellow Submarine song track. This is actually a really preferred version among collectors. It's got some really good mixing and really good mastering. So it's not just the normal Yellow Submarine soundtrack. It's actually got a lot of other music on it. The Yellow Submarine soundtrack actually has about just 3 or 4 songs, and then the score music from Pepperland. This has basically all Beatles music with some really good mixes of songs on here. It's really cool. So it's almost a Beatles compilation with 15 tracks. 1999 too. Really cool cover. The Beatles song track of Yellow Submarine, $30 start. Look at the gatefold too. Very cool. So that, I forgot what some of the mixes are on here. I think it's a mix of Eleanor Rigby that's really good on here. All You Need Is Love. There's some different, mastering on some of those that are pretty preferred. All right, I think we're just sold out of Gore, and we're about to sell out of all these Hailstorms. We're about to sell out of all these Hailstorms. I hadn't even had time to click on the first comment from the first post from the first day. So let me do that right now. By the way, speaking of the Beatles, the anthology box set is up for bid. 12 LPs, all 4 volumes. We've already got 5 pre-orders. Thanks, everybody. And I'd like to get about 20 pre-orders. That would be amazing. So thanks, everybody. Anthology's now up for pre-order. This is Rick Nelson of Cheap Trick. And the high bid on this is $20 with Kathy Hodges. Thin Lizzy still getting bids. Beatles, a $30 start. Okay, finally, Gore, G-W-A-R. I've got some Star Wars stuff to put up for auction for miscellaneous here in just a second. Where the heck is my Hailstorm post? There it is, 17 comments. Wow, these are $29.99, okay? I got to knock out some people here first. Literally, I'm about to knock some people out. We have this with, these aren't 33, these are 29. Okay, the first person is Bob Riger. Actually, without Bob Riger, I probably would have forgot. Okay, I probably would have forgot about this one. So thank you, Bob. He gets the very first one. That is sold to Bob Riger for $29.99. Next is Scott Smith. Next is Scott Dwallow. Next is Matt Lawson. These are $29.99, okay? Next is, that should be 4. We're good to go. Next is Eric Fisher and Ben Doggart. And then Autumn Betts and Jeremy Vite. Autumn Betts and Jeremy Vite. And then Fred Cardinale. And then we have Cynthia Herdron and Dwayne Worley. And then we have Matt Parsons and Ken Crooker. And then we have Chris Kirkley and Robert Matthews. And then we have Devin Reese, okay? $29.99, Hailstorm. And then right now live, the first person who wanted one's Chad Snyder. The other one's Janet Gray. And then Jeff Hallsworth, there's one left. There's one left over there. I got from you already. I never did tag one for you, Bob. I never did put that in the crate, okay? I never did put that in the crate because I wanted to do it all at the same time. What happened to the Kid Rock picks? They were sold to Brent for $25. Stanley, I was waiting for you to get back on, and I heard out from the other bidder. I never did hear back from you, so I had to sell them to Brent for $25. All right, Bob, you got one either way. You don't have 2, though. Jeff gets the last Hailstorm. Now we can take a waiting list. Hailstorm Everest, hot pink vinyl. Excuse the nudity. Hailstorm, I have 0 left. I think we just sold 22 copies right then. I'm really glad I made that post. I got to be making a lot more posts. I got to get somebody that just makes posts all day in the group, okay? Anybody want to come get a job at Colecco? All you got to be doing is all day just posting stuff in the group. We would sell so much vinyl or my head would spin. I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. I'd have to have somebody just do that for me. Next thing is Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick, the last bid on this, The last bid, we got to sell it. 3 people has asked about it since I told the high bid. Brent asked, and then 2 more people have asked. This is Rick Nielsen from Cheap Trick. Kathy has it for $20. We're about to sell it, okay? The last bid on Thin Lizzy was George Samberez at $62. I got to make sure Christopher Yoakum doesn't want to get a bid, okay? I got to make sure Christopher Yoakum doesn't want to bid. And then the Beatles, this is Yellow Submarine. It has 1 bid, surprisingly, just 1 bid with Jeff Brindley for $30. There's only 3 records left in this whole crate. David Gilmore, On an Island, $33.99. $33.99. David Gilmore, On an Island, $33.99. I only have 2 left. And we have a Rammstein Herzeld, a double LP, $49.99. That's it. That's it. Christopher Yoakum, you can let me know on Thin Lizzy. If not, I got to sell it. He's back in at 64. He was the last person. He's still bidding. We have not sold Eazy-E. We have not sold any AC/DC. We have not sold any Notorious. Those are coming up in about 20 minutes. Make sure you have reliked this post, okay? I need your help reliking this post now. Kathy, you get Cheap Trick for $20. Guess what? I think I've got another one over here that's a different color. They've all kind of got shuffled, but let me lay this one right over here. Thank you, Kathy. That's so to you. Next guitar pick. Let's skip Rick Nielsen, and let me pull another one over here. I think I got some more Kid Rocks, though. Kid Rock related ones. Yep. These here. There's 2. This is probably something Kid Rock related. It says Made in Detroit. Maybe. And then, what is this one? That's Kid Rock. We'll do another 4 Kid Rocks, okay? And that is... This pick certifies I have met Kid Rock and found him to be very effing cool. That's definitely a Kid Rock guitar pick. Made in Detroit, Tortex. This pick certifies I have met Kid Rock and found him to be very effing cool. And then we have this one. I don't know whose name that is, but that's another Kid Rock pick. It actually says Kid Rock on the back. And then there's 2 more from, I think we said Jason Krause. And those are different. It has a middle finger as a guitar and a D for Detroit. All right, so 4 more Kid Rock picks, all different, $10 start, okay? 4 more, $10 start. Missing claims. Chad, can you get Rammstein Mutter? Those are back ordered, but I'll put you down on a waiting list, okay? We're good to go. I'm going to put these other 2 records over here. Let's do the 4th crate of new vinyl and 4th crate straight, and then we're about to get straight into new vintage arrivals, pre-owned, discounts, etc. All right? There's Kid Rock. 4 for a $10 start. There's that. I guess I need to bring out my signed Kid Rock guitar and my signed Kid Rock robe tonight. My name is Chad Williams. I love Oreos. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's bring out all the Kid Rock and Taylor Swift stuff and have just complete arguments in the comments all night. Those are very polarizing. If I ever say we got Kid Rock or Taylor Swift, it's like, I love Taylor Swift, I love Kid Rock. And then there's about half of the other people, I hate Kid Rock, I hate Taylor Swift. We have Thin Lizzy over here. The last bid was $68, waiting for Christopher Yoakum, and then the guitar picks at $16, and the Beatles is at $40. We have Hellstorm. This is the debut album. It's just called Hellstorm, $29.99. Stacy's eating Oreos right now. It's Gilmore reissue. Yes, that was brand new and sealed. And then over here, we got 2 copies of the Black Crows, 3 Snakes, and 1 Charm. The Black Crows is $44.99. B-L-A-C-K. Everybody, there would be thing to bring unity. If I put on this Kid Rock robe right now and went live on camera, it would bring out some unity, though. Black Crowes waiting list. It was Scott Margheim, 3 snakes and 1 charm. I have 1 left if anybody else wants it. $44.99, okay? Now we have Chad Schneider on Hailstorm. There's actually 1 left. And now we are going to sell this to George Samberez. He gets this for $68 after a battle there. The Guitar Picks got a bid for 10. Mark Pierce on the Ramstein waiting list for Mutter. The Beatles is at 40. The Guitar Picks 11, 15, 16. The Guitar Picks 18. Matt Parsons on the other Hailstorm. Chad Snyder got 1. And then over here we got the Beatles at 42. And then over here we have 3 copies of Ramstein Zeet. Ramstein Zeet. Zeet is $44.99, and Ramstein Zeet is a waiting list for William Warner. There is now 1 copy left of Zeet, $44.99. I have 2 copies left. AC/DCs are in less than 19 minutes. What is this big restock, you may ask? Oh boy. Uh-oh, what do I have here? A complete surprise. Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears. I haven't made a post. There hadn't been any notification. These completely showed up randomly yesterday in my cart. Ozzy, $44. So that's a good sign. They are making these. If you don't have one already, I could have made a post about these and had these sold in 30 seconds. I could have sold these out immediately, but I'm going to make sure y'all are watching live right now. It's a double LP. Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears. This is $44.99. $44.99. Let's move this over right over here. And we got Yellow Submarine and the Kid Rock Guitar Picks up for bid, okay? Next thing is this. Guitar Picks is at $20. We got X-Wing 81 on Ozzy. Matt Parsons also on Ozzy. Are you talking about the red, white, and blue fur coat? Yes, mother, we are. And then When Is Eazy Does It? In less than 18 minutes. And then Janet Gray on Ozzy. And then Chad Snyder on Ozzy. The Guitar Picks 23. Then Tom Kelly on Ozzy. And then James Young on Ozzy. And then Rick Hall on Ozzy. And we have what? We have Rick Hall on Ozzy. And then we got Gerald Whitworth on Ozzy. And now I've got 2 Ozzies left, okay? Next thing over here is the following. We have going up for auction right now. This is the Colt Electric, a 1987 U.S. Allied OG original VG, a $20 start. Let me make sure I've counted out everybody so far. I've got X-Wing, Matt Parsons, Janet Gray, Chad Schneider, Tom Kelly, James Young, Rick Hall, Gerald Whitworth. That should be 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. I've got 2 after Gerald Whitworth. 1 for Brandon Jones and 1 for Brian Reynolds. Those are all sold, okay? If you want No More Tears, it's now a waiting list. I am sold out. The last person to get one was Brian Reynolds. I don't think I missed any live claims for Ramstein. I don't think I missed any live claims for Black Crowes. Okay, let me swap out crates because we've already filled up a 4th full crate. These are filling up quickly when you start selling Ozzies like that. No more tears, tears. The crack in the window. Okay, Colts at $20. What about the Guitar Picks? They're at $25 with Sieg. Stacy, you've been outbid on the Guitar Picks. And the Beatles, the last bid on the Beatles was a final call to Josh M.F. Jones, $42. He outbid the following person, Michael Hamburger. Michael Hamburger, you were outbid on Ozzy. It's at $40, or on Beatles, it's at $42. Check out this restock. I wish I had more than 5. Down, and this is NOLA. Down with Phil Anselmo, the seminal 95 debut group from the New Orleans Super Group. This is $44.99. Down. $44.99 NOLA. I've only got 5 of them. Let me make sure I didn't have an old waiting list. I don't think I do. I know some people's asked for it, but I was like, I really can't take a waiting list for this because I don't know really if we're going to be getting any. I think I have one from like 4 or 5 months ago. And if those people are watching, I will give them first pick. That's Tim Floyd, Danny Thomason, and Glenn Kesey, okay? If they're watching and they want one, I'll give them to them. But I did have Tim Floyd, Danny Thomason, and Glenn Kesey, okay? 2 LP down, NOLA, $44.99. The Beatles has a new bid for $45. Josh M.F.er, you're out. The Guitar Pick, Stacy Metternich, let me know if you want back in. That is $25. And then over here, we have the Colt. And the Colt just has one bid with Chris Gardner for 20, okay? John Oliver wants a down. Jeremy Barnes wants a down. And I have 3 downs left, just FYI, okay? And then the Colts and VG. It's been conservatively graded a VG. It is OG. And then next is Peter Murphy, okay? Now, I think there was a special... I could have swore Ed wrote somebody's name down for one. Peter Murphy, Silver Shade. $39.99. Did he not write Mike Massey? Maybe he already got one to Mike Massey, okay? Mike, your name was on the manifest, but, okay, there it is. There's one for Mike. Okay, there we go. Mike. So I knew we had 4. Now there's 3 extras. Thank you to Mike for telling us to order that, or we wouldn't have. Didn't even know anything about this. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Mike Massey, I've got 2 left. Okay. So the Beatles, 45, the Colt, 25. We sold down, Beatles, 47, the Colts at 30. The guitar picks, it's 4 more from Kid Rock, 4 different ones here. I have this one here. I think Jason Krause has like a middle finger guitar neck. It has a D for Detroit. I'm not for sure whose that is, but that's a completely different one, a smaller one there. And then this is the certified I've met Kid Rock and found him to be very effing cool. There's 4 more Kid Rock guitar picks. Sieg has those for $25. I'm about to sell them. Next thing over here is Junkyard, red vinyl. And I don't know why they just sent me one random one. But yeah, there's this one random Junkyard there. Red vinyl, shut up, we're trying to practice. And the last thing here was a special order for Stephen Lawson. Modest Mouse, the Lonesome Crowded West. I think that's the only Modest Mouse I've never ordered before. That is $33.99. Modest Mouse, $33.99. But that's a good thing that these junkyards. Actually, you know what? Let me check my laptop because that tells me I might have had them back ordered. Tim Floyd, Danny Thomason, and Glenn Kesey, are y'all watching? Because these down Nolas are back in. And I need to hopefully confirm with these people. Glenn Kesey, Danny Thomas, and Tim Floyd. Let me check Junkyard. Junkyard is Nick Bar. Actually, there's a waiting list. Nick Bargeron. Shut up, we're trying to practice. Okay, so we need to put, if Chad Thompson and Sean Holford's okay, a waiting list for that. That one wasn't actually too long ago. So let's give that one to Nick Bargeron. Chad, you'll be first, and then Sean. That tells me they're about to ship more. This is so to Stephen Lawson. Put Ryan Eaton on a waiting list. Scott Dwallow wants a down. Kid Rock's at $32. The last bid on the Colt was $30 with Stephen Tuttle. And the Beatles, the last person was Michael Hamburger at $50. Josh Jones, you're out. David Gilmore was a reissue. Yes, we're going through new and sealed vinyl. All these in here. Some of them are OGs. But that's a reissue. That was new and sealed, $33.99. Yes. Yes. Okay, where's that monster at we got out of the fridge? I hadn't even opened it yet. Holy moly, I better get into it, right? Oh my gosh, here we go.
All right, I'm out of here.
Jill's leaving, thank you. Cheers, I'm going to drink this monster. Everybody, a quick moment of silence. This monster is about to be destroyed. I got to kill the monster. Monster Slayer. What a relief. That just calmed my nerves. Holy moly, I feel better now. Goodness gracious. Wow. What a relief that was. Living my life in a slow, different girl every night at the hotel. We have picks at $40. What about the Colt? When I swap out crates, we're selling it to Stephen Tuttle for $30. I think it was up to Chad Schneider. He hadn't said out, but we're about to sell it. The Beatles song track. It was up to Josh Jones, and he's bid $52. And that means somebody was outbid. Michael Hamburger, you were outbid. Over here, we got 2 copies left of Peter Murphy's Silver Shade, $39.99, okay? This is down NOLA, $44.99. Zeet by Rammstein, $44.99. And the Black Crows, 3 Snakes and 1 Charm. What is that supposed to mean? $44.99. All right, and I think 4 crates of new vinyl has pretty much been condensed almost down into 1. And we'll show everything again, but we've just went through 4 straight crates of nothing but brand new vinyl. Here's the good news. There's 4 more John crates coming. There's also going to be, I'm going to try to slip in some other new vinyl from previous shows to try to get some older backstock sold off. And Laura's right now working on stuff, okay? Let's start a waiting list for No More Tears. Yeah, let's show that again. Let's show that again. And I'll probably just make a post and be like, well, I don't know when they'll come in, but if anybody wants one, No More Tears. Tears. Waiting list for Scott Dwallow. We got a lot of guitar picks to sell. I've got a whole crate of bonus auctions. Guitar picks, and I've got a tub over here of some miscellaneous like toys and posters, just like last night, okay? Hiram Aponte on down. Hiram Aponte on down. Now we have 1 left if anybody else wants one. No More Tears is $44.99. I think we can sell these guitar picks to Sieg. I don't even try to say his last name, but he gets these 4 for $40. Thank you on that one. I'll go ahead before I even walk away. Here's another Rick Nielsen from Cheap Trick. This one's kind of clear or kind of white. It's like a white tortoise look. Another Rick Nielsen. It's actually upside down. There we go. That is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Really cool. One of the few collectibles, when I first started doing stuff, I realized, oh, dang, guitar picks are highly collectible. And now over here next to me, I don't know if I want to run them tonight, but I do have some Tom Petty's. And just so y'all know, I think some of these are like 100 plus. So that's why I didn't want to run them tonight. I wanted to figure out where they were from, when they were from, because some of these Tom Petty's can get extremely expensive, okay? And these came from a guy that worked with Tom Petty. He's got memorabilia, and he sent me these guitar picks to sell. He just gave them to him. He said, sell them. They're yours. And I was like, wow, okay. So there's that. Next thing over here. Next thing was down. We have Beatles. Year again. The Beatles. Josh Jones has this right now. We're about to put up some of the featured stuff. The rap, the hip-hop albums, the AC/DCs. They're coming any second. Right now, Josh Jones has this for $52. Josh Jones has this for $52. It's a 1999 Euro original. 1999 Euro original. Okay? 1999. That's the original Beatles song track, which has an incredible track listing with alternate mixes too, okay? Rick Nielsen is at $15. And then the Cult. I think the Cult was sold for $30. I was waiting. Some of these have got hung up. I was down to like 1 person waiting for them. By the way, there was 2 people on that junkyard waiting list, Sean Holford and Chad Thompson. And the Cult was sold to Stephen Total from like, man, 9 minutes ago. He got that for $30. Stephen Total got the Cult for $30. Stephen Total got the Cult for $30. Stephen Total got the Cult for $30. Now, the guitar pick, 10. The guitar pick, 10. Guitar pick, 15. And there we go. And now Michael's out on the Beatles. This is sold to Josh Jones for $52, okay? That's sold to Josh Jones for $52. There's that. Which junkyard? Shut up, we're trying to practice. Heading to Atlanta. Leaving on Friday, Scott. Leaving on Friday. Leaving on Friday. There it is. We got that done. Thanks for everybody that was bidding. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you on that. Leaving for Atlanta on Friday. We got Paul stepping in up to the plate. Go Vols. I looked last night. I was like, I think they're giving us a 92% chance of winning. I was like, well, that means we'll probably be in double overtime. Next auction is going up right now. Here we go. This is the Dead Kennedys. This is Dead Kennedys In God We Trust Incorporated. In shrink with hop sticker, a hop sticker I've never seen before. It's an 81 US Monarch in shrink, VG condition, a $25 start. $25 start. Kevin's watching. The Petty guitar picks came off the drum riser behind Tom Petty. He always puts his extra picks in a bottle of Coke and ashtray there. There we go. I got these from Kevin. I'm glad you're watching, Kevin. He might can give us some inside information. An 81 US Monarch OG, still in shrink with hop. VG Condition, $25 start. The Dead Kennedys, In God We Trust, a $25 start on that. Okay? Danny Thomason wants a down. Danny, luckily you was on a waiting list, and it's an old waiting list. I wanted to make sure you actually wanted it, and there it is. And I'm going to scratch you off, and I'm waiting for one other person, two other people on down, and I'm going to leave them on the list. I might send them a message and be like, hey, it looks like they're making more of these again. And that waiting list for down Nola, I'm waiting to hear back from two more people. Danny, I'll take you off. Tim Floyd and Glenn Kesey. If you want to down Nola. I'm sold out now, unfortunately. I'm sold out now. Okay. Let me make sure. Let's go grab a new crate. First thing I have is, make sure I didn't miss anything. Guitar pick got a bid for 18. Maybe we should go ahead and sell those guitar picks. Maybe I'll just start them at $25 and we'll go from there. And we'll just see what happens. I think that'll be fair, but I think there's some pretty dang rare ones in here. Ryan Eaton on the down wait list. Bradley, it's $44.99. And we have a waiting list going for Ozzy, No More Tears. A lot of stuff happening all at once. I can't even take a breath to figure out what my middle name is. This is Ozzy. Somebody asked me earlier, what's your middle name? I was like, oh no, I can't take a breath to figure it out. This is No More. I'm out of breath. I'm starting to sweat. My knees are trembling. Scott's asking about paging. There's people bidding on stuff. I don't even know what's up for auction. My monster over here is getting warm. I'm going to have to go put another one in the freezer. Here's Ozzy, No More Tears, $44.99. Seth waited to the last minute to buy tickets. Yeah. And I said, one thing, I just don't want to sit in the end zone. Guess what he did? He got tickets in the end zone because they were, quote, cheap. I was like, dude, you're budgeting money like you got a kid or something. I mean, come on. And then I texted him this morning. I said, dude, there's one thing, okay? I am not sharing a bed with anybody, okay? I want my own hotel room. That's something else. They try to I was like, I don't have to share a bed with somebody. I can get my own hotel room. He's like, I was like, I can afford my own hotel room, okay? Seth tries to squeeze 4 or 5 guys in the same bedroom in a hotel. I was like, dude, I'm getting my own hotel. If you book a one hotel room with 2 beds for 4 guys, I was like, I'm out, okay? I will go down the lobby and say, how much for a whole room? How much? Here's my credit card, okay? Like, it was maybe a little bit different when we were like 18 and 19 in college, but like I'm 30 years old almost. I got to have my own hotel room, okay? I'm like, we're not doing this. I know you're the cheapest person on earth, but I am not doing that on this trip, okay? Here's my credit card, all right? I don't work around the clock to finally take a day off and then be piled up in a room with 3 or 4 other guys. Okay? Dead Kennedy's $65. Here's Cheap Trick. That blow says mine, though. He's like, dude, we're just basically taking a nap for 5 hours. You're going to pay $140 for your whole room. I'm like, yeah, I am. Cheap Trick, guitar pick. The last bid on this was Gerald Whitworth at $20. $20. He'd sleep. Oh, he would. He's like, I'm not paying $140 for us to sleep for 5 hours. And I'm like, what are you talking about? All right, so Rick Nelson's at $20. That's with Gerald Whitworth. That is our current guitar pick auction. $20. $20. The Dead Kennedys is at $65 with Jeff Brindley. $65 with Jeff Brindley. Scott Dwallow's out. That's the high bid. Vladarchuk, you've been outbid. Scott Dwallow, Page and Crows is $38.99 if you want on a waiting list. Ryan Eaton wants on the down waiting list. Richard V. Miller wants on the Ozzy No More Tears waiting list. And we got Dead Kennedys at $70. Okay? Dead Kennedys at $70. Final call on Rick Nelson. I got a bunch of guitar picks. These are all buy it now or best offer. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have the Kingsman, live and unreleased. A 2001 Spain. John said he marked nothing but New Orleans records. This could get interesting. These are buy it now or best offer new arrivals. The Kingsman, live and unreleased. Put down Scott Dwallow for a Page and Plant waiting list. You got it. Next thing over here is this, the Fugs, a 2007 pressing, $24.99. 24. This is a Monarch pressing, yes. Gerald Whitworth gets Rick Nielsen for $25. Thank you to Gerald Whitworth. He gets the other Rick Nielsen guitar pick for $20. Appreciate that. Okay, now let me figure out where these are. Right here. Is this them? Aha. Okay, there's that. Dead Kennedys. Jeff Brindley's out. Vladicek has it for $70. Yeah, it's a 1981 USOG Monarch Shrink and Hype VG. Richard V. Miller. Yes, Richard V. Miller. Okay. Is it 8 o'clock yet? Oh, my. Look at the time. Perfect. Here we go. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Holy moly. 1980 Australian repress. VG Plus condition, Albert Productions, $55 start. 1980 Australian repress, VG Plus condition, $55 start. $55 start. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. $55 start on that. Okay? Let me see what Laura sent here. Laura. Let's see here. All right. Sorry, I was getting these other guitar picks out. All right, so here's one of the first ones. This is, we'll do this one right here. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live 2014. Like I said, Kevin's watching. He got some of these directly from Tom Petty, like literally, like right off the amp. No joke. And this is, we'll start this one at $20. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live 2014. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Dead Kennedys is sold, and Dead Kennedys is sold here to Jeff Brindley for, excuse me, my bad, Robert Vladicek at $70. Robert Vladicek at $70, okay? That is sold to him for $70. Next thing is I need a more Post-it notes to put these on. Right here's this. There's that. Let's put this here. And then there's that. And AC/DC's at 75. VG Plus condition, okay? Doing buy it now best offer stuff out of here. The Radiators, New Orleans, Law of the Fish, 1987, Gold Stamp promo, 1999. The Talisman Style, that is 1999. The Talisman Style, 1999. Yeah, this is, looks like Hypnotic Eye, yeah. Looks like Hypnotic Eye. Kind of has like the blurry looking flag there. Yep, and Craig's in at $20, going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is Marcy Playground. And this is 2017, first time on vinyl, record store day exclusive, comes with the single, $150 start. $150 start, Marcy Playground, 2017, U.S. reissue, limited 2,500 copies with a bonus 7-inch single. That is going to go up for $150 start. Next is Atlanta Rhythm Section Dog Days, $9.99 on that. Also, we have a bowl of Rockin' Berries featuring He's in Town. That's an 88 UK, $19.99 on that. AC/DC, $90. Marcy Playground has a bid for $150. Tom Petty has a bid from Gerald Whitworth for $25. Let's put that right over there. And AC/DC Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap, is a 1980 Australian repress. Australian repress, the high bid is $90 right now. Next is On Trial Forever. This is a 2006 Denmark Stoner Rock $29.99. Craig, there was a new bid on Tom Petty. I was taking a breath to sell it. I looked down and Gerald Whitworth has bid $25. Marcy Playground has one bid for $150. That album is not in print. That album is not in print. Let me text John right quick. All right. Next thing is the following. AC/DC has a bid for 90, then 100, then 95, now 100. Final call Marcy Playground. It is not sealed. No, let's look at it one more time. Tom Petty's at $25. This is a 2017 Record Store Day. The first time ever on vinyl. It has the big song, Sex and Candy. It is limited to 2,500 copies with a bonus 7-inch. It has one bid for $150. Tom Petty's at $25 of Gerald Whitworth. AC/DC's at $105. Next thing, Tom Petty's at $30. They have re-released Marcy Playground. I saw it on Sony Music website. And then over here, AC/DC is at $105. And we have the Caravans in Concert, $9.99. The Caravans in Concert is Homesick on the Atlanta Rhythm Section record. This does not have a song called Homesick. Tom Petty's at $30 of Carol Puckett. Gerald Whitworth, you're out. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, $19.99. I know when I go to distribution from my websites, I cannot order Marcy Playground. It might be some kind of website exclusive or something, but to my knowledge, there was no bid, or there's no, I don't think that's in print. I'll look right now because I'm still logged in where I was just looking up some other stuff. I'll search Marcy Playground. I'm pretty sure it's not. Plus, this is the technically OG pressing of this one. Yeah, for sure. There is nothing in print from Marcy Playground. No, unless it's 25 yellow vinyl. That's what, so yeah, that must have been a one-time deal or something. So this is the first time it's ever pressed a vinyl, 2017. First time ever on vinyl, and it is out of print. Yeah, it is. If it was offer through that, it's like just a one-time deal then. That has a new bid for $155. Vladarchik, you've been outbid. Gerald Whitworth, I'm waiting for you on the Tom Petty, okay? And now AC/DC's at $110 of Gabriel Chavez. Scott Dwallow says On Trial Forever. And then over here is Homesick on the ARS. I think I've already answered all those, unless there was On Trial Forever. This right here is a claim to Scott Dwallow. There it is, done. And then over here, we have Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. And then this one is Valley of Ashes, Cave Hill Hunters Attrition. And this is a 2006 folk rock, $19.99. So Marcy has a new bid for $175. X-Wing, you're out. Eazy-E will be put up as soon as one of these two sell. We're going to put up Eazy-E as soon as one of these two other auctions sell. There's between 300,000 and 400,000 people waiting to bid on Eazy-E. I showed it last night. There was 10, 20, 30,000 people asking to buy it right then. I said, no, it'll be put for auction soon. Tonight is that night. Hope everybody's ready. There's between 200,000 and 400,000 people waiting to bid on Eazy-E. It could get out of hand. I have not heard back from Gerald Whitworth. He said out. This guitar pick is sold for $30. This is sold for $30 to Carol Puckett. Thank you on that one. This is sold to Carol Puckett. Eazy-E is going to be a massacre when it goes up for bid. An absolute bloodbath. There's going to be people at home walking around with crutches for 2 or 3 weeks after this. There could be missing limbs after this thing is done. X-Wing, it's up to you on that one, okay? Over here, this is Adrian Belew, Desire Caught by the Tail, $19.99. This is Desire Caught by the Tail, Adrian Belew, $19.99. That's available. Robbie Woods on Jefferson Starship. That is sold, okay? Next thing over here is Charlie Parker, The Verviers, 1958 to 1950. and this is $19.99. Also, we have the best of the blues, Big Joe Williams, Memphis Slim, Big Bill Brunsey, $19.99. Let's go back up the top. I'm waiting for one person on Marcy Playground, X-Wing. He says he's out. This is sold to Vladarchek for $175. That is sold to Robert Vladarchek for $175. That is gone, sold, and it is away. Done, okay? Now, first thing we have is the following. We have AC/DC is between about 3 people right now. This is Dirty Deeds. Now, a lot of people always ask what this is, because if it's a 1980 Australian or is it a 1980 Australian repress? This is a 1980 Australian repress, obviously with the different covers. Extremely desirable, okay? If you want to cause some people's hair to stand up on the back of your neck, if you want some people to start shaking, you tell them you have an Australian AC/DC. That is what's up for bid right now at $130, okay? We sold Jefferson Starship. Alice AC/DC 130. X-Wing 81 on blues. Over here, we have AC/DC 135. Love for Sale Eartha Kit, an 83 French. These are new arrivals, $19.99, okay? All right, let me send this to Laura. We're trying to track down some records. Okay. Now, we have I keep on saying Alice in Chains. AC/DC. Okay. Now, next thing I have is the following. Is there even an Eazy-E up here? Is there an Eazy-E up here, Laura? Wait a second. Okay, here it is. All right, here we go. This is a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG pressing, EX condition. This is an OG Eazy-E, Easy Does It. Around a VG cover, an 88 U.S. original, $95 star for Eazy-E, Easy Does It. This could get very close to an air horn quickly. Eazy-E, Easy Does It, an 88 U.S. Specialty OG EX, a $95 star. That's up for bid. AC/DC's at $145. Eazy-E is a $95 star. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG, $95 start on Eazy-E. It is now up for bid, okay? It is now up for bid. Next thing is the following. We have John Kaiser and Gabriel battling out on AC/DC. We might be here a while, just saying. The next Tom Petty guitar pick is going up right now. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. That is now up for bid, okay? Here it is, $25 start. Now up for bid. Eazy-E's in EX condition. The disc is really nice. EX on the vinyl. We have AC/DC at 150 and Eazy-E's at 100, okay? I don't know. I think about every time I've had one of these, they have, I don't know. The last one, we battled for like an hour. There's a couple people going back and forth for about an hour on Eazy-E. Rare. Maybe the third I've ever had come through here. Rare. For sure. Next is Digger Sons. Domey something and the Diggers. A 2010 Italian press. We're hot and heavy in some New Orleans stuff, okay? That is $19.99. Next thing over here is Mud Hens, Waxing the Cat. This is an 88 Jump Blues, $19.99. We have not sold Herbie Hancock yet. 40th anniversary guitar pick. It was our last tour before Tom Petty passed. That's the information on that guitar pick. There's 3 bidders at $25 right now. AC/DC is at $155, okay? Right now, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. This is Allen, Alien, Alphen, Los Vigilantes, a 2014 Garage, $24.99. Rock Therapy, Colin Winsky. This is a 1980 Rockabilly, $14.99. And the Jazz Butcher in the Bath of Bacon, 85 UK New Wave, $19.99. Okay, we have over here the last bid, or the last question, Mud Hens, was Jump Blues. Yes. Tom Petty's at $35. The last bid on AC/DC that came in was Gabriel Chavez at $155. Eazy-E has a high bid of Stephen Tinley for $150. Now, most of them I would say in existence are probably VG or less. Mostly because, like what John just said, people used them to DJ and they look like they were used for a Frisbee. So once again, finding them in higher grade is also a tougher challenge. If you can find them with no marks, holy moly. I think that's why the last NWA we had in shrink near mint sold for like $700. They're very rare in high grade. That's number two. Finding one's a challenge. Number two is finding one that wasn't used as a scratch disc. That is the second problem. Most people had them and used them for DJ records. Speedway 69, now denial. Speedway 69 is a German press on pink vinyl. This is alternate rock, $19.99. Rick Berrien first on the Mud Hens. That sold to Rick Berrien for $17. Tom Petty's at $40 with Brent Robley. AC/DC's at $180 with Gabriel Chavez. And the high bid on Eazy-E is a final call. Stephen Tinley has it for $150. Turd Ferguson has it for $155. Turd has it for $155. Stephen, you've been outbid. Next thing is the following. This is Seminole Rats Hot Snapper Pie, a 1988 Australian pressing on white vinyl. We are deep into some I don't know what this is kind of stuff. $19.99. And we have London Dry Western Skies Los Angeles Psychedelic 67 to 69, a 2005 German press garage, $29.99. Val of Ash. The Val of Ash, Blaine Zapnick, $12. That's going to be my second problem. After you make an offer on something, I'm going to have to figure out what I just read off. Valley of Ash. Blaine, I will sell that to you for $17. Eazy-E's at $200 with Stephen Tinley. How much was Seminole Rats? Seminole Rats, David Baber, $19.99. Tom Petty's at $42. AC/DC's at $180 with Gabriel Chavez. John Kaiser, you're outbid as of the moment. We have Birds Won't Fly Today. 18 Birds Look-alike Folk Punk Loser Combos. A 2002 Italian, $64.99. We have Sonny Boy Williamson, Blues Classics by Sonny Boy Williamson, 1964. Born in 1921 near Jackson, Tennessee, John Lee, Sonny Boy Williamson, $24.99. Turd Ferguson, it's up to you on Eazy-E. It's at $200 with Stephen Tinley. Tom Petty's at $45. That is going once, going twice. It's up to Gerald Whitworth. Over here, we got Sonny Boy Williamson, sold to Michael Butler. We have Blaine Zapnick on this one for $17. And we have Unbought next on Sonny. We have Speedway for $12. This one right back here. Jeremy Bryant, I'll sell that to you for $16. This is a buy it now best offer crate of new arrivals. We got Eazy-E up right now. We got a few from a genre which most people dream of. It's called R.A.P. tonight, rap. We got Eazy-E, and we have a Notorious over here. We got Biggie. We got some stuff going up. We've got the coveted rap genre tonight. Just a couple. I've always said if we get these in, we're going to get 2 or 3, and that's about it for a while. And then we'll be like, when's the next coming in? And that's always the question. Even if we got 100 in, we'd sell them all in one night, and it'd be like, where's the next batch? And then we'd be sitting on our hands saying, where's the next rap records? Jeremy Bryant on this for $16. That's sold. And then here is Original Folk Blues Memphis Slim, $14.99. And we have Raining Sound live at Maxwell's, 2005 Garage, $49.99. I haven't heard back from Gerald Whitworth on Tom Petty guitar pick. Brent has it for $45. We're about to sell it. We got to sell it pretty soon. Turds out on Eazy-E. It's at $200. $100 with Stephen Tinley. John Kaiser has been on AC/DC. He has over here, we have over here, he has bid $299, but I think that was a miscue, okay? This is a best offer crate. California, USA, a 1981 surf compilation, $19.99 on that. And we have Fern Knight, FERNKNIGHT, a 2007 folk rock, $19.99 on that. And we have a 2003 experimental record called I Have No Idea What. Socrates, SCORCES, Chambers Members. Now, it looks like somebody took some stickers and wrote the name, because there's nothing on the cover, there's nothing on the spine, there's nothing on the back that tells the name really, and I don't think there's anything written on the labels, so that is pretty bizarre. $24.99 on that one. Who's on California? You'll have to give me about 10 minutes and I'll read off all those artists. We got Mirage Man Thrilling, 1997 Italian, $26.99 on that. And The Animals with Eric Burden in the beginning, that is $16.99. Also, The Psychics, and The Psychics is 2006. It's a garage album from Greece, $19.99. Brent, I'm going to say this, I lost Gerald Whitworth. He's nowhere to be found. John Kaiser, are you bidding $299 on AC/DC, or was that supposed to be for $200? Gabriel's at $205. You put a $299, which was a huge jump from the last bid. Gabriel's bid $205. This Tom Petty is sold to Brent. Don't worry, there's about 10 more over here. I'm trying to do all different ones. I think I see a couple of duplicates, and that's about it. And Eazy-E over here is sold. Eazy-E is sold to Stephen Tinley for $200, right? $200. It's gone. That's sold for $200. He said he's out. There must have been some comments that didn't show up. Yeah, there's definitely some comments that didn't show up on Restream then. I don't think, because I wanted to make sure. I don't think John corrected his thing there. So he probably did, and I just couldn't see it. So that's probably on me. Apologize if you did say out, Gerald. I just couldn't see it, okay? Now, we have some other stuff to put up. Hope you're all ready. Here is the next thing. The next thing I have to put up right now, without further ado, is the notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls is a 1997 U.S. original, $150 start. It's a 1997 U.S. still in shrink with both hop stickers. It's on translucent vinyl, and only LP3 is translucent like this. Wow. So one LP is on translucent vinyl, the other's not. That's weird, isn't it? It's a triple LP. And this is going to go up for a $150 start, Life After Death, a 1997 U.S. original. That is available, okay? It already has a bid for $155. Next thing over here, AC/DC's at $205. John Kaiser told me earlier he was on the road, so he may have lost me. He may have been driving. But right now, we'll say it's at $205. But also, I'm a little confused because he did put a $299. He did put a $299, so I'm not for sure what's up with that, Gabriel. We got to really make sure what his bid is. I know what yours is for sure. Biggie already has a bid for $155, okay? Going once, going twice. Next is Getaway Solid Brown. This is a 2005 German press, a garage album, $19.99 on that. That's where we're at right now on those auctions, okay? Let's put up another Tom Petty guitar pick. The next Tom Petty guitar pick is going to go up right now. I don't think we've had this one before. And this one says 2008, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, $25 start on that. $25 start. Mr. Kaiser, are you out there? Mr. Kaiser, waiting to make sure he wants to bid again or confirm what his bid was on such a big auction. There's that. This is a crazy crate. I mean, we're going to have to read back through these again. I'm sure people's looking stuff up. I'm sure they're trying to figure out what stuff is. There's no telling over here what they're trying to dig out over here. There is no telling. Over here, we have Tom Petty at $25. John Kaiser's out. This is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $205, okay? This is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $205. That is sold, okay? Turd is in on Biggie at 180 bucks. 180 bucks on that. There's that. And now, Tom Petty guitar pick. Craig has it right now for $25. I don't know what just happened to that sticky note, but that's okay. Had the information on Biggie. Let me lay that right over there. Okay, now we need more auctions. I had somebody just a moment ago ask me to run this. Electric Larryland. This is the Butthole Surfers. It's in shrink with hop sticker. A 1996 USOG with an HD side. The original art from Gibby Haynes. Still in shrink with hop, etched D side. EX++ near mint minus. A $95 start. $95 start. Biggie Smalls is at $190. Tom Petty's at $30. And there's the Butthole Surfers, a $95 start on that. $95 start on that. Okay, let me see what else is going on over here. All right. Okay. Chad needs to drink a Monster. I got to remain focused. This thing lists all the key nutrients you get from these, including increased concentration. And boy, do I need a triple dose of that right now. I feel like my head is spinning in circles. Okay. That can's almost gone. Chad just adjusted his knees. That felt pretty dang good. The most recent auction is Electric Larryland Butthole Surfers. Shrink and Hop, EX Plus, near mint minus. A beautiful OG, nearly a top copy. Some sealed copies have sold for over $200. There's been two $95 bids. X-Wing bid $95 and Ryan Eaton bid $95, okay? That's where we're at on that. The Tom Petty guitar pick, the last bid was Craig and Gerald are tied. Gerald's bid actually came in first, okay? So Craig, you're actually tied. Craig, you are tied with Gerald. He has it for $30. The Notorious B.I.G., a.k.a. Biggie Smalls, is a real OG record from 1997 in shrink and hop, and it's actually a triple LP, and it just got a bid for $215. Now, the first thing we have here in the crate, Jefferson Starship is gone. We have a request from Mike Massey, Seminole, $15. That was the Seminole Rat sold to Mike Massey for $15. We're going through an odd and unusual New Orleans crate. Most of this music in here, I have not heard of. The stuff I have heard of, it's records or versions or pressings I've never seen before. 20 biggest hits by the Trashmen. The Trashmen, including Surfin' Bird. I think that's the Bird is the Word song. 1999, a 60s kind of instrumental group. Gerald Whitworth has Tom Petty at $30. I've got 2, 4, 6 more Tom Petty guitar picks left. Mouth of Steel, King Biscuit Boy, plus members of the Ronnie Hawkins Band and the Bobcats. 1984 UK, $24.99. These are priced buy it now or best offer. Some people's going to go ahead and claim them. Brent says he'll take the Trashmen. Some people's going to make offers. Some people's going to do both. Sons of Blues, Where's My Money? This is a 1984 pressing, $19.99. Keep in mind, if I'm telling you a year, that is the year the record was pressed. A lot of the stuff in here is 60s music. A lot of this compilations, it's rare 60s, rare 50s, rare blues, and it's been comped, okay? Biggie's at $225. Next is Tim Voldness on Surf. That was just sold to Brent. That was No, Tim Voldness on Surf. That was, what was Surf? Surf. I'm not even for sure. But first, let me go ahead and sell this to Gerald Whitworth for $30. Okay? Gerald Whitworth gets the next Tom Petty guitar pick for $30. Thank you on that. All right, let's do another one. Then I'm going to jump back over here to maybe some of the other ones, okay? And we'll do a different looking Tom Petty here. This one just says The Last DJ, okay? $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one. Biggie Smalls is EX++ near minus, shrink and hop stickers. There's another Tom Petty. It just says Last DJ, $20 start. We have The Rock and Roll Story, Conway Twitty. Prime example. I've had thousands of Conway Twitty records. I've never seen this before. Why? Because it's a foreign release. I could just tell from the jacket, made in Germany, Conway Twitty, 1999. Very nice. It's a German compilation. The rock and roll stuff, too. A lot of people prefer that over his country stuff. 1999. Also, Big Joe Turner, Really the Blues. Big Joe Turner, $14.99. Biggie is at $240. Where are we at on Butthole Surfers? The last bid on Butthole Surfers was X-Wing 81 at $115. It is a 96 USOG original art on the cover, or I should say original art from the front man of the band, Gibby Haynes. It's in shrink with the hop sticker, and it is EX++ near mint minus. Big Joe Turner is sold to Michael Butler. Conway Twitty is sold to Brent Robley for $14. Jim B has Butthole Surfers at $116. Ryan's at $120. When I looked at this earlier, Laura usually leaves me stats. When I glanced at this earlier, I was about to say $150 starting bid for that. 1, we never get it. 2, it's not in print. Number 3, it's a beautiful top copy in shrink. It's at $121. I almost started it at $150. That's why I went ahead and bumped Biggie Smalls way up there. I was like, boy, this is going to be a $200-300 record. Next is Jason and the Scorcher, Still Standing, $19.99. And Live in London, Volume 1. Mickey Jupp Band, Diz and the Doormen, The Electric Bluebirds, Chevalier Brothers, Red Beans and Rice, $19.99. Butthole Surfers, $125. This guitar pick is sold to Craig Sweden for $20. And Craig, I'm going to send this to you at no charge. These were sent to me at no charge from Kevin Cassidy. He said, I just want to make sure one thing, Chad, these get in the hands of Tom Petty fans. And I'm like, I can make sure I can do that, no problem. This is sold to him. And I'm told Kevin, though, he's trying not to take any funds. I'm like, Kevin, we'll give you something for these. I'm not going to sit here and sell a couple $100 in guitar picks and not give you something, right? So, Kevin, I need you to pick out a record or something tonight. This one's sold to Craig, but we're going to ship that to him. Let me just go ahead and lay it over here on Ed's desk. Let me lay this one on Ed's desk, because if not, then we'll just pop that in an envelope. We'll go ahead and ship that to Craig tomorrow, okay? Thank you, Craig, for all your help. I will take the Animals, Chad. Animals. Now, this is Eric Burden with the Animals. Yes. This is sold to Melanie for $16.99, okay? Next thing over here is Butthole Surfers is at $130, now $135. We're still not even almost to what I thought we was going to be. Now we're at $150. Brogan Scones. Now Biggie's at $250. And now let's put up another guitar pick. How about Puddle of Mud? We'll do this one right quick. Puddle of Mud is a $10 start. Okay, we'll take a quick break from Tom Petty. We'll put this up for a $10 start. $10 start, Puddle of Mud. That's now for bid. I need, Kevin, at some point tonight, I need you to pick out a record, something I can ship you for free for sending us all these Tom Petty picks. And by the way, I still got about 5 more left. We'll start on a streak of them later. Here's some of the ones I have left, by the way. So I still got a couple more. There's Mojo Tour, Echo. Man, these are pretty cool. I mean, some of these might have been handled by the man himself. That's pretty cool. All right, there's that. Next thing in here was the Blues Bastards, Friendship, soul jazz album, Preston Holland, 1983, $19.99 on that. Donna Summer's Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volume 1, Volume 2, $14.99. This is the Word Raven, something Moons at 81 UK, $24.99. Also, Blood Rock. Blood Rock is $19.99, And we have Matt Curtis, 1999, Rock Me, and Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. This is $34.99. It's an early 80s reissue. That is $34.99, one of the biggest albums ever. Puddle of Mud, guitar pick, $10 start. $10 start. We're back to Kevin Cave of Rocks collection. He probably got most of these at shows too. Puddle of Mud, $10 start. This is a buy it now best offer press, okay? Buy it now best offer press. Buy it now and best offer. That is what we're going through right now. For example, Matt just offered 30 on Meatloaf and he gets it. This is a crazy crate. Lots of unusual stuff in here. John marked genres on a lot of them. I think a lot of it we're going to have to take time to figure out who some of these people are. Unbought, I hadn't forgot about you. Here's some of the people on the Surf compilation. Bruce and Terry, Walter Egan, Flo and Eddie, Lou Christie, The Ripcords, Kellard Webb, Jackie DeShannon, Fresh, The Hondells, Northern Light. It's a double LP, $19.99. Now earlier, Tom Sullivan, like a long time ago, I remember Tom Sullivan had said the word surf, or no, it was Tim Volness. Tim Volness had put surf, and I was going to figure out what he wanted there. Now, Unbought had already asked about this, give you an idea of some of the artists. Biggie is at $280. We got still 2 or 3 active bidders on that. Puddle of Mud guitar pick, one bid, $10. And the Butthole Surfers, BS, the last bid on that one that came in on my screen, I got Brogan Sconce at $150. Brogan Sconce at $150. This is going twice, going 3 times. Brogan Sconce going 4 times, now going 5. Let's go ahead and say going 6, going 7. He has it $150. Next is Jason and the Scorchers request right here. I'm about to try to breeze through these one more time. Maybe some people had some time to research, might want to take another glance. I perfectly understand that. Jason and the Scorchers still standing, $19.99. No condition notes. The Surf compilation called California USA, also $19.99. These are all buy now or best offer. Let's go ahead and sell Puddle of Mud guitar pick to Robin Glenn for $10. I'm not for sure which one you were talking about, Carol, but we'll do this one. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, a $25 start. 40th is kind of like a 40th anniversary deal. Tom Petty, $25 start, okay? There's that. Puddle of Mud is sold for $10. I've got a whole table over here. I'm spreading out all these guitar picks so they can keep up with them easier when they're tagging them. I'm putting them over here. So every time I sell one, I have to walk around the corner and do that. Over here, we got Tim Graham on California. Kristen, I will do 14 on Jason and the Scorchers. Brogan Sconce got Butthole Surfers for $150. That's sold to Brogan Sconce, $150, which I thought was still a great price. Yeah, the median on this, $172, and some have sold for as much as $235, and that one was near mint and shrink. I still think that was a great price. I figured it's going to sell for over $200, honestly. Kristen gets this for $14. Lisa, your bid on Puddle of Mud just came in late. Now Tom Petty $25, now Tom Petty $30. Biggie has hit $300, and that's going once, going twice. So all the picks are Tom Petty. No, I have about 4 more Tom Petty left after this one. I have about 4 more Tom Petty left. I have other stuff over here we've been doing since the show started. Okay, we had a request, and I know some people still waiting on this. Holy moly. Good gosh. Goodness gracious. Holy heck. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, Australian version. Goodness. Whoa. Holy moly. Oreos and milk. Ramen noodles. Shish kebabs. Let There Be Rock, an 83 Australian repress, Albert Productions, EX condition. Let's go ahead and start this at $125. A 1983 Australian repress, nice jacket, does have a crease right here, but overall for a black jacket, very nice. $125 start. $125 start. Nerd Clusters, Wendy's double cheeseburger. Tom Petty's at $35. Sig, it goes back to you. Here's what's left, quickly. The Kingsmen, live and unreleased, $19.99. The Fugs, a 2007 press, $24.99. The Radiators, New Orleans, 1987, $19.99. The Talisman Style, looks like a 60s group, $19.99. Tom Petty 40, a bowl of rockin' berries, looks like a 60s group, 88 UK, they are, $19.99. Over here, the Caravans in Concert, $9.99. Over here, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Dog Days, $9.99. And the Moody Blues, $19.99. Every good boy deserves favor. Adrian Belew, $19.99. And Charlie Parker, the Verviers, $19.99. Tom Petty's at $45 with Carol. Sig, it goes back to you. Notorious is sold to Michael Hamburger. Wendy's hamburgers. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $300. Thank you. Next, David Johnson says, Chad, I plan on bidding between $500 and $500 on Muddy Waters. Here it is. Muddy Waters Folk Singer is a 1994 U.S. MoFi, numbered near mint, a $65 start. Now what forbid? Sig, it's up to you on Tom Petty. I'm going to start a fourth auction. It's another guitar pick, and what shall that be? I have no idea. Hey, Gary Rosington, that's pretty cool. Nice, Leonard Skinnard. I didn't see this one till I didn't flip that one over. Leonard Skinnard, Gary Rosington, how cool is that? $10 start. That's a good one there. Leonard Skinnard, Gary Rosington, $10 start. That's now what for bid. Muddy has already received a slew of bids. A slew. Next thing over here is Eartha Kitt, Love is for Sale. That's a UK French, $19.99. We have Diggerson, Home, Dome, La Merte, and the Diggers, $19.99. Over here is what? Los Vigilantes, Al Finn, 2014 Garage, $24.99. How about Rock Therapy, Colin Winsky, $14.99. The Jazz Butcher in Bath of Bacon, taking a bath full of bacon, $19.99. And we have London Dry, Western Skies, Los Angeles Psychedelic compilation from the 60s. Are y'all listening to me right now? $29.99. The last bid on Muddy Waters was $95. The last bid on AC/DC was $150. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. We have Tom Petty at $50. Over here, we got Gary Rosington at $20. And Brad Bullen on Eartha Kitt sold to Mr. Bullen for $15. Tom Petty is at $50, and Jazz Butcher, $15, John Stevens. Sell that. Next is Tom Petty. Sig has it for $50. Don't call the Popo. Birds Won't Fly Today. This is a 2002 Italian. Must be a rare comp. Rare records and evidently pretty limited because it's $64.99. Also, Memphis Blues, Original Folk Blues Memphis compilation, $14.99. Raining Around. This is live at Maxwell's, 2005 Garage. Raining Around, $49.99. Fern Night, 2007, $19.99. SCO Scoresis, something like that, $24.99. We have Mark Fowling Eating at Waffle House. Sounds delicious. Unbought gets Memphis. Sold. Gary Rosington, $21. Tom Petty is sold to Sig for $50. Let's put that one right over here. Let's see what else I have next. I also have a gigantic Tom Petty poster back here. I think advertising. Mojo. It came out of a record store or something. I got to put that up one night. It's going to be a mess to ship it. Next thing over here, Tom Petty. This one just says Mojo 2010. Tom Petty, Mojo 2010. That's now going up for bid, a $20 start. It has the really cool Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers logo. Yeah, I was about to say, that does say Heartbreakers, right? Mojo 2010, $25 start on that one. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, is a 83 Australian repress. The high bid is at $150 with Gabriel Chavez. And Gabriel Chavez has had that for a while for $150, but Stephen Total asked, and we're about to sell it. Gary Rosin, 22, Gary Rosin, 23. And Muddy Waters, the last bid on Muddy Waters, the last bid on Muddy Waters was unbought at $95. Matt Parsons went out. I'm assuming we're about to sell it. Next thing is Mirage Man, Thrilling. Mirage Man's a 97 Italian, $26.99. The Psychics is Ignition Time. The Psychics, Garage from 2006, $19.99. Getaway, solid brown. Garage, $19.99. Where the heck is Chris Knapp and what's her name? A T-Rex. Mouth of Steel, King Biscuit Boy, $24.99. Sons of Blues, $19.99. And the last few in here, Live in London, $19.99. The Blues Bastard Friendship, $19.99. We have Rufus Moons, $24.99. Donna Summer on the Radio, $14. And Matt Curtis and Blood Rock was $19.99 each. Gary Rossington guitar pick, $23. Tom Petty, first one not to have a bid right off the bat, looking for a $25 start. But guess what? Muddy Waters just got a bid for $100. Unbought, you've been outbid. And Stephen Tuttle, if you say pass on AC/DC, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. I can't figure out which ones I want to lay these on top of. Never mind. Kaiser's in at 180. We got the battle of Kaiser and Chavez. This could be wild, okay? This could be wild. A Kaiser Chavez bid? Are you kidding me? Folks, this is what people wake up in the morning for. They crack their knuckles and they're like, boy, I cannot wait to get on Colectco and see a good old-fashioned Kaiser Chavez battle. Sounds like a boxing match. Here we go. Gabriel's right back in. Chavez, $190. Tom Petty has a bid for $25.25. We're right back into another best offer. This is going to be another insane crate. Holy moly. I'm going to drink some more Monster. I've had a blue juice and 2 cans of Monster. At any moment, I could just probably pass out. This is at some point where probably a doctor needs to step in and go, sir, you're taking this too far. First thing we have is this. We're going to put up another crate, which is right here in front of me, of Buy It Now Best Offer. The Tom Petty pick all of a sudden has 2 bids, 25 and 25, okay? 25, 25, okay? 25, 25. The next thing is this. The next thing to this is AC/DC's at $200. Let There Be Rock. Let There Be Rock. Over here, Unbought. Did you go out on Muddy Waters? It's at $100. It is near mint. He asked the condition. $100 on that. Leonard Skinner over here. LS, Leonard Skinner. The Gary Rossington, Jared McLaughlin had it for $23, and it's sold for $23. That is sold for $23. Nice. Nice. Amazing. Fantastic. Just absolutely wonderful. I've ran out of adverbs, adjectives, and the other night I ran out of conjunctions. I had to start using other something. Okay, here's another cool looking Tom Petty. This is y'all gonna have to help me out. Who was that? I could start rambling off names, but is it like all these band members' names are on the tip of my tongue right now, like Bitmont. I used to have, I had all their names down pretty cool, pretty down, because I had that signed Tom Petty, and I had all those names, and I read about the Heartbreakers, and that's Mike Campbell. There we go. That's the name. That's what I was looking for. Mike Campbell, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Mike Campbell. We'll put that one up. We'll call this one Mike Campbell, okay? Mike Campbell, MC, Mike Campbell. MC, Mike Campbell, if you want to bet on this one, because we already have another Tom Petty. We'll put that one up for a $10 start, okay? Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I don't know why I said 10. That should be 20, but there it is. Put MC for Mike Campbell, okay? There we have it. Now, Muddy Waters. Did Unbought bid again? I said it was near mint minus. Oso had it for $100. And Unbought's out. This is sold to Oso Adventure for $100. There we go. We still got some insane stuff over here to auction. Holy. Okay, next thing I have over here. System of a Down. Toxicity. Wow. Holy goodness gracious. My gosh. Once again, Oreos and Milk. System of a Down. Toxicity. A 2001 USOG. I've sold hundreds of represses. If I've had an OG of this, it's been far and few in between. This is a 2001 US OG pressing of System of a Down. EX++, Near Mint Minus. This record sounds fantastic. I play tested it for fun. Laura's probably like, I better listen to this, because how often do you get a chance to listen to an OG System of a Down? Never. These never come through. An OG copy of System of a Down, 2001. That's a $95 start on SOAD. $95 start. So over here, this Tom Petty guitar pick, the one that has Mojo on the back of it. The last bid was Matthew Cabot at $30. Kathy Hodges, it's up to you. Matthew has that for $30, okay? Now, the Mike Campbell has one bid with Stan McNessie for $10. He has that one bid, $10. The Mike Campbell, okay? There's this. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. It's the battle of Kaiser and Chavez. The last bid was Chavez at $210 almost 4 minutes ago. I have not heard back from Kaiser. He said he was on the road tonight, so he may be in far and few between. Kaiser, you're out. Chavez has that for $210. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. Turn On with BB King. This is $19.99. Chad, do you still have a Question Tang left? If so, sold. A Question Tang? I'm not for sure what a Question Tang is. BB King. How about the Murmurs? Shh. This is an 88 New Wave. $19.99 on that. And Thor, that's usually shown on Metal Night. Keep the Dogs Away. Thor is $19.99. Thor. AC/DC has a new bid. Gabriel, you've been outbid. Kaiser has it at $230. System of a Down is a $95 start. Kathy is out on this first Tom Petty pick. That means it's sold to Matthew Cabot for $30. Thank you on that. We're talking about this one. Mike Campbell pick has a new bid with Jeff Halsworth at $12. $12 on that one. All right. There's that. Let's move right over here. And let's keep going through this crate. I'm about to put up some other auctions. Next thing is Bird in Sweden. That is a 1977 UK, $24.99. And BB King live at the Regal. BB King live at the Regal, $19.99. Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection is a 68 Rockaway, $19.99. Mike Campbell, who was the first bidder? Stan McNessie. Stan, let me know if you want back in. AC/DC's at $240. And wow, no bid on System of a Down. Final call to lock in a bid for $95. Yeah, let me go get that tub of Star Wars toys. That's going to be like the other bonus auctions. I've almost done with the picks. I bet we're about 75% done with the picks, just FYI. We're getting there on those. So let me find that other tub. Here's that Danzig CD box set. Almost forgot about that. Here's this tub. Here's that tub. These are movie posters and stuff we're going to be going through tonight. Here's the Star Wars tub. Ah, there's the Sign Smashing Pumpkins poster. Oh, here is this whole box full of you know what. You know, the thing over here that's full of that. And then I almost forgot about this over here. Goodness gracious. And then there's all that. Whew. Still got this whole crate of bonus auctions too. What is going on? Okay. Next thing over here. System of a Down does have a bid for $95. Mike Campbell has a bid for $20. What was the BB King? And AC/DC is at $240 with Gabriel Chavez. Courtney wanted a Wu-Tang. I think I can hook you up with some Wu-Tang. Let me see what I have over here. She's looking for that old school. Have you ever seen that sketch from, was it Keelan and Peele? I'm looking for that old school. That's funny. All right, that's sold to Courtney Duncan. There's that. SOD 95, Mike Campbell 20. The BB King that's in here. This is Turn On with BB King. It is $19.99. It's on the United label. $19.99. AC/DC had a new bid for $270. And then Mike Campbell has a new bid for $21. AC/DC $280. So that means over here, System of a Down is a final call. Boy, take a look at this. I'm going to throw up some of this stuff with very little research and very little information. Y'all are about to be the determining factors, okay? So good luck. We just got to get a bunch of this sold. How about an original 1977 Star Wars blaster? Holy moly. General Mills I think over here it says Kenner 1978. General Mills Kenner, yeah, 1978. How cool is that? How about a $20 start? That is pretty dang cool, honestly. Really good shape. The label's in good shape. 20th Century Fox Film Corporation, 1977. How cool is that? That is now up for bid. Out of nowhere over here. Now, first thing we had is, Chad, what is the petty poster for Lady? That's probably not going to be for tonight. I don't even know where it is right now. I know it's somewhere in the back. I've walked past it 20 times. BB King over here is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $15. Somebody asked about it before, though. No FX. Did it get a new SOD? X-Wing bid $96. That's a final call. Star Wars has bids for $20 and now $25. We'll lay that maybe right there. Let's just lay it right there for right now. AC/DC's at $300, okay? Let me make sure Tommy didn't want BB King. Blaine did make an offer on it. Tommy asked about it, I think. Yeah. All right, and now Star Wars is at $30, AC/DC $300, and System of a Down's at $96. Now it's at $98 with Jim B. Wow, Jim B's bidding. Holy moly. I've been sitting here waiting for bids to come in for like 95, 100, 125, 150, 175, 225, 230. It's at $98 of Jim B right now. Next is the best of Junior Parker. This is in shrink. It's on the Duke label. $26.99. Wow, that's pretty cool to see on that original Duke label. Over here is the Flames Live. The Flames Live is a 1999 German rockabilly, $16.99. System of a Down's at $100. Folks, this is an OG pressing. Tom McEwen has this at $100. The next time I have a reissue of System of a Down and someone says, is that a OG? I'm going to be like, no. You wasn't watching the night when we basically gave one away. It never comes in. It's up for bid right now. We never get this record in. I have always in stock the reissue for about $25, $30. And I usually get asked this question, is that an OG SOD? SOAD? And I'm like, no, it's not, because they're rare and we never get them in. Right now, the high bid is at $100. The Star Wars blaster is at $35. Over here, we have JB. Junior Parker is sold to Wolverine for $20. That's Jason Boxell. Thank you. And then over here, we have BB King. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $15. Next thing we have is Howard Roberts Antelope Freeway, 1971, $29.99. System of a Down, $110. System of a Down, $125. Star Wars is at $50 with Brett Hamilton. That's more like it. $50 on the Star Wars blaster. That's more like it. System of a Down is OG, first pressing, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, OG, and Pristine. What about the Mike Campbell guitar pick? Or excuse me, is this the Mike Campbell? It is the Mike Campbell. The Mike Campbell guitar pick. The Mike Campbell guitar pick from about 30 hours ago, the last bid on Mike Campbell was Stan McNessie at $21. I'm going to sell it to him unless Kathy bids. Kathy got outbid. Haven't heard from Kathy. We got a request for Herbie Hancock as well. Herbie Hancock. Related to John Hancock. Next thing is Der Fuhrer Rock Opera. Whoa, what a record. 77 German, $29.99. What the heck is this? Rock Opera, $29.99. Der Fuhrer. Also, we have Crazy Boys. This is a 67 Mexico record, $19.99 on that. And Lifestyle. Lifestyle's a 1977 soul disco record, $14.99. Lifestyle Rollers. I feel like I've seen a picture of this somewhere before. Where have I seen this before? $14.99. Lifestyle. $14.99. I feel like I've seen that, like somebody asking about it or posted about it. Sons of a Blues, Romancing the Blue Stone. That is $19.99. Okay, over here, we have System of a Down at $130. The Star Wars blasters with Brett Hamilton at $50, by the way. The Mike Campbell guitar pick is now at $27. And that means somebody outbid Stan McNessie, okay? System of a Down is at $135. And then AC/DC, the last bid on AC/DC, was Gabriel Chavez at $310. John Kaiser, I think it's back to you. It is. It's at $310. All right, next thing we have over here is this. X-Wing on the Rock Opera for $19. Let's sell this to him for $19. That is sold. Mike Campbell's at $27. Chad Smith on Lifestyle. That's sold to Chad Smith. Matthew's out on System of a Down. Craig's out on the Star Wars blaster. Jim B's out on System of a Down. It's up to John Kaiser on AC/DC. Next is Raunchy Rick's Persuader Band. This is a 1989 R&B. $14.99. R&B. R&B. Where's Donna Turner at? Jimmy Johnson. Heap C. 84 French pressing. $19.99. And Carl Perkins and NRBQ. This is a 1970 Carl Perkins, $19.99. All right, I got to clear off some auctions. First, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Stan McNessie, Mike Campbell guitar pick at $27. Sold. Brett Hamilton on the Star Wars blaster for $50. Those are sold and sold. Eazy-E is long gone. Long gone. It was quite the war as anticipated. It is long gone. See you later. All right, moving right along. Next thing we have over here is this. Systems at $140. Gabriel Chavez gets AC/DC for $310. Now we're down to one auction. Man, those were some battles. Holy moly. A couple of those are up for 2 or 3 hours. Next thing I have is going to go up right now. Folks, this is OG Black Crowes. A 1990 US OG original pressing of the Black Crow Shake Your Moneymaker Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. A 1990 US OG original inner sleeve. A true OG VG++ EX, an $85 start. It also does not mention Rick Rubin. That's an earlier jacket. It later was reissued, produced by Rick Rubin as well. That is OG, okay? That is OG Black Crowes. Over here, we got a request for Herbie Hancock and Pearl Jam. I will get those on deck. First of all, the original inner sleeve for SOD. Here it is. Here is the original inner sleeve. A 2001 USOG EX++ Near Mint Minus. This is at $150. That's more like it. It's set back here with no bid for a $95 start for like 7 minutes. And I was like, this is crazy. I've got to convince somebody to bid on this. Over here, this is this, there's that. Star Wars item number 2. It is a lightsaber flashlight, okay? This is a lightsaber. A lightsaber. It looks like a flashlight. When you was a kid, you turned it on, it turned into a flashlight, and you literally thought you were Luke Skywalker, okay? This is an original item from '77, and I don't know if it works. Either way, it's going to go up for a $15 start. Pretty cool there. Lightsaber flashlight, $15 start on that. Now, next thing is another Tom Petty guitar pick. This one has a doodle on the back, which I guess is supposed to be of somebody. And this one says Echo, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. A $20 start, Tom Petty. That is now up for bid, okay? Black Crowes has a bid for $85, $85, and now $90. And then over here, we have System of a Down. The last bid on System of a Down, Rob Fordham has it for $150. We're waiting for one person, John Kaiser, and he just bid. Here is our current inventory of auctions, not including other surprises, miscellaneous, and unadvertised. I still got Talking Heads, Devo, Yngwie Malmsteen, Sinead O'Connor, Cream with Hop Sticker, Rush, Herbie Hancock. I'm going to pull that out right now. John Coltrane, Def Leppard, Duran Duran, Pearl Jam. I'm going to pull that out right now. Those have been requested the most. We have Eazy-E, a 12-inch single. Southern Culture on the Skids. Another AC/DC to do. High Voltage with a different cover. We have The Cramps, The Beastie Boys, Dwight Yoakam, Miles Davis, The Beatles, Caius, Meat Puppets, Jerry Garcia, Ween, The Ramones, and Otis Redding. That is just some of the auctions we still have to do tonight. Okay? That is still some of the auctions we have to do tonight. So I hope everybody is buckled up and ready to go. I ain't shown a record out of the bin in like 10 minutes. There is a high bid of the Black Crowes for $90. No one has set out. No one has set out. No one. Okay? Here's the Tom Petty Echo. That doodle is one of Tom's. He would often put little doodles in the margins of lyrics when he signed his name. Tom Petty Echo. There is that. a Doodle by Tom Petty. That has a high or a starting bid of $20. The Star Wars flashlight is a $15 start. Lightsaber, no bid yet. System of a Down, the last bid on that was the following. Rob Fordham at 170. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. At this point, I probably could just auction stuff and not show another record out of the bin. That's about what I could do. That's how it is on these nights when we have insane stuff like this up for auction. Pretty much could just stop showing records out of the crate and just auction stuff. I can't do that though. So let's get back to the crate. Everything I just mentioned, I'm not going to give any details or information because if I did that, it would take another 20 minutes. By the time I answered, said it again, showed them, they'll be up for auction in the next 2 hours. Hopefully nobody's going to bed or has to work tomorrow. Here we go. Pearl Harbor, Don't Follow Me, I'm Too Lost, $14.99. Right now, the lightsaber has a bid for $15. The Tom Petty auction just got a bid for $27. We're still bidding on the Black Crows and we're still bidding on System of a Down. We'll let those simmer. Pete Townsend, Scoop, a double LP, $19.99. Willie DeVille, $19.99. Willie DeVille, $19.99. Also, if you're ever curious of what's coming up for auction, every day on Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook, we post a gallery of all of our auctions. So everything I just listed, there's actually photos posted of everything already. They're on our Instagram, they're on our Facebook, and they're on our YouTube community section. There's a gallery of everything except for some of this other stuff. Just saying. There's already photos of them out there. Fleetwood Mac. Don't recall seeing this too much. It's a sampler from Tusk, a radio station copy. The cover is damaged, $19.99. The lightsaber is at $16. Bob Riger, you've been outbid. System of a Down's at $190. The Black Crows is at $97. The bid on the Black Crows is already at $125. This guitar pick is at $27 with Kathy. The Soft Boys, Wading Through a Ventilator. The Soft Boys is an 84 UK, $44.99. Black Crows $130, SOD $200. Mink DeVille, Return to Magenta, a 1978, $16.99. Bob Riger, it's up to you on the lightsaber. He's back in at 18. George Harrison, all those years ago, a 12-inch single promo from 1981, $24.99. The Astro Musical House of Scorpio. If you're a Scorpio, you listen to this record and your life will be changed. $19.99. And Surf Crazy, a 1963 surf record, $29.99. The Tom Petty guitar pick is sold to Kathy Hodges for $27. GMB, you did not commit theft on SOD for $98. You were trying to commit theft, but luckily you got outbid and a few people woke up and fell off their couch and started bidding. I was getting worried you was about to commit theft, but you didn't. Sorry. I know you have to get that out of your system every now and then. Next thing here is, this is the soundtrack to Judith. And this is from 1966, $19.99. Next thing, Black Crows, an OG pressing in shrink and hop sticker. A U.S. original with the original jackets at $150. SOD is at $230. SOD is at $230. The lightsaber is at $19. Here's my last Tom Petty guitar pick. It's going to go up for a $20 start. My last Tom Petty guitar pick. And then I've got all these others over here. $20 start on that one. Okay? There's that. Oso says earlier that Muddy Waters, he won. He wants to pay for it, but send it to Unbought as a free gift. Sounds like a good deal to me. He says he wants to pay for it, send it to Unbought as a free gift. Okay, we can do that. No problem. Sure thing. Won't be a problem. I'm sorting some other picks over here for whenever I get to them. Okay, now it's up to Mr. Riger on the lightsaber. Mississippi Delta Blues Volume 2, a compilation, $34.99. We have the Convenes, Victims of Convenience, an 86 funk record, $29.99, and Plant and See from 1969, $59. Man, later tonight, we're going to have to like whip out Discogs and look up some of these and figure out what some of this stuff is. I bet there's some crazy good stuff in here. I just don't know what any of it is. I don't have genres on any of it. John can crank out about 4 or 5 crates of this as long as he doesn't make notes on all of them. So it's like we just got to figure out what it is. George Scher on DB. That's for Delta Blues. That's so to George Scher. What's on the surf back here? This is Bob Vaught and the Renegades, spelled G-A-I-D-S. It's called Surf Crazy. It's by Bob Vaught and the Renegades. It's actually an artist, Bob Vaught, V-A-U-G-H-T, $29.99. Okay, this is Money Becomes King song from The Last DJs, the meaning of the dollar sign. There we go. I was about to ask Kevin. SOD's at 260, Black Crow's at 190, and we have over here Star Wars Flashlight, the lightsaber, so to John Nazarko for $19. Very cool. That's sold. I have a whole tub over here of stuff. More guitar picks, other miscellaneous. I love miscellaneous. There's that. We're going to end up selling an entire collection of original 77 Star Wars toys. Pretty sweet stuff here. Who is this? Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Let's do, here we go. $10 start. Star Wars, Star Trek, and the 21st Century Christians. Winky Pranky. Discover the Secret of the Force. $10 start. Okay? Over here, Chris Knapp wants to know plant, info, and condition. 1969. No condition notes on the vinyl. A VG cover because of shelf wear. Plant and see. These are all new arrivals, best offer. Okay? What year is the SOD? OG, first pressing. The original release year. What is it? 2001? 2001 US OG, the original first deal, not a reissue, $270. Next thing was Black Crowes, Travis at 190. It's between Travis and one other person. The last bid before Travis was who? I'm not for sure, but he has it for 190. Next in the crate is Best of T-E-A maybe? Or EA. I guess T, a 78 German press, $19.99. El Chicano Celebration, $19.99. And we have, I have no idea, Krautrock, a 1975 Canadian. It is Message. Boy, they spelt that funny, didn't they? I almost said massage. Message. That is $19.99. Plant is sold to Chris Knapp for $45. Next is Good God. This is a 1972 pressing, $14.99. Black Crowes. Tom Petty's a no bid. The last one, a $20 buy it now. Tom Petty, $20 buy it now if anybody wants it. The Star Wars Star Trek book, Final Call for $10. SOD is at $280. Black Crowes is at $210. Rocky Burnett and the Rock and Roll Trio, 1983, $24.99. Realistic, Put the Hammer Down, that is $14.99. And Time and Charges, the Buckinghams, Don't You Care, original Columbia 2i stereo, $9.99. Was there another question on the Surf from earlier? Condition of Surf Crazy. Yeah, there was no condition notes on the vinyl. Everything in here should be really nice and clean. It looks like an old retail sticker pull there. Yeah, nice, $29.99. The German Opera is gone, okay? German Opera is gone. Steve Martin, this is $14.99. And Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, $24.99. If anybody wants a Star Wars, Star Trek book, $10. No bid on that. $10 buy it now. That was kind of surprising. I'm going to lay that in the pick. That's the only two no bids, okay? The next pick I have is I'm doing some sorting over here. Doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A couple of these don't have anything written on them. They're just Dunlops and different stuff. That one is that. And then I think this is Kiss related. Hold on one second, though. I'm going to do a Google before I say anything. And then a couple of these are 90s bands. And Jonathan Cain, Beatles. I think the rest of these are Kid Rock related. I think I know those two are. Okay, let's do Aerosmith. That's probably one of the next no-brainers I see in here. Over here is Aerosmith. It says Dunlop USA. I got picked. Aerosmith, $10 start. Okay, that's our next pick on that. Now, we had Black Crowes at $225, SOD $290. Rick Barrand offered $22 for Surf Crazy, sold. SOD's at $300. Kathy wants the Star Wars Star Trek book for $10. And we have Lothel on Steve Martin. Hammer Down is sold to Darren Chrisman for $8. And SOD is at $310. Wow. Okay, I'm got to start a third LP auction. These are gotten into extended bidding, and we still got so much more to put up. There's been somebody waiting on Pearl Jam for like hours. Here it is. The official release. I sell Pearl Jam Unplugged all the time. They offer it as a bootleg through one of my distributors. This is the official release from Record Store Day, which is actually the OG release for vinyl. This is limited to 13,000 copies. The first time ever on vinyl. Pearl Jam Unplugged, a $35 start. Next is Carol Brothers, Baby Get Down, a Canadian press, $26.99. And we have Good Rockin' Daddy, Big Joe and the Dynaflows. 1989 Rockabilly, $14.99. The Message record. Message is right here. It's Krautrock, a Canadian pressing from 1975. $19.99. The vinyl's fine. The cover's probably VG minus. Staining, sticker residue, cover wear. Pearl Jam has a bid for $40. SOD's at $320. The Black Crowes, the last bid on the Black Crowes was Travis at $225. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. The MCA Sound Conspiracy. This is a compilation of all these artists. $12.99. Little Esther and Lightning Guitars Band guest stars, Down Home Blues. $19.99. The Festival File. Ray Brown and his Whisperers. 88 Australian Garage, $14.99. Pearl Jam, $45. Pearl Jam, $50. Aerosmith is sold for $10 to Patty Anderson Williams. That's sold to Patty for $10. Let's put this right in here. Thank you, Patty. That's sold to you. That's going to go right here for Patty. Sold to Patty. There's that. There's this. There's that. Got it. All right. Boom. Pow. Bing. Next, $17. Message sold to Ryan Mustaine. I'm taking offers on anything in here you want to make an offer on. Doug Sam, $24.99. What happened on SOAD? Gabriel, $320. Rob Fordham, it's up to you. The Black Crowes is up to John Kaiser, but the hammer's up. It's been a while. The high bid is Travis Woods at $225. Dennis Cole on the MCA Sound Conspiracy, sold to Dennis Cole. Pearl Jam's at $50. Rob's out on SOD. We may have our high bidder. The Moody Blues Greatest Hits. Wow, I've never seen this before. What country is this? $19.99. The Moody Blues Greatest Hits. That's pretty cool, especially as a Moody Blues fan. I've never seen this. Marketed where? It's U.S. Wow, I've just never seen that before. The Black Crowes is still getting bids. George Sambaraz is at $250. Dr. Feelgood, Malpractice, $19.99. Nina Simone at Town Hall, $19.99. Looks like it's a DOL pressing. It's barcoded. Nina Simone, though. And the Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers, a 71 OG, $49.99. Zipper cover, of course. A little bit of writing. Andy Warhol design, $49.99. Bob Riger strikes first on Moody Blues. Travis was next, then Pickle. Black Crowes is still getting bids. John just came back in, but now it's up between you and George, and System of a Down is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $320. This is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $320. Wow. That is epic. Gone. I don't know if y'all were watching last night, but Paul last night during the sale came back with a collection he just bought. And he brought me a couple stacks, and we have since took an assessment. And I think right now we have more insane, OG, just crazy Grail records in this building than ever before. You're seeing some tonight. The inventory of metal, including all these Iron Maiden bootlegs and Megadeth bootlegs we have, it's just insane. We have more probably rare and high quality stuff than we've ever had since I've been doing this. It's just insane. And you're going to be seeing that on auction tonight, tomorrow night, Thursday night, every night. Crazy. Next thing over here was Diego on Dr. Feelgood. Teresa on the Nina Simone. Blaine was 5th on Moody's. Chad next on Nina. Unbought on Little Esther for $12. I'll sell that to you for $15. It's marked $19.99. Black Crowes is at $275. Pearl Jam did not get another bid. Jason Malugan, you never did say out. Make sure if you're done bidding, you say out, okay? That way I can go ahead and sell it and move on. This is sold to Troy Robinson for $50. Troy gets that for $50. Next thing is Little Esther, sold to Unbought for $15. Next is Herbie Hancock Headhunter. Herbie Hancock is a 73 USOG Pittman press. This is near mint minus and pristine. An OG Headhunters, near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful copy, $35 start. The Black Crowes is at $285. Waylon Jennings is sold to Melanie for $15. No problem, Jason, just wanting to make sure on that. Matt wants to bid on Rush right now. Here it comes. Rush, Presto, a 1989 Canadian OG club copy. Canadian, fitting for Rush. Rush Presto, 89 Canadian OG, $35 start. Good luck to everybody on Herbie Hancock. And the Black Crowes right now is between Kaiser and Samberez. Okay, Herbie Hancock already has a bid for $100. Wow, that was a fast jump. We're already at $100 with Mark Fallon. That was a heck of a jump. Okay, next guitar pick. I'm going to look this guy up. I think he played with Ace. I think this guy played with Ace. Sinead will be on deck too. Sinead, Southern Culture, and Ween, all on deck, yes. I think this guy played with Ace Frehley. Jeremy Abick. That's an S. Asbrock. Jeremy Asbrock. Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley. Yeah, he's played with like Kiss. He's played with different people. I think I went to this guy's like garage sale one time. Is this the same guy? I need to look him up. Is this his Instagram? Yeah, I think I've been to like this guy's garage sale like in Nashville. Is that him? I think so. He had a record collection for sale, and I went to his house. He was moving or something. I can't get a good picture of him. Is that him? I think that's him. Yeah. I think I've been to this guy. I think I went to his house and bought some records off of him one time. There he is, like playing with Ace. Yeah. This is, we'll put both of these together for a $10 start, okay? Some Kiss-related stuff there. Maybe there's still a few Kiss Army. There we go. Did he live in a Nashville, Troy, for a while? Did he live in Nashville? I think he lived in Nashville, and he was moving, and I went to his house and bought some records. And he kind of didn't say a lot until I was like, man, I feel like I kind of recognized him. And he's like, well, I played with Ace Frehley. I was like, oh, well, that's something good to know. Black Crowes is at $330, and Herbie Hancock is at $130 with Mark Fallon. This is a 71 OG Richmond press of Sticky Fingers. I'm going to go straight into another crate. I'm not going to go back through that one a second time. So if you was waiting to maybe see something again, be sure and just ask me about it right now, okay? I'm going to go ahead and condense this crate with the other crate. And Rush is... Eric Van Leuven offered 15 on Thor. Right here. Still lives in Nashville. Okay, maybe he was moving houses. I know something was going on, though. All right, the guitar picks are at 15. Okay, there's that. And let's go right over here. And I'm going to condense these with this. Awesome. All right. We had two John crates of New Orleans stuff. Now everything is in one crate. There's that. The Rolling Stones had no condition notes, $49.99. Okay, now, first thing I have is Rush is at 70. Black Crowes is at 350. Rush is at 70. And Herbie Hancock is at $130 of Mark Fallon, going once, going twice. These two guitar picks are with Kathy at $15. Final call. She's got both those at 15. Final call. Troy, you can let your friend know we were selling his guitar picks. And if he's got any other Ace Frehley stuff or Gene Simmons stuff, I'll sell it for him. Okay, so over here, we got Rolling Stones. Now, who asked first about this? The first person who asked was Larry Gonzalez, okay? Next was Nashville Tiger and then Jared McLaughlin. Larry, if you pass, this is sold to Nashville Tiger. He was first, and he's at full price on it, okay? Rush is at 75. Rush is at 80. Black Crowes is still getting bids. It's up to George Samberes. Kaiser has it for $350. And when I come back, I'm selling Herbie Hancock. Never mind, there's a new bid for $145. We're not done. Mark, we're not done. Let's grab another crate. Actually, I want to go through these right quick because what I've been doing is starting the show with nothing but brand new vinyl as soon as the show starts. And I wanted to show y'all some of these one more time so I can condense them and make sure everybody's seen all the new stuff, okay? So first thing is this. Sticky Fingers is sold for sticker price to Nashville Tiger. Over here, I have the following. The Essential Wu-Tang, one left, a double LP, $36.99. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 clear vinyl, $39. Hannah Montana 3, $36.99. Splatter, blue and pink. New Kids on the Block, Step by Step, $29.99. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, another 2 LP clear vinyl, $39. Everclear, Songs from American Movie, Volume 1, Learning How to Smile, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $59.99, Intervention Records. Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, Green Vinyl, Gatefold, $33.99. Alicia Keys, Songs in A Minor, $39.99. Iron Maiden Killers, $33.99. Iron Maiden, Alicia Keys, Disturbed, Everclear, Harry Potter, New Kids on the Block, Hannah Montana, Harry Potter, and Wu-Tang Clan. All those are available. Also available is the following. I've got Michael Jackson Dangerous, a double picture disc, $39.99, a 2 LP, the only official pressing in print right now. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, all analog, $34.99. Gary Newman, Cars, The Pleasure Principle, $34.99 for Gary Newman. Hey, if you don't want to buy an OG copy of Black Crowes, here's a new 30th anniversary remaster. New 30th anniversary remaster, the Black Crowes is $34.99. Right now, the OG copy is at $380 of George Samberes. Mr. Kaiser, you've been outbid. These two guitar picks are sold to Kathy for $15. Alonzo gets New Kids on the Block. Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. That's sold to him. Herbie Hancock's at $170. And the Rush is sold to Matt Parsons for $80. Presto is sold to Matt Parsons for $80. That's gone. New auctions coming up right now. Next thing I have is another guitar pick. I'm going to put it right here. There's all the sold ones. Pretty amazing to see them all spread out. They've almost taken up a whole row of a 6-foot table. Next thing over here, Michael Jackson's a full album. No, it's a double picture disc. It's a full album. It's the full album of Dangerous from 1991. Also have Rancid self-titled. That's on limited edition colored splatter for $29. Wasp Peddler's Children. That's a half-speed master, $33.99 on Wasp. Casey and the Sunshine Band, now playing Greatest Hits, $24.99. I've got 3 copies of Eldorado by Spirit World, $33.99 on that. He's out on the Black Crows. This is sold to George Samberez for $380. Next thing is Herbie Hancock's at $170. Mark Fallon, it goes back to you. Now, let's put up 2 new auctions. I got a lot of requested stuff still over here on deck. Also have just filled up another whole crate. Laura's working on pricing some stuff right now. I hear her pricing gun. Next auction is AC/DC High Voltage. I have never seen this cover. That's actually pretty dang cool. AC/DC is a UK repress, unknown year, late 70s. I've never seen that cover before. VG Plus condition, $35 start, AC/DC. How cool is that? Let's go to the top cam. That's some colorful colors back there. Herbie Hancock's at $200. There's AC/DC. And then the next auction is Ween. Holy moly, here we go. Goodness, everybody get ready for this one. The Mollusk. Ween, the Mollusk, is a 2021 reissue, 180-gram green marble vinyl. This album does go in and out of print fairly often, but right now this is out of print. That's true. I would order these if I could get them. I can't get them. $125 start on that. Their Spirit World, that's $33.99. Also have these following ones as well. I've got the Yardbirds, For Your Love, $24.99. I have Rat, now playing, $24.99. Dropkick Murphys, The Gang's All Here. Dropkick Murphys, $29.99. AC/DC is an official pressing. I'll show you again. None of these back here are bootlegs. David Lee Roth, that's an OG sealed copy of Skyscraper, $28.99. The Struts, everybody wants the Struts, $34.99 for the Struts. We have Urge Overkill, Saturation. Urge Overkill, $33.99. Also have 1 copy left of Trouble, Manic Frustration. Trouble is $29.99. Over here, Tim's out on Herbie Hancock. Mark Fallon has that for $200, final call. In the middle is AC/DC High Voltage. Never seen this before in my life. The reason it has this cover, in case y'all didn't know, there are different covers of AC/DC albums in different countries. That's a common thing for a lot of bands. However, it's a big contrast of AC/DC. They're very different in other countries, including the UK and their home country of Australia. This is a UK repress, VG Plus condition. It is a starting bid of $30. VG Plus, the cover is also VG Plus. It does have some chipping up here, maybe even VG. That is going to go up, and it's a $35 start. Wings at $138. I'm showing you some new vinyl because I'm condensing it. Here's another Harry Potter. That's the Deathly Hallows Part 1, $39.99. Patty K wants a copy of the Struts. That is sold to Patty K. I'm really just condensing the 4 crates of new vinyl tonight down into 1, so you're getting to see everything right quick one more time. David Gilmore is $33.99. And Rammstein Herzeld, Rammstein is $49.99. And the last few things was another Rammstein. That was Zeet, $44.99 on Zeet. And the Black Crows was $44.99. There's those. The other 2 over here are the following. Peter Murphy, Silver Shade. So all the 4 crates of new vinyl from the night, everything is right there. That's it. And the reason I had to do that is because I'm almost out of space over here. I am working on condensing some crates so we can get to the pretty much almost the halfway point of tonight's show. Thanks everybody for watching. This is the second feed because we had to reset earlier. So make sure everybody's hit the like button for me on Facebook and YouTube. We've been live. Well, I forgot about part 1. It says 2 hours and 18 minutes, but we were live for over an hour on the other feed. So there's that. And the first thing I have is the following. Herbie Hancock is sold to Mark Fallon for $200. Let's go ahead and put that away for him. I'm going to make that one of the last records in that crate. AC/DC's at $50. And then over here, Ween. The last bid on Ween that came in was Jim B at $100. Holy moly, Jim B's bidding on this? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, it must be at an absolute theft price right now. The next thing we have is the following. Alonzo, you already got a Trouble. Yes, Patty got the Struts, AC/DC, and then over here, Michael snared on a Peter Murphy. That's so to Michael snared. Let me get a new crate started because this one's really full now. The last thing in that crate should have been Mark Fallon's copy of Herbie Hancock. There's that. And let's slide this over here. And I'm going to slide that right there. There we go. And now, new empty crate, which unfortunately I just put completely across the room over here. Let me grab that. Here we go. Sold a lot of puzzles tonight too. This is sold over here to this. And then I'll take Michael Jackson if it's a single disc. This is a double picture disc. 1991 was the original release. This shows up as a 2018 reissue. It's a double picture disc, full album managed, $38.99. Okay? Over here at the top, we sold Peter to Michael snared. I just put that. Does the Struts have a Bad Company cover? Let's go over here to the Struts. Roll Up could have been me. Kiss This, Put Your Money on Me, Merry Go Round, Dirty Sexy though. Blacks, Times They're Changing. I don't see any Bad Company songs that I know on here, at least that I know. I don't know every one of them though. AC/DC 60, Ween 150, and then AC/DC 75, AC/DC Out, Rammstein, and over here we have this. Okay. Anybody else? I'm about to go back into some more of our pre-owned, but that's all the new vinyl from tonight. We have Peter Murphy, Rammstein, Black Crowes, Rammstein, David Gilmore, Harry Potter, Trouble, Urge Overkill, Struts, David Lee Roth, Dropkick Murphys, Rat, The Yardbird, Spirit World, KC, Wasp, Rancid, Black Crowes. There's a reissue, like I said. Also, we have Gary Newman, Albert King. We have Michael Jackson, Iron Maiden, Alicia Keys, Disturbed, Everclear, Harry Potter, Harry Montana. Harry Montana. How about Hannah? Hannah and Harry Potter. I was getting ahead of myself. And Wu-Tang Clan, okay? Awesome. Great night for new vinyl. 4 crates already condensed down into 1. Let's go through another crate of best offer, okay? Now, we're going to show both records in detail one more time. And let me go ahead and show you the next Star Wars item I have here. This is actually a pretty epic item for Star Wars fans and collectors. So let me lay this over here and let's go grab this next crate. Looks like John had another check condition crate, which will be sticker price. Let's go ahead and go through them and see what we got in here, okay? Looks like he's marked some pretty cool stuff in this crate. And I'm going to go over both auctions in detail quickly one more time, okay? So let me move some of these around. This is just a quick half crate, of nothing but check condition sticker price, okay? We're going to knock these out very quickly over here. So let's do this, and let's do this. All right, so first thing we have is AC/DC. This is high voltage. AC/DC high voltage. There's no year given if you look this up, okay? It just says UK repress. There's a copyright 1976 on the label. This album came out in 1976. This very well could be made in 1976. Represses can be made the year of release, okay? Like Led Zeppelin II. There are Led Zeppelin II represses that are from 1969. But it's not anything modern for sure. It's definitely something from the 70s. High voltage with a cover I've never seen. I've seen all those other Australian covers. I've never seen this UK repress cover. John Kaiser has it for $75. Next is Ween, the Mollusk. Ween is a 2021 180-gram green marble vinyl. Ween. The last bid was Joseph Ellis at $150. Going once, going twice. Urge Overkill was called Saturation. Saturation on Urge Overkill. All right. Next thing is going to be 4 more guitar picks. And these are pretty cool. These are all Beatles Revolver. Now, these are 100% nothing that the Beatles actually played with. These were not used on the Revolver recording session. But it's all 4 of them, of course. Very cool. The Beatles Revolver. Those are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Now, we have a heavy request going up for Jerry Garcia and David Grissom, Shady Grove. This is a 2017 MoFi pressing, limited to 3,000 numbered copies worldwide. Some of them have sold for as much as $541. A rare MoFi. I didn't know this existed till right now. Had no idea this existed till right now. Jerry Garcia and David Grissom, Shady Grove, 2017 MoFi, near mint. That's now our third LP auction, and that's up for bid for a $245 start, $225 start. We have a brand new sealed copy of Urge Overkill Saturation. That came out of the new vinyl crate from a moment ago. New and sealed, $33.99. It is right here. It is right here. I have it. It's a 30th anniversary remastered on opaque turquoise colored vinyl. I didn't even mention that. Opaque turquoise colored vinyl. I've got 2 of them. These are new check condition records priced as marked. Here we go. We've Got a Party, the best of Ron Records, Volume 1. EX condition, $17.99. These are sticker price, new check condition records. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, yellow Atco label, EX, $17.99. Chris Knapp takes an Urge Overkill. He gets it. There's one more remaining if anybody else wants it. Next is Sea Dog. Sea Dog from 1972 is EX, $17.99. The Beatles Picks is now at $20. Next thing is Ween. This is sold for $150. Ween is sold for $150 to Joseph Ellis. AC/DC is also sold to John Kaiser. John Kaiser gets this for $75. Let's put that away. Very, very nice. That's going right over here. Next is James Brown. Wow, a 1963 in shrink. The vinyl's VG Plus, $29.99. Wow. AC/DC, Tony, your bid just came in very late, sir. I would have loved to have taken that, but actually between you and Mr. Kaiser's bid, there was actually almost 7 minutes. The guitar picks are at 20. We have a question about Beastie Boys and Star Wars. Let's knock out the Beastie Boys. I still got an Eazy-E single to run too. Over here in Southern Culture on the Skids. Y'all got to keep reminding me. Where's the Beastie Boys at? Did I even say that earlier? Sinead. I forgot about that one too. Holy moly. It's hard to run the auction when we have like 80 insane auctions, okay? Because basically for as soon as the show starts, everything's requested simultaneously. And it's just luck of the draw or whoever basically keeps asking me the most. Otherwise, a night like tonight, everything has been requested. Everything. It's one of those crazy nights. Everything has been requested at least once. Every time I've read through this crate, about everything is asked about. So just one at a time. This was asked about a bunch. Probably everybody didn't realize it's a $500 record. But right now, it just has 0 bids for a $225 start. Just saying. These picks are sold for $20 to Alex Kane. I've already walked away, but it was Alex Kane. He got the Beatles picks for $20. We've almost sold this entire guitar pick collection. Okay? There's that. We have an Eazy-E 12-inch single. Beastie Boys Intergalactic. This is a 1998 US OG original 12-inch single. This is a 1998 US OG original 12-inch single. The vinyl's in EX condition and the jacket is really nice. $20 start on the Beastie Boys, Intergalactic. Jerry Garcia has a bid for $225 with Brent Robley. $225 with Brent Robley. Now Rick's at $230. Next thing over here. I've already teased it, so let me go ahead and show it. This is an original 1977 Kenner Star Wars action figure holder case. Very cool. It's in pretty dang good condition. I'm going to put this up, and it includes the original card. How cool is that? And there's actually 2 figures still in here. There's 3 figures still in here. There's a Chewbacca that's in pretty dang good condition with his blaster, with his crowbar, with his blaster, with his crossbow blaster, an original Chewbacca, and a Jawa vinyl cape, cloth cape, vinyl's extremely rare, and a Jawa blaster that's oddly blue. I don't remember them being blue like that. There's a Jawa blaster that's blue, and a Stormtrooper also with blaster. So 3 complete figures, both trays, the vinyl box is in pretty dang good shape, and the card. $125 start. $125 start. That's now for bid. Case, 3 figures, $125. That's now up for bid. Okay? If anybody's interested, I have a whole set over here of beautiful figures I've been trying to sell for $500 for a while. I might bring them over and maybe somebody will buy them tonight. $125 start. You don't have to bid either, okay? You don't have to bid. Did anybody buy James Brown? I don't think they did. Oh my gosh, Beastie Boys has had 3,000 bids. So Jerry Garcia, 225, Jerry Garcia, 230, Beastie Boys, 20, 25, 25, 25, 35, Garcia, 235, Beastie Boys, 225, 30, 45, 30, 25, 50. Jerry Garcia, 255, Beastie Boys, 60, Beastie Boys, 40, Beastie Boys, 65, Beastie Boys, 75, condition on James Brown, VG Plus and Shrink, Beastie Boys out, Beastie Boys out, Beastie Boys, 80, Garcia, $260. Wow. Next, Richard Pryor, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Live Cream, Volume 2, EX condition, $27.99. Nancy Sinatra, Sugar, VG condition, $14.99. Smokey Hogg, Original Folk Blues, VG condition, $12.99. Richard Pryor, sold to Lothel. Richard Pryor is sold. Everything in here is sticker price. If you're not first, you're last. Beastie Boys, the high bid is Turd Ferguson at $80. The Jerry Garcia is at $262, rare MoFi. Star Wars is $125 start. That's the high bid. That's the starting bid. I've got another guitar pick for you, Loverboy. Loverboy says Turn Me Loose, established 1979, Intune GP. Loverboy guitar pick, $10 start. Okay? I've picked up 2 records at once, and then everything else fell over. Stand up. We have Ron Mustaine sold on James Brown, unless the first person who asked about it wants it. I have Talking to Scorpions. This is a Scorpions interview picture disc. A Scorpions interview picture disc. VG Plus, $19.99. Beastie Boys has a new bid for $90. Turd, you've been outbid. Jerry Garcia is at $262 with Brent. Rick Barry, and it's up to you. The guitar pick has 2 $10 bids. I'm trying to find a piece of cardboard to put behind this Scorpions picture disc. Let me see if I can find it. Here's one. Laura had marked Japanese on for a divider. There we have it. These are new arrivals. Sticker price. I actually think that might be the front of it. The one with Michael, the one with Michael Schenker. I think they're on the front. I think that's it. Okay. There's that. Over here, Not in Hollywood, George Kirby. That is VG Plus, $9.99. Boston, Don't Look Back, VG, $14.99. Them with Van Morrison. This is a 69 Monarch, VG Plus, $44.99. And Sir Dance-A-Lot and his Dancing Romancing Prancteers, Prancteers, Death the False Twist, a 2010 Garage, covered with nudity, VG Plus, $14.99. The last bid on the Beastie Boys was $100 of Tim Voldness. Jerry Garcia, the last bid on Jerry Garcia was $265. Rick's back in, Brent, you're out. The guitar pick is at 18. Sig, you're out. And Ron Mustaine gets Boston. Don't look back. That's sold. If anybody wants the Star Wars box and the 3 figures with the card, $125 if anybody wants it. Over here, Bill Doggett, Jazz Greatest Names. Bill Doggett is a French pressing, $14.99. Farmer Radman on them. That is sold. We have Beastie Boys at $101. Climax Blues Band is in VG condition, $9.99 for Climax Blues Band. Next auction is going to go up right now. Without any further delay, Sinead O'Connor. This is the Lion and the Cobra, an 87 USOG gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve, VG++ EX. That is going to go up for a $25 start. 2 people have asked to see the Scorpions. The first person was Mike Strauss. How much? VG plus $19.99. VG plus $19.99. Patty also wanted to see it. There's the front. There's the back. Talking to Scorpions. Limited edition, 500 copies pressed, it says. Over here, Chad Smith on Bill Doggett. Sold to Chad Smith. Right now, the Loverboy guitar pick is at 21. Chad Smith on Climax Blues Band. The last bid on the Beastie Boys was Chris Gardner at 101. Turd says he's done. It's up to Tim Voldness. Tim, it's up to you on the Beastie Boys. Scott Markheim says he claimed Scorpions 35 minutes ago. He did. This is already sold to Scott Markheim. Everybody else is out of luck. Already sold to Scott Markheim. Next thing over here is Aerosmith. VG Plus $17.99. Aerosmith and the Johnny Burnett story is VG Plus $19.99. Johnny Burnett story. Here is Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. $36.99 VG Plus condition, and Traffic is VG $12.99. Jerry Garcia is up to one person. Brent has it for $268. The other bidder on Jerry Garcia was Rick Berrien. Rick Berrien, you've been outbid. Chris Gardner's back in on the Beastie Boys at $106. Tim Voldness, you've been outbid. Sinead has one bid for $25. Joy's out on the guitar pick. It's at Sieg at $25, going to once and going to twice. That's where we're at. That's where we're at on those. Okay, there's that. There's this. There's this. There's that. I got to do this, and we're about to do that. I've cut myself on something. I told y'all this is a dangerous business. Every once in a while, I'll look down, and I've cut myself, and I'm like, this is razor sharp records. Dangerous stuff here. Beastie Boys still getting bids. Sinead O'Connor of a new bid. Waiting for one person, but the time is ticking on the Jerry Garcia. Brent has it for $268. Tim Voldness is at $110 on the Beastie Boys Intergalactic 12-inch single. Let's read through these check condition titles one more time. These are going to be at sticker price, and then we're going to go through another crate of buy it now best offer. Duran's on deck. You got it. Duran's on deck. Here's item number 2. This is an original Star Wars cup. Very, very cool. From 1977. It's got a Stormtrooper, it's got Darth Vader, it's got Luke, it's got R2-D2, it's got Leia, and it's got C-3PO. Star Wars, an original cup, made in USA, 1977. Star Wars is a $15 start. That is now up for bid. First thing we have is We've Got a Party. EX condition, $17.99. Over here is Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. This is EX condition, $17.99. This is Sea Dog, EX $17.99. And Live Cream Volume 2, EX $27.99. Star Wars is at $15 with Lauder check. This guitar pick is sold. This guitar pick is sold to Sieg for $25. That's sold to Sieg for $25. Thank you on that. That's sold to Sieg for $25. The Loverboy. Still got some guitar picks to sell. Specifically 300 to 400. I may be joking. I could be exaggerating. You never know about me. Sometimes, even when I exaggerate, it's an honest estimate. We have over here, this is Jerry Garcia. Jerry Garcia is sold to Brent Robley for $268. Sold. $268. Beastie Boys, $130. We got Sinead O'Connor. The last bid on this was Patty K at $32. Final call. The Star Wars mug has one bid for $15 to Vladarchek. Dennis Jackson says he's willing to open up the bid on SCOTUS for $250. Dang. All right, I better go find that then. He said he was going to be at least $250. Goodness. All right. And we have a request for Duran Duran. Here is Southern Culture on the skids. This is called Mojo Box. This is a 2004 USOG sealed, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Southern Culture on the skids is a $35 start. Nancy Sinatra's Sugar, VG $14.99. Original Folk Blues Smoky Hog, VG $12.99. VG Plus $9.99 on George Kirby. We have Death the False Twist, VG Plus $14.99. Aerosmith is VG Plus $17.99. Beastie Boys is at $131 with Chris Gardner. Tim Voldness is out. Sinead O'Connor is officially sold to Patty K for $32. Vladarchek on the Star Wars Cup. Man, that was cool. I thought that would do more than that. That sold to Vladarchek for $15. That could have been the very last mug ever manufactured in the United States. Now, if there's probably a Star Wars Cup being made, it's made in China. China. Over here, we have SCOTUS at $14. Farmer Redman, your bid came in very late on the Star Wars mug. B-Sides on Sir Dance-A-Lot, that is sold. SCOTUS is at $40. And then the Johnny Burnett, VG Plus 19. SCOTUS is at $45. Over here, Alice Cooper, no one's got this. VG Plus $36.99. Aerosmith sold to Joe Ives. And Traffic is VG $12.99. Beastie Boys at $132. Next auction is Eazy-E. Straight out of Compton. This is on Ruthless Records. Boys in the Hood. Eazy-E. Goodness gracious. This is a 1987 US. It is a reissue from 87. It was released in 1987. Ruthless Records. Eazy-E. Boys in the Hood. A $25 start. And the original Ruthless Records sleeve. And the B-side is LA is the Place and Fat Girl. Both of those songs were written by who? Ice Cube. These were written by Ice Cube. And Boys in the Hood co-credited with Eazy-E. $25 start. Goodness, let the bidding begin. An Eazy-E original 12-inch single, 1987 reissue, now up for bid. Beastie Boys, $132. SCOTUS is at $70. And was there any other claims? There was no other claims. Here we go. SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States of America. $70. SCOTUS and POTUS. China. Eazy-E is at $50. That took off quickly. I knew it would. If it don't bring $200 or $300, honestly, I'll be shocked. Man, I'm very excited to get into this bottle of water. Holy moly. First chance I've had to take a breath in almost 6 hours. Okay. Next item. This is an original Coca-Cola Return of the Jedi Star Wars Cup, $15 start, 1983. Return of the Jedi. Enjoy frozen Coca-Cola. Looks like something that would have been at a gas station or a theater for where you could have got some frozen, like a Coca-Cola Icy or something. Return of the Jedi. Y'all can't even see what I'm showing you. Hold on a second. There we go. Sorry, couldn't even see what I was showing you. Return of the Jedi Cup. Very cool. $15 start. Coke it is. Canadian. 1983 Canadian. 83 Canadian. That one's made in old Canada. That is a $15 start. That's another original Star Wars item, this time from 83. $15 start on that, Return of the Jedi. Frozen Coke. Frozen Coke. I had some frozen Coke signs one time. Very expensive. Okay. Let's also, I'm sorting, we're almost done with our picks. I've got some 90s bands that I think I'm going to bundle up. I've got House of Blues, Theory of a Dead Man, Silver Tide, and 7 Dust, and 1 BTE, which I don't really know, but I'm going to put all those together. Then I think I have some more Kid Rock. I do. I think that's Kid Rock. I know that's Kid Rock. I know that's Kid Rock. I know that's maybe Kid Rock. I'm not for sure on that one, or that's Kid Rock. Okay. And then Jonathan Cain might be worth an auction by itself. And then the rest, I think I'm just going to put in one big lot. All right. So we got about 5 or 6 guitar peak auction lots left. And then next thing was Eazy-E's at $35. What condition? VG Plus. Southern Culture on the Skids is at $100. The Beastie Boys is sold. This is sold to Tim Voldness for $132. Tim Voldness gets this for $132. Alex Kane also got the Traffic album from the last bin. Alex Kane also got the Traffic from the last bin. I hadn't pulled that yet for Alex. Here's this. Okay. And then the Star Wars Cup is $15 if anybody wants it. Southern Culture on the Skids. The last bid was Gregory at $100. A 2004 OG sealed copy. And Eazy-E. The last bid on Eazy-E. The last bid on Eazy-E. I'm showing Turd Ferguson at $75. Okay? $75 with Turd Ferguson. That's the high bid, and he's about to get it. I've got a whole nother crate here of new arrivals, never shown before, to be put up right now. Buy it now, best offer. Mostly unique, some unusual, and some stuff in here I actually know what it is. All going up. Buy it now, best offer. Okay? I have a feeling Laura's putting some finishing touches on one of her crates. That will be epic whenever it comes up here. And here we go. Next thing. It's already 10 o'clock. Unbelievable. Time flies when you're having fun, they say. I think I'm having fun. I hope y'all are too. Let's see what's going on here with this book. I see a Star Wars book down here. What is this? Wow, this looks cool. The Star Wars Storybook. Wow. Full color photographs, Random House. This looks pretty dang cool. The Star Wars Storybook from 1978. Signed by Mark Hamill. No, I'm joking. Very cool. Very cool. The Star Wars Storybook. Nice. Look at that picture of Darth Vader on the back. Wow. $15 start on the Star Wars Storybook. That's now up for bid. Eazy-E's at $100. Okay. Steven, you are immediately outbid. Gregory gets SCOTUS for $100. Star Wars is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Okay. Next auction is the Cramps. Yeah. Oh, no, let's do Duran Duran. Man, there's been some people asking about this, I think, for hours. Duran Duran in Shrink and Hype at 82 Winchester OG, EX condition, a $25 start. Okay. Eazy-E is at $100 with Turd Ferguson. Boys from the Hood. One second, please. You do a couple things over here. There is no 7 Dust available. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Wow, no bet on Star Wars. Shocking. Final call for a $15 start. Changes Johnny Rivers. with a cover that really needs to be cleaned. I'm going to set this off to the side. Okay? Next is the stems. Love Will Grow, Rosebuds Volume 1. 1986 Australian pressing, Garage, $24.99. Charlie Gracie, Rockin' Philadelphia, an 82 French Rockabilly, $14.99. Eazy-E. Now, Stephen, you bid 95. 4 seconds later, Turd bid 100. I'm making sure Stephen Parton is done. I haven't heard back from him. The Star Wars book has one bid for $15, final call. William Drugovich gets the stems. Duran Duran's at 40 with Brett Hamilton. We have Amazing Adventures of the Liverpool Scene, 1969, $24.99. We have Daddy's Coolest, 20 Greatest Hits of Daddy Cool, 82 Australian, $29.99. I got to be very careful when I read stuff out loud, especially when it's stuff like guitar picks, because everybody's like, holy crap, did you just say Seven Dust, Silvertide, and Theory of a Dead Man? And I actually did earlier. We were talking about guitar picks, and I'm going to bundle these together. I've got, I don't know who BTE is, but there's BTE. There's Seven Dust. It says Kentucky on the back. There's Silvertide with somebody's signature. There's Theory of a Dead Man with somebody's signature. And there's, I think, House of Blues with Ernie Ball on the back. So there's 5 guitar picks there, a $20 start. I got to be very careful when I read stuff out loud. I was reading off guitar picks. Okay, I lost Stephen Parton somewhere. Eazy-E is sold for $100 to Turd Ferguson, okay? I lost Stephen Parton on that one. And now Duran Duran's at $49 of Ron Mustaine. We have Johnny Legend and his skull caps. Rockabilly Rumble. That's an 81 French pressing, $26.99. Better Than Ezra. You had a feeling these were all like 90s and 2000s bands. Better Than Ezra, Seven Dust, Silvertide, Theory of a Dead Man, and House of Blues. Guitar picks, a $20 start on that lot, okay? I didn't figure we'd sell those individually for 10 a piece. Well, how about one lot? That's now a $25. Star Wars book, sold one bid, Farmer Redman, $15. That was Star Wars storybook. Laura's Crate has been delivered, and we're going to start going through that in just a moment. It is now up here right next to me. Laura's Crate has been delivered, just FYI. It's up here. I have it, and we're going to finish this crate first. Now the guitar picks are at 30. Now over here is Duran Duran. The last bid was Ryan Mustaine at $49. Next is the Out of Sights Rock and Roll Dance Party, 2015. This is a garage album, $26.99. The guitar picks are now at 30. We still got some crazy stuff to put up for auction. Here's the next one, The Cramps, Smell a Female. Very Frankenstein. The jacket is The Smell a Female. The disc is Bad Music for Bad People, which is an 84 EMG OG compilation. Okay, so this is not Smell a Female. It's Bad Music for Bad People. VG, $30 start. Frankenstein. You got a Cramps jacket and a Cramps disc, but they're not the same. $30 start on that. Duran Duran is at $55. We have Street Parade, Earl King. Earl King's an 81 UK copy, $59.99 for Earl King, $59.99. The guitar picks are at 30. Scott Dwallow's out. James Chilcott, it's up to you if you want to bid again. Next is Memphis Slim plays Classical American Blues, a French copy, $24.99 on Memphis Slim. And Grease Grease live at the Creamery, 2008, that is $19.99. Also Harper and Row. This is a 68 folk rock, $19.99. Yeah, the disc in here, which is Bad Music for Bad People, it's VG condition. VG condition, okay? Duran Duran's at 55. Now I'm waiting to hear back from Ron Mustaine. Ron, you're outbid on Duran Duran, just FYI. What other cool Star Wars stuff do we have down in here? We might be getting into some other stuff as well. What is this here? These are like cards. Pretty interesting looking thing here. Let me see. These are toys. These can get kind of expensive here. We got these, and I might check comps on a couple of these. Let me check a comp on this, too. This is a pretty cool looking toy, especially for being mint in box. Let me see this right here. This is... Okay, so Duran over 55. I'm waiting for Ryan Mustaine on that one. Peaks out. Good. That means we can sell some stuff. And Memphis Slim is sold to Michael Butler. Thank you on that. That's sold to Michael Butler. And then over here, we have Duran at 58. That bid just came in. But we can go ahead and sell these picks to Brent Robley for $30, okay? These are sold to Brent for $30. Those are done. Let me put these right over here. And those are going to go right there. All right. That's done. Next thing over here is what? Next thing over here is Duran got a new bid. And, yeah, I was just doing comps on this. I knew this I probably would be a little bit more pricey, but what a cool item. This is an original, brand new, I would say also in very high grade, Colt from the Fall Guy. An Ertl die-cast metal figure, brand new on the card. And this actually needs to be around a $65. Here's what some of them have sold for. $80, $100, and $75 in this exact condition. So I'll say a $65 start on that. If not, I guess I need to put it on the old eBay, unfortunately. But $65 start on that. That's a pretty interesting item. But an original item there from the Fall Guy. $65 start on that. Duran's at $60. Ryan's up to you. And now the cramps can be bought for a $30. It is Frankenstein, wrong jacket, different sleeve, different record, but if somebody wants it, $30. We have Band of Joy from 1978. That's $14.99. Band of Joy. And New York Suicide King, 1998. That's on pink vinyl, $14.99. Mike Torres is in on Colt at $65. And like I said, I got comps pulled up right here. One of them sold really nice, just like this one. Nice plastic and everything, $100. So he has that at $65. Ryan, it's up to you on Duran. Our next LP auction. I still got a couple over here from the high-end tab. I still got Meat Puppets. Meat Puppets, too. Not many people's asked about it. It is an 84 OG, an original pressing from SST, VG++ EX with the original under sleeve. Meat Puppets, $85. Some copies have sold for as much as $200. Chad Smith's going to go ahead and take the Frankenstein cramps. That's sold to Chad Smith. And we have the Turpentines, American Music for American People, a 98 Swedish press, $24.99. Ryan's back in on Duran. He's got a very delayed connection, but he's back in at $63. Brett Hamilton, you've been outbid, just FYI. Where the Moon Came From, Twin of Pangea, a 2005 German press, $19.99. And Realm of the Senses. And this is an 86 alternate rock, $19.99 on that. And the original Sins, Party's Over, 1990 Garage, $19.99. The Colt action figure is a final call to Mike Torres for $65. The Fall Guy. We got Belflagor. Belflagor is an 84 Goth Rock, $14.99 on that. Meat Puppets don't have a bid yet, looking for an $85 start. William Drugovich on Originals, Original Sins. That's sold to William Drugovich. Thank you on that. And then we have Brownstone. Brownstone's a 1973 white label promo, $19.99 on Brownstone. Sinatra, A Man and His Music. Sinatra's a double LP, $24.99. And the most exciting new guitarist of the jazz scene today, it's Uptown with the George Benson Quartet, $19.99. Let me go ahead and lay this in here. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $65. Appreciate that. Cool original toy there from the early 80s. Let's put that right there. That's sold to him for $65. My table's over here full of guitar picks, toys, Star Wars memorabilia. I'll do the Ramones right now, but the first thing I have is info on Meat Puppets. This is the Meat Puppets 2, an original first pressing from SST, an 84 OG, VG++ EX, nice, an $85 start. It has the original inner sleeve and a VG Plus cover. They're still battling out over the OG Duran Duran. It's at 68. BS condition, BS Brownstone for Wolverine. Brownstone is probably a VG cover, a little bit of corner wear, no condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. Duran Duran's at 75. I still got some sweet auctions over here, including Talking Heads, Devo, Ingve Cream, Coltrane, Def Leppard, Miles Davis, Dwight Yoakam, Rubber Soul, Caius, and here comes the Ramones. It is an 83 Jacksonville G. Unfortunately, though, it's in pretty low grade. It's in G++ VG minus. So a pretty low grade record, $15 star. Still playable, though. There's the Ramones. Next over here is Brownie McGhee and Sonny Terry, A Long Way From Home. ABC Bluesway, no condition notes. What a clean record. $19.99 on that. $19.99 on that. A Long Way From Home. All right, here's another cool Star Wars item. Let me get a comp on this. Plus, I don't like selling these too much unless I know if it's complete. But if anything, everybody likes the box usually. This is, let me look it up right quick. This is from 77 too. I like all the stuff from 77. Let me get a comp on this, and then of course I'll do much less than the eBay. I'd rather sell it to y'all. It may get bid up over eBay comps. That's very common. It may sell for a lot less. I'm going to put this one up for a $20 start. This is an original 1977 Star Wars puzzle. Now, one of the biggest questions is it complete? There's supposed to be 140 pieces in here. I have no idea. It's an original 1977 Star Wars puzzle with Chewbacca and Han Solo there on the cover. A $20 start on that. That's auction number 4. Duran Duran is sold to Brett Hamilton for $75. Michael Butler on Brownie McGhee. And Mel Bell on Supertramp. Is there a Supertramp in here? I don't think there is. Okay, Meat Puppets is a no bid. Unbelievable. $85 buy it now on that. You can pick that up right now for $85. $85 on the Meat Puppets. $85 over here on the Meat Puppets, okay? There's that. Let's lay this right over here. And there's that, and there's that, okay? There's that for a $20 start, and the Ramones is a $15 start. Kristen Barnett's in. Next is Pee Wee Creighton, Blues After Dark. Pee Wee Creighton is an 88 UK copy, $19.99. Also, Catfish Hodge. This is Boogeyman Gonna Get Ya. This is a 72 white label promo. This is $29.99. $29.99 on that. Michael Butler on Pee Wee Creighton. Thank you on that. Final call on the Ramones. And then over here is the Who Sellout, a 67 Pinckneyville press, $49.99. This is OG. The cover has quite a bit of chipping, but that is an original Decca pressing of the Who. And we have Nat King Cole, just one of those things. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Final call on the Ramones. Next auction is Caius, and the Circus Leaves Town. Wow, OG Caius from Germany. Actually, it's a 99 German repress. Stoner Rock! Where is Joshua Cross at? It's on purple vinyl. It's in EX condition. This is Caius. Stoner Rock! And the Circus Leaves Town. That's a $50 start. Also, we have Junie. This is Junie and Shrink and Hop, a 1981 funk album. $19.99 on that. And B.B. King in London. B.B. King in London. $29.99 for the B.B. King album. We have American Youth Report. Wow, American, is this $49.99? Yeah, American Youth Report. Wow, in shrink, $49.99. I know that's always pretty desirable. The Ramones is a G++ / VG minus. It is low grade, but it is OG. It has one bid for $15. It's G++ / VG minus. Caius has a bid with Joshua. He's awake. He's awake. And we have Harper and Jugla. 1988, $29.99 on that. And Eloy, Necromania, a krautrock album from 84, $44.99. Man, we've got some really cool stuff in here. Metromania is what it's called, Metromania. Star Wars puzzle, if anybody wants it, it's a $20 buy it now on the Star Wars puzzle from Kenner, 1977. The Beatles for sale, a 76 UK copy. It's got a flip back or a unipack top design, a unipack top sleeve design. It's a 76 pressing. Of course, this originally came out in 64. This is a 76 pressing, $49.99. 8 days a week, the Beatles. There's that. So, Kristen Barnett, you have been bumped on the Ramones, and then somebody wants to see it again. This is Subterranean Jungle by the band known as the Ramones. It is a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville original first pressing. The vinyl is G++, maybe VG minus. It's a $15 start. We had one bid, then we had another bid for $16. Caius just has one bid. This is the time of night where everybody starts getting sleepy. They're brushing their teeth. They're trying to get ready for bed, and they're missing out on great auctions. They've probably already walked their dog for the final time, and right now, they are missing out on great auctions. Because this is one of those nights, I said it'd be 11 o'clock, and we'd still be selling primo stuff. Some people's like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. And look what they're missing. Caius, something we never, ever get in. Caius and the Circus Leaves Town, purple vinyl, a 99 German repress. This is one of those auctions last night Paul brought out, and we was like, oh, God, it's Caius. And, you know, we went ahead and put it up tonight. I expected bids for 50, 70, 80, 100, 125. Now it's finally getting bids. Everybody's like, holy crap, I better pay attention to what's going on. Early over here was a meat puppet, something I figured we showed it last night. I thought, man, that's going to get a bid for 100, 125, 130, 150. Now we have an offer for $75. They're like, oh, I'm going to go to bed. It's Tuesday. Chad's not going to be selling anything too exciting until Thursday. And we've brought out Grails on a Tuesday night. It's only 10:20. Hopefully everybody's waking back up and realizing what you're missing out on. Alex Kane got Eloy. We got crazy stuff from this New Orleans collection, one after another. How often do we put out Krautrock? A bizarre album, sold to Alex Kane. Mike Torrey's got the Beatles. The Ramones 17, the Ramones 20. Caius is at $60. Caius $55. Caius $65. Caius $100. The Ramones at 22. The Ramones at 23. Caius is already $100. The next couple auctions, I'm going to double the starting bid. Everybody's gone to bed. All the bidders are gone. I'm going to have to, whatever Laura's put at the starting bid, I'm going to start saying twice as much because we expect these to get bids and go up. Not no bids and a buy it now. The Meat Puppets is sold to Josh Brown reluctantly for $75. Unbelievable. I figured that'd bring $150, $200. We had some people begging just for reissues the other night. Josh Brown gets that for $75. There's that, there's that. Now, after I've really hyped up what's going on right now, hopefully everybody's woke back up and realized the severity of what is happening right now. Caius is at $100. The Ramones is at $25. And we have War, Love is All Around. This is $19.99. This is a UK copy of something. I don't even know. Adventures in the Mist, $26.99. That's available. Let's go ahead and introduce a third auction before more people start falling asleep. The next thing I have is going up right now. It is Devo, We Are Not Men, a 78 USOG. It's a Go disc pressing. That's the plant. VG++ EX, a $20 start. $20 start. Ryan Mustaine on War. Gregory has Caius over here. It's at $100. Caius and the Circus Leaves Town. It's at $100. We're about to sell it. That's more like it. Boogeyman. Boogeyman's a 2003 German. Don't make me yell it. This is stoner rock, okay? My voice is already starting to break tonight. I have wore out. I've had to scream almost all night at everybody to wake everybody up. There is stoner rock, okay? It's there. Just go ahead and claim it, Joshua. It's called Boogeyman. You asked for this stuff. It's right here in front of you. Don't miss an opportunity. Do not miss an opportunity, Joshua. Here is Janis Joplin, $34.99. And we have the Contemporaries. This is a 72 gospel album in shrink, $49.99. And we have the Romans, You Only Live Once, an 83 New Wave, 1999. Over here, we have the Ramones. This is sold. The Ramones is sold to Robin Glenn for $25. Caius, The Clock Is On. I'm about to sell it for $100. Devo has now 3 $25 bidders. That's where we're at. Also, Ellis. Ellis is a 1972 pressing, $24.99. This is called Riding on the Crest of a Slump. Ellis is $24.99. Lower crates on deck, yes. We have Ova, Out of Bounds. Ova, an 82 UK, $19.99. And Everything You Wanted to Hear by the Charlie Daniels Band but was afraid to ask. They make one of these with Rush. I've been looking for it for a while. $34.99. Gregory, you get Caius for $100. Cheryl, what Star Wars item do you want? The puzzle, the collector case box, or the cup? I'm assuming you want the puzzle. Devo, Steel is at $25. That first bidder was at $25 was James Allen. Samuel Kopich is out, haven't heard back from him. Dan Ingerson's out, haven't heard back from him. Next auction is Talking Heads. Talking Heads is going to go up right now. At this point, you might be like, good gosh, Chad, what else did you possibly still have up for auction? Here it is. Talking Heads, Remaining Light. This is a 1980 USOG specialty press with the original on her sleeve, no lyric insert, EX condition, a $25 start on Talking Heads. Next is Pete McCobb, The Man Who Ate the Plant, 1973, $19.99 on that. Devo's at $30. Devo's at $30. Cheryl Smith wants the Star Wars puzzle for $20. Sold to Cheryl Schmidt. That is sold for $20. Let's put that right in here. Thank you, Cheryl. That's sold to you. Next item. Let's walk right around here and see what's going on. The next thing I have is some more guitar picks. Let's do the rest of, I think, is... Let's do the Hard Rock Cafe. I'm going to do all the Hard Rock Cafe and then just these other random ones, okay? So here's some more guitar picks. My next lot is Hard Rock Cafe. Purple, there's a tortoise shell, kind of a baby blue, a red, and orange, and blue. Now, these aren't associated with anybody. They're just Hard Rock Cafe, okay? So there's those. I'm going to put a lot in this lot, $10 start. And then I've just got some regular ones. Nothing really significant. Here's some Dunlop with the turtles on them. The Tortex. No name or anything, just some Dunlops. And then this one here, which is actually broken. I don't know. That might have been, who knows? He might have got these at a show from somebody, but they're not marked. And this one says Ryman Auditorium. That one says Ryman Auditorium here in Nashville. So guitar picks, $10 start. Now Devo's at $32. Now Talking Heads. Brian Call bid first at $25. Ryan, you're out. We have the Treble Makers versus the Doomsday Device, a 1999 surf record. What a crazy cover. The Treble Makers, $24.99 on that. We have Jake Bugg. Jake Bugg, a 2013 press, $24.99. Over here is the A La La's Calico Review from 2016, $24.99. And Sinatra's Are You Ready? This is a 2011 Italian press, a punk album, $19.99. Talking Heads 30, Talking Heads 35. Guitar pick lot, $10 start. Devo's at 33 with Samuel Kopich. James Allen, you've been outbid. The high bid on Devo right now is $33 with Samuel Kopich. Right now, the Talking Head bids is at $35 with Ron Mustaine. James Allen, you've been outbid. Just so y'all know. Just so you know where you stand in life. Anybody else want anything in this crate? Anything. I'm about to go straight into this other crate first, okay? Devo has a new bid. Devo has another new bid. Final call to lock in a bid on the guitar picks. There was only one earlier that didn't sell, and that was Tom Petty, Money Over Everything, or Love, or something like that. I forgot what this one's called, but it's from the collection of most likely staged-used guitar picks, or ones that were thrown out at the show. I was asking $20. We had some guitar picks tonight sell for $50, some sell for $10. I'm asking $20 for that, right? First thing we have is A La La's price. That was $24.99. Devo's at $40. Talking Heads is at $40. Talking Heads is at $42. All those are still getting bids. I'm going to go ahead and condense this with the I'm not going to read through these again. I think I need to do like a noon o'clock, a noon special, and start going through. I hadn't really discounted hardly any of the New Orleans stuff. I really need to sort by genre and just do some kind of noon video, and where I think people have time to maybe go back and figure out what some of this stuff is, listen to it. We know what Charlie Daniels is, but this is a promo. There's so much unusual stuff you've never seen before. 34, I mean, there was punk in here. There's still a stoner record, stoner rock. There's punk. There's new wave. I mean, there is so much crazy stuff still in there, okay? Talking Heads is at 45. Talking Heads is at 47. And what about Devo? Tim Voldness bid $40 on Devo. If you're not Tim Voldness, you don't have the bid. Any no sales or no bids? 0. Everything is sold tonight, minus a few Star Wars items, which I will show later. Based on tonight's auction selection, definitely nothing left over. It's been pretty insane. It's felt like a Thursday night metal night. It hadn't been metal, but it's just been those kind of titles tonight. Jason Kenton on the Tom Petty pick. Jason on the Tom Petty pick. That is sold to Jason for $20. $20. What's the stoner rock? Joshua, you completely missed. I had a feeling you wasn't watching. I yelled your name 2 or 3 times. I told you were missing an opportunity. You must have got off the chat. And I thought you were watching and just wasn't saying anything. You've completely missed the stoner rock album. Can y'all believe it? I thought he was right there in the chat the whole time. Can you do Star Wars case and Jawa for 50? I am going to pass. But thank you for the offer. All 3 figures in case, $125. Jim B, you might as well just go ahead and buy it right now. Let me tell you why. If not, it's going to sell before tonight's over with. Star Wars case with 3 figures and the card, $125. Let's show that record again to Joshua. He waits all week for a chance at some stoner rock, and he almost let one completely slip through. Can y'all believe it? I was literally yelling at him earlier. He's nodding off. I know it. Everybody's nodding off. I'm about to blow the air horn. I'm about to take over y'all's volume manually, a hack. I'm going to turn up all of y'all's volume and then just crank this air horn. Boogeyman. This is called Boogeyman 666 Blues, a 2003 German presser, stoner rock, $19.99. All you got to do, Josh, it says, I'll take it. I called you out 4 or 5 times. I thought you just already had it or something. I am currently hiding the Laura Cray sticker. Actually, she has instructed me where to put it. I'm going to lay it over here, and I'm going to figure out which one she said. She said this one. All right. We will put it on that one, and I am going to write that down, and I'm going to let y'all know at the conclusion, after we sell everything in here, who got it. Because based on the look of this crate, we're probably going to sell everything in here. Now, here we go. We're ready for a new crate. Anything from earlier, we'll have to do it at another time. First thing is this. I'm going to write down where the sticker's going. I'm going to fold it up. And here we go. Just waiting for Jim B to step up to the plate and say, sure, Chad, what the heck? I'll do 125. I've made millions of dollars watching your show. I can just go ahead and 125, just peel that back and, you know, just like that, just like nothing. That won't be a problem for Jim B. You should see the way this guy rolls. We have Stoner Rock. That one sold to Joshua Cross. Let's grab this crate right over here and put this right in here. All right. Okay. I better update all this and figure out where we're at. The last bid on Talking Heads was Ryan Mustaine at $47. Ryan Mustaine at $47 on Talking Heads. Devo. The last bid on Devo, D-E-V-O was his name. Tim Voldness sold $40 with the rare Tom Brady variant cover. All of these guitar picks, the Hard Rock Cafe, the Ryman, and then just the regular ones, $10. $10 on those guitar picks. That whole shebang. Talking Heads is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $47. These are all new arrivals, sticker price. Next auction, it's time for the Beatles. This is a 1976 U.S. Winchester press of rubber sole. A 1976 U.S. Winchester, which is, of course, a reissue. This is now going up a $25 start. $25 start for rubber sole. The next thing I have is the following. Def Leppard Pyromania. A 1983 U.S. Pittman original pressing. A $25 start. Beatles, Def Leppard. The first record in this crate is Saxophone Colossus, Sonny Rollins. A 2012, $19.99. Starting off with a little jazz, Sonny Rollins. Next, this is the Butt Hole Surfers, sealed, $29.99. Psychic, Powerless, Another Man's Sack. Butthole Surfers, sealed, $29.99. Sold immediately to Kelly Vlodderchek. The Beatles has one bid for $25. Def Leppard has a bid for $25. James Chilcott is the only official bidder right now. Ryan Mustaine on Sonny Rollins. Now, I've got two guitar picks here. I don't know who they're from, okay? So we're going to sell them together. I don't know who that is. There's nothing, there's nothing on this side. It looks like Mallory, okay? I have no idea. And this says Snake with a snake logo on the back. Those aren't ringing a bell with me. So we'll do two unknown there. And if they're Kid Rock related, I'm going to add more to them. If we find out they're Kid Rock related, I've got more over here. Joy Division Substance, a 2LP sealed Joy Division, $34.99, 2015, which is a Joy Division compilation. Def Leppard 26 Now 30. The Beatles still just has one bid with Joe Ives for $25. Talking Heads 77, limited edition green vinyl, which was a Rocktober exclusive from 2020, sealed, $39.99 for the Talking Heads 77. And we have the Replacements, Hootenanny. The Replacements is 2016, $24.99, a Rhino Start Your Ear Off Ride exclusive. Def Leppard's at 30, Tom McEwen, you're out. These two guitar picks, one looks like it says, it could say Malcolm, honestly. No, I'm not for sure. I have no idea. And this one says Snake. That's the name of the guy, Snake. And there's a snake on the back. Some people saying it could be Slash. Slash's Snake Pit. Did he have another guitarist or a bass player named Snake? I have no idea. Kelly Vlodderchek on the Replacements. That's why I'm selling those two together. $10 start. Devo, Duty Now for the Future. Magenta colored vinyl, sealed, $24.99. We have The Shrine, Rare Breed, a punk album, green vinyl, $17.99. Skid Row, Rob Snake Sabo. That would make sense. The very first pick we sold tonight was Skid Row, the very first one we had, okay? So, next thing we have is we had a question on the Beatles. What label on Rubber Soul? John Bobing, it's an orange, 76 US Winchester orange. Okay, Def Leppard's at 35. There's this. We have Crowbar, Sever the Wicked Hand. Crowbar is sludge metal. These hands have been chopped off. It's a double LP, 1999. Next, There Will Be Blood, original music by Johnny Greenwood. Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead, 1999. Crowbar sold to Mark Stanley. Scott Dwallow second. The last bid on Def Leppard was 35. That means that James Chilcott, you've been outbid, just FYI. He's back in at 36. 4 people on Crowbar so far. Mark Stanley was first. I know what this is. Van Morrison. Wow, on orange vinyl. Sealed 2019. Summer of 69. Limited edition orange vinyl. A classic album. $49.99. These 2 guitar picks are a no bid. $10 buy it now. Okay? Let's put those right over there. $10 buy it now. There Will Be Blood, so to Darren Johnson. Chris Knapp was second. Next is Godsmack Faceless. Godsmack is $37.99. 2 LP colored vinyl. That's the first time that was ever on vinyl. The Beatles just got 1 bid, and that is sold. It seems like a long time ago now, but there was a couple questions. James, Joe Ives, $25. You Won't See Me, Norwegian Wood, Rubber Soul. Down here at the bottom, Def Leppard, $38. Joshua got Van Morrison. Danzig, 35 on Twitch, got Godsmack. There is a waiting list for Ozzy, No More Tears. That is a waiting list. Black Label Society, Scollage. Black Label Society is sealed, a 2022 Record Store Day exclusive, $29.99. $29.99. I feel like we need to back up this camera some. Okay. Next, Sean Druin on the waiting list for Ozzy. Black Label Society sold. Which shrine is that? The shrine is called Rare Breed, $17.99. Def Leppard is officially sold to Tom McEwen for $38. All right, next is Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, a 1984 OG in EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start, Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Black Label Society was sold to Scott Dwallow, then Chad Schneider was next, and then Alex Kane. Next auction is Cream, Wheels of Fire. Cream, Wheels of Fire, a 68 US Terre Haute with a hop sticker I don't think I've seen before, advertising White Room, in the White Room. An OG copy from 68, VG condition, a $20 start. The Shrine is sold to Hiram Aponte. Sold. Next, Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, a 2020 reissue. Aerosmith is $17.99. Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, black and white colored vinyl. Pearl Jam, it's a compilation, a Walmart exclusive, just $29.99. Cream and Yngwie now up for bid. And then here is our next guitar lot. The last 3 hadn't sold though. These are all Kid Rock related. Actually, you know what? I bet that one's Kid Rock. Yep, I just solved a puzzle. Whoever that is also in the Kid Rock band. So there is 4 Kid Rock related guitar picks. Made in Detroit, Detroit, made in Detroit. This one got worn off, but it's that same person. So whoever that Mallory looking name was is Kid Rock. We probably could do a quick Google. Obviously, I don't have time to do that right now, but that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? So there's 4 Kid Rock related guitar picks, and I think I've just got one more to sell after this one, and then maybe we can bundle all these together over here, okay? So Cream's at 27, Yngwie, no claim on Pearl Jam or Aerosmith. That's surprising. And then over here, we got Rocktober, Stone Temple Pilots, That's a colored vinyl, which is the best of, $34.99. And Clay Moore says Snake Peaks. I'll take Snake Peak for $5. Clay Moore may be claiming it. I'm not for sure. Now, Clay, I just pulled the other one out and put them in here with this one. So if you still want it, though, somebody's making an offer for $5. I just pulled one out of the lot, though. But anyway, Puddle of Mud Famous. We'll see what Clay says. Puddle of Mud Famous is $24.99. Music on vinyl pressing. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, a 2017, $19.99. Look at this photograph. Kelly Vlodarchek on Puddle of Mud. Which Pearl Jam? Essentially a greatest hits album. Rearview Mirror, black and white colored vinyl, a Walmart exclusive, $29.99. Yngwie just has one bid for $20. Yngwie Malmsteen. Cream's at $28. And Theory of a Dead Man, Dinosaur. Theory of a Dead Man is $19.99, okay? He's claiming them. All right, so what I'll do then, I'll put that one back in there, okay? I'll put that one back in there because he was claiming that last lot, which was those two, okay? So we'll sell both of those to him for 10. Jason, you were technically next then. So we'll put that one back in there. I'm running out of table space here on my table. I'm going to start putting stuff somewhere else. All right. And next thing is we have, right, So Puddle of Mud, Jeremy Rourke on Theory of a Dead Man. And Yngwie has a new bid for 21. Also, we have Greta Van Fleet, The Battle at Garden's Gate, a double LP. That is $34.99 for Greta Van Fleet. Hardline, Double Eclipse. Sold as set. Interesting. Hardline is on red vinyl, $24.99. And this is a hip-hop compilation. Criss Cross, Ghost Town DJs, The Brat, $24.99 on that. All right, I'm going to expedite the guitar picks to get their last one sold, okay? Here's what I'm going to do. Hardline on Alex Kane. So the only one I hadn't put up yet was Jonathan Kane. So I've got Jonathan Kane, who played in Journey, the three Kid Rock ones, and then the Hard Rock Cafe, the Ryman Auditorium, and all of these, $10. That's the last of the guitar picks, that entire lot. So the three Kid Rock, the Jonathan Kane, and all the Hard Rock Cafe and Ryman's, those are all $10. The rest, everything that's left. Greta Van Fleet is sold to Lothel. James Kilcoat next on Hardline. Cream is officially sold to Nick Bargeron for $28. He also has Yngwie for $21, which somebody got outbid. That was John Bobing. He's back in at $22. Next auction, a little jazz for you. Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Spain. Or excuse me, 7 Steps to Heaven. He has something called Spain, though, right? Yeah. A 63 OG mono. You don't want to overlook this if you're a jazz buyer. It's a OG in mono, in shrink, and the vinyl's higher grade, especially for a 63 Miles Davis. It's EX, and we've graded conservatively. This is beautiful. $30 on Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. Okay? Yngwie's at $25. We've got more specials. 40th anniversary, double 45, 180 gram with a bonus 7-inch half-speed master, $34.99. Specials, more specials. I bet that was very expensive when it was brand new. All that double LP, 45 RPM mastered, a 7-inch, that had to be like $50 or $60 when it was new. And Bill Evans Tales. Live in Copenhagen, Bill Evans is $34.99. Miles Davis 30, Miles Davis 30, Miles Davis 30, Miles Davis 35. Yngwie's at $25. And let's sell all the guitar picks here before I drop them. These are all sold to the James Chilcott, got them first. James Chilcott got all those first. Okay. Those are all done. That was the last of those. Let me put them all right here. And there we go. All right. So tonight we sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 lots of guitar picks at auction. 25, counting the one that Craig got for free. 25 auction lots of guitar picks, and it only took 5 hours. It took 5 hours, and we've auctioned off 25 lots of guitar picks. Very cool, though. Those are all gone. All right, and then Miles Davis has definitely took off. And then the first new claimant here, the first new claimant here, next new claim was Chad Smith on the specials. That's so to Chad Smith, thank you. And then over here, the hip hop, this is called So Deaf. A deaf, this is a, yeah, So Deaf. Looks like 2018. It's a picture disc. 93 to 2018. $24.99. Miles Davis, 50-55. Did I pull Bill Evans for Samuel Kopech? I hadn't yet. Ingve's at 26. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Miles Davis is at 55 of Ryan Mustaine. Nick says he's done on both auctions. Okay. And Robert Vladicek and Travis asked the same time about that. That was crazy. Okay, we have Jack White, Fear of the Dawn. Jack White, Fear of the Dawn, Third Man Records pressing, sealed, just $19.99 on Jack White. $19.99, Fear of the Dawn. Talking Heads, red vinyl, sealed, $29.99. And the Replacements, Let It Be, sealed, $24.99. Scott Dwallow on Jack White. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Hardcore Devo live. Red and yellow vinyl. Sealed $29.99. Kelly Vladicek on the Replacements. Sold to Kelly. Next, Steve Cropper and the Midnight Hour. Friendly Town. Legendary guitar session musician Steve Cropper. The Ingve is sold to John Bobing for $26. And now we're going to move Miles Davis to its last warning. A nice copy. $55 is the high bid. It's a 63 mono in EX, or honestly better condition, in shrink wrap. And it has a high bid with Ryan Mustaine at $55. Since there may be some more jazz people lingering around, what about John Coltrane, Giant Steps? Mr. Coltrane is a 75 Monarch. VG Plus condition, a $20 start. There's John Coltrane. Next is Candlebox, a Music on Vinyl pressing, a 2 LP from Music on Vinyl. Candlebox is $32.99. Candlebox, $32.99. Texas Hippie Coalition, Gunsmoke. Texas Hippie Coalition, Gunsmoke is sealed, $19.99. The Sidewinder, Lee Morgan. The Sidewinder is a 2020 reissue, sealed for $24.99. Scott Dwallow on Candlebox. Alex Kane on Texas Hippie Coalition. Next is Miles Davis is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $55. Bill Reese, you were next on Candlebox. John Coltrane's a $20 start. David Hoare, you just missed out on Miles Davis. One more second, and you could have extended that auction, but it's gone. A 1986 OG copy of Dwight Yoakam's Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. This is OG, 86 U.S. specialty. Does have a cutout mark. Just a $20 start on that. Next was Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Texas Hippies. McHugh Photo got Lee Morgan. That's sold to McHugh Photo. And my crate just got really full. Cheryl Smith on Talking Heads. Probably this one right here. Okay? There's that. And now let's swap out crates. And Cheryl, I'm assuming you did want the Talking Heads. Let's go ahead and bring this right over here. All right? Another full crate tonight. Amazing. By the way, here's the agenda. We're going through this crate right here, right now. Right here, right now, we're going through this crate. Great stuff. Sticker price. We're always going to read through it again. Also, I'm going to, I don't know. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of ground to cover. Discount crates, best offer, half off, and then try to hit some more miscellaneous and posters tonight. Since we got started, I told everybody once we're on a roll, we got to get started. Plus, I'm only going to be here through Thursday tonight or this week, so I'm going to try to knock out some more posters and get a bunch of stuff sold to people tonight after collusion of vinyl. So, but let's not forget about this stuff right in here. We got Dwight and Coltrane, both for $20 bids each. Final call. Green Day, Dookie, sealed, a 2020 pressing, $24.99. Buck Cherry, F-U-C-K. Buck Cherry is sealed for $24.99. Alice Cooper, Trash. That should be a music on vinyl. It is. Music on vinyl pressing, $29.99. There's Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror 2. So right now, you can get both volumes. Volume 1 and Volume 2 are in there. That one's $29.99, and I think that's the same price as the other. And we have Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah. That's a music on vinyl pressing, $24.99. STP MOV. You may say, what does that stand for? Music on vinyl. By the way, Tanner boarded and bagged and matched JSA cards with probably 500 autographs tonight. It's a lot of Hollywood stuff and maybe some music, but he's got them all nicely organized over here. I hadn't even a chance to look through them. We might try to flash some of those. Go ahead and get some priced, if anything, for tomorrow night. Coltrane got a new bid for $25, and Dwight Yoakam got a new bid for $22. All right. Lothel first on STP, and Scott Dwallow first on Steve Cropper. Let's read through this crate again. Only the second read-through here. Let's go ahead and get started. Second read-through coming right now. There's still some fantastic stuff in here. And like Laura said, this is the only Laura crate you're going to be getting tonight, so you better go ahead and just buy everything. Better go ahead and just grab them up. Next thing I have is Joy Division Substance. 1977-1980. Sealed, $34.99. Laura loves Joy Division. Don't forget that. 3-heart rating, $34.99. We have Talking Heads 77 on green vinyl. Green vinyl. That one's sealed for $39.99. Scott Dwallow did not want Steve Cropper. He put Alice Cooper. My bad. He wants Alice Cooper Trash. Okay? And then Lothel wants both Pearls. Pearl Jam. That threw me off there. I was like, what's Pearls? There's that. There you go. He's getting essentially their greatest hits collection. And then Joshua was second. Matt's already beat you to him. Coltrane's at 27, and Dwight Yoakam's at 22. Michael Hamburger, you've been outbid on Dwight Yoakam. And that means Ryan Mustaine, you've been outbid on Coltrane. Turd Ferguson gets Green Day. Okay? We have Talking Heads, Steve Cropper in the Midnight Hour. So that was put back, but it was actually not put back. I just pulled the wrong record for them. $17.99. Devo. Duty Now for the Future. Sealed on magenta colored vinyl. $24.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. $17.99. And Rocktober, a Stone Temple Pilots Rocktober exclusive. It's called Thank You. It's a 2 LP Greatest Hits. Interstate Love Song, Creep, Plush, Vaseline. Just FYI. Turd got the dookie. He did. Track listing for Coltrane. Probably about 3 songs. Giant Steps, Cousin Mary, Countdown, Spiral. Cieda's Song Flute, Namia, and Mr. PC. It's a 75 Monarch. $29 of Ryan Mustaine. Dwight has a new bid for $23. Chris Frazier. Next, Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Look at this photograph. Rockstar, If Everyone Cared, $19.99. STP Greatest Hits, $34.99. So Death, $24.99. Devo, Hardcore Devo, $29.99, sealed, red and yellow vinyl, and Buck Cherry, FUCK, $24.99. Nickelback is Soda Joy Fino. I have an announcement. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. The Lower Crate sticker has not been claimed. Michael Freiberger on Devo, sold. Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. on STP, sold. Info on Dwight Yoakam. The first thing you need to know is it just got a bid for $24. It's a 1986 OG specialty press. Okay? First thing is also Coltrane. Somebody said, what was Coltrane? This is a 75 US Monarch reissue. VG Plus condition. Coltrane. Ryan Mustaine has it for $29. I'm waiting to hear back from Samuel Kopich on this one. Okay? Next thing is Kelly Wlodczyk on Buck Cherry. Nickelback, Scott Dwallow, you were second. And Joy Division is sold to Robert Wlodczyk. Joshua Brown on Aerosmith. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Buck Cherry. Another $25 bid on Dwight Yoakam. Can I see Steve Cropper? This is Steve Cropper. Cropper in the Midnight Hour. Green vinyl. $17.99. Now it's been claimed. That last little spurt did it. Now it has been claimed. Laura instructed me on this one. She instructed me on this one. That was her note. Laura Crate. Let's look at the sticker first. Hamtaro and his beloved Joy Division album, which is Unknown Pleasures. And it goes to Joy Division Substance, which was the greatest hits that Robert Wlodczyk just claimed. Hiram was first to guess it. Hiram gets guessing credits. Robert Wlodczyk gets claiming credits. Congratulations to the Wlodczyks. Dwight Yoakam, the first person who bid $25 was William David Meadows. Coltrane's at $33. Ryan Mustaine, you're outbid on Coltrane. Chris Frazier, you're out on Dwight Yoakam. Joshua gets Steve Cropper. There's only 3 records remaining in there. The hip-hop compilation, the Devo, and the Talking Heads. All right. Chad's going to take a drink of water. That's usually the climax of the show. All right. Michael Hamburger first at 25. There are 3 $25 bids on Dwight Yoakam, and they've actually been at 25 for almost 5 minutes, so I'm assuming everybody's done bidding. Chris says he's done. What did I start this at? How in the world are we just at $25? I'm totally confused at how this has happened. I feel like I've shown this about 30 times. I feel like it should be like a $55 or something. All right, so William David Meadows, you're out. Michael Hamburger has had this for 7 minutes at $25. I think I've told the details 2 or 3 times, and we're still at $25. And 2 or 3 people have bid $25. So either that's a magic number or I don't know, but it's about to sell to him. I was like, man, I thought I started that thing at 25. Okay, now it's at 30. I like that jump. That's a Lincoln jump. That's a Lincoln jump. I like that one. I like the Lincoln jumps. Andrew Jackson jumps are good too. Alexander Hamilton jumps. And the Benjamin Franklin jumps I love the biggest. I like when we're jumping by Benjamin Franklin increments. All right, let's put these right over here. I'm sure y'all don't, but I do. Whatever gets it to the right customer. High bid wins. Now Charlie DeFrank's in on it. It's at 30, Coltrane's at 40. With Samuel Kopich. Ryan Mustaine, you're back out. My eye is killing me. I'm itching it right now, which is probably a really bad idea, but it's too late. I felt like I got something in it, and now I'm probably going to have to, like, go have surgery. All right, what shall we do next? I do need a monster. I got to get woke up. Whew. Tonight's been exhausting. Golly. I don't know if y'all been watching since the beginning, but man, earlier tonight, it was insane. There was so much going on. My brain has been beat to death. Mental fatigue is a real thing. If you've ever stayed really focused on something for a long time, oh my gosh. Whew. It's almost as exhausting as like going for a run. Okay, now, I haven't taken a snack break. I've got to do that in just a second. I'm probably going to go ahead and bring over the first discount crate, which is going to be best offer or half off. We're going to start doing that while we still got 198 people watching. I looked over there. It was like at 198, then 186, and now 174. So if I don't start doing stuff, there's going to be a lot more people decide to go to bed, and I don't want that to happen. But we've lost about 20 or 30 viewers in the last 2 minutes since I've been rubbing my eye and telling everybody how sleepy I am. So let me turn the page and say I'm not sleepy. I'm just getting woke up, but we are going to knock out some half-off crates, okay? We got to do some vintage half-off because we have got to fill up 8 crates. We have filled up 6, and the last of this one filled up about a third, okay? So we got to do some discount, some bundling. And I found out there's a documentary on Netflix about the ruby slippers that got stolen. And I'm very interested in watching that tonight while I'm at the gym. So I've already got my night planned out. Or technically my night and morning. Right now is the equivalent of lunchtime for me, in case y'all don't know that. This is about the equivalent of my lunchtime, so here we go. The White Yoakums at 32, they're still bidding on Coltrane. Don't go anywhere. I'm about to do discount crates. I'm going to go up front and grab something to drink and Takis, and I'm going to try to lay off the sweets this week. I've been eating way too much sweets lately. Oh my gosh, trying to lay off them of that. Hard to do around here though when my mom's cooking pies and cakes, lasagna. We got so many office chairs in this place. Gosh, I hate them. I'm about to take them all outside on the porch and put free. Please come get these. They're like video game chairs too. They're pretty nice looking, but no one likes them around here. They say they suck, so I guess they do. All right, let's find some vintage. Let's find something. Let's find like a classic rock pop crate and go through it probably half off. Let's find a good half off pop rock crate. This looks like a ton of New Orleans with some pop rock crates. Some of it. I might can make one custom over here. See what we got. Here we go. This one looks, I think this was, yeah, I bet this was check condition that I went at sticker and then we hadn't took offers on them. So yeah, let's do this check condition stuff at best offer. This should be pretty good. How the heck am I going to get back over here? Oh, Got to clean up the store, too. That's going to be fun. All right. Here we go. Yeah, got to get that second wind. Dwight Yoakam's at $35. Coltrane is sold to Samuel Kopich for $45. An office chair. Yeah, if I can chop it up and send it to you in a box. Here is Otis Redding, the Soul album, our next auction. In mono, Otis Redding, a 66 US Presswell, VG Plus, $15 start on that, okay? These are vintage, check condition records, buy it now or best offer. Shazam, Gomer Pyle, USMC, VG, $9.99. Columbia 2i label, VG, $9.99. Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix. Speaking of Otis Redding, there's an auction. Here's an album. One side's Otis Redding, the other side's Jimi Hendrix, both live at the Monterey Pop Festival. VG condition, $14.99. Carlos Santana, Havana Moon, $14.99, VG Plus condition. Mott the Hoople with David Bowie, All the Young Dudes, VG Plus condition, $12.99. Generator is plugged and good to go. Dwight Yoakam is sold to William David Meadows for $35. Ken Hepplin on Otis for $15. All the Young Dudes sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Stephen Stills, Right by You, VG Plus, $12.99. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, a 73 Pittman, VG Plus, $29.99. Grateful Dead. Quicksilver, Just for Love, with that great song, Fresh Air. EX condition, Quicksilver, $17.99. Cheryl Smith, You Were Second on Mott the Hoople. Also, Belafonte in the really desirable Living Stereo, Belafonte at Carnegie Hall, VG Plus, $26.99. Grateful Dead is sold to Joe Ives. And next is Get Your Yayas Out, The Rolling Stones, VG Plus, $24.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, VG Plus, $17.99. And Foghat, Rock and Roll. Foghat is in VG condition, $9.99. Beck, Bogart, and A Piece, VG, $9.99. And Reel to Reel, Love, EX, $37.99. There is some writing on the cover. That is Love, Reel to Reel. Ken Hepplin gets the OG Otis Redding mono for just $15. That is sold. Now, if I'm going to have any other auctions tonight, I got to start digging for them, okay? I can find them over there. Facebook ended. There's no way. Test 1, 2. We just got a comment. You might be looking at the old feed. We're on Facebook. Yeah, I got more Star Wars. The rest of them's going to take a little bit more time for me to determine a price, okay? The other stuff I have here I think is pretty dang pricey. Take a look at this. Wow. Yeah, I got some really cool stuff here. I'm going to have to take a moment to look up some stuff, okay? First thing we have is this. Mystery Machine on BBA, $7. That's sold a Mystery Machine for $7, okay? And then they're reporting your comment as fake news. We have Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready, EX, $17.99 on Jeff Beck. So this is Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi, the 12-inch. And it's in beautiful condition. I think this is the 12-inch. All right. I'm willing to put this up at quick glance from what I'm seeing over here. Yeah, this is a nice one. Just so, first of all, the box, nice. Original Toy Mart price tag. It doesn't look like he's been removed. And I'll tell you why. If you look in there, I mean, the accessories have not been removed. Yeah, I mean, this is just nice. It's got a little bit of a tear there. Probably one of the better figures I still have over here. $250 start. $250 start. Okay. Next is Al Green, I'm Still in Love with You. There is some writing on the cover. VG condition, $12.99. Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead, a 73 Terre Haute. VG Plus, $29.99. Working Man's Dead, VG Plus, $29.99. I'm a Love Man, Otis Redding. Great album, great song. VG Plus, $34.99. And original Monarch pressing, $34.99. The Kinks, Kink Size, a 65 Terre Haute EX condition, $39.99 on the Kinks, Kink Size. All day and all of the night. Ra-dum, ra-dum, ra-da-da-da-da. That's the Kinks. And the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll When I Like It. VG Plus, $24.99. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, EX $17.99. Savoy Brown Looking In, VG $9.99. Journey Evolution, VG Plus $14.99. Also Eric Clapton Backless, EX $32.99. And The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, VG Plus $26.99. Okay, I have... Tanner brought me a ton of CDs. Led Zeppelin. This is a Led Zeppelin bootleg CD. Studio Days. Led Zeppelin, $10 start. Zeppelin bootleg CD. $10 start on that. If I get it to balance. How about I just lay it right there? Grateful Dead for $20 with Michael Hamburger. That is So to Michael for $20. Samuel Coppage on the Kinks. Ra-da, ra-da, ra-da-da-da. And Lance Schmidt on SB for Savoy Brown. How much was Love? Love, right back here, Reel to Reel, was EX $37.99. Obi-Wan Kenobi is a $250 start. The Led Zeppelin CD is a $10 start. And I have some more CDs in a box underneath here, I think. Yeah. I got a whole box of metal CDs. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but better now than never. Let's see what we got here. If they don't sell now, they're going to in a post or at another time. Okay. Am I in Virginia? I am in Lebanon, Tennessee right now. Let's read through this bin one more time, just the titles. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Shazam, Gomer Pyle, Otis Redding, Jimi Hendrix. I have Carlos Santana, Stephen Stills, Quicksilver, Belafonte, The Rolling Stones, Rod Stewart, Foghat, Jeff Beck, Al Green, Otis Redding, Rolling Stones, Alan Parsons, Journey, Eric Clapton, Arthur Brown, and Love. Okay, so if anybody wants Obi-Wan, he's $250. And this Led Zeppelin, which is a bootleg called Studio Days, D-A-Z-E, Blues Medley, Since I've Been Loving You, No Quarter, Final Take, What Is and What Should Ever Be, $10 start on Led Zeppelin. I'll do some CDs here in just a second for buy it nows. Very good metal looking stuff here. A lot of 80s hard rock and 80s metal. And let me find another crate. So all those are available. And the reason we do best offer at sticker price, and then we do best offer at or we do check condition at sticker, and then check condition best offer, they're kind of already priced accordingly based on condition. And then if they don't sell and nobody makes an offer, they're definitely going to be put in a discount video in the morning. That's great material for that. Where you might see some of them half off, 50% off, that's half off, or 80, or $5 off, etc., etc. Okay, I got another Star Wars 12-inch. Nothing as nice as what we just sold, but there's like 3 more in here. I think a C-3PO and R2-D2. And I think we got a calendar, which I'll try here in just a second as well. All right, so I'm going to set these right over here next to me. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. Y'all have gotten really quiet on me all of a sudden. Really quiet on me all of a sudden. I think what I'll do is, last night I told everybody, is anybody here strictly for posters and the second part for miscellaneous? Because, I mean, I did tell everybody this week I was going to try to have vinyl done by 11 or 11:30, because I plan on going tonight till 1 or 1:30 like last night. So I got to try to make sure Love is sold for $22. Sure. Don't hesitate to make offers on those kind of crates, because they're going to be severely discounted in the morning to get them sold. We don't leave anything around here anymore. We are turning and burning stuff, okay? That is sold to Mystery Machine for $22. Sure, the label on the CD, it says Studio Days Revisited. Okay, there's that. All right, here's some other CDs for $9.99. Rob Rock, Rage of Creation, Lou Reed. These are all $9.99 too. We have 2 Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animals, Blood, and Blood is called Redessa. No, it's called Red Sea. Blood, Red Sea. Take a look at that lenticular. Who is that? That is Rawhead Rex, Diary in Black, with a really killer lenticular. Rawhead Rex again. Tiger Tails, Berserk, Tiger Tails, Young and Crazy, and Wasp, Live in the Raw. Those are all $9.99. So Wasp, Tiger Tails, Rawhead Rex, Blood, Red Sea, Lou Reed, and Rob Rock. Okay? Do you still have Jimi Hendrix? I think we sold that last one the other night. I'm pretty sure we did. Pretty sure we did. Okay, let me go find the next crate. Mr. Machine, you did get love. It is about time for the nightly nonsense, which is probably going to be one of these new arrival vintage crates at half off from just the other night. And let's take the one right off the top here. Make sure this is the one I want. I see J.J. Cale in the front. And this is pretty recent for half off, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let's do these half off, no more, no less. All right, Led Zeppelin's $10 if anybody wants it, just FYI. Okay? There's that. And I'll make these half off, no more, no less. How much did you say, Chad? Half off, no more, no less. About time for my Tikis and Diet Coke, too. Fats Domino. This is $5 from Everest Archive of Folk and Jazz. $5 for this Fats Domino compilation. Jim B on Rob Rock. Rob Rock is sold to Jim B. I was about to say, most of these are what, $50, $60 CDs for $9.99. Jim B just paid next month's water bill. Congratulations, Jim B. Next is Soundtracks, Tony Banks. Soundtracks is $7.50, Tony Banks. Gentle Giant, Freehand. Gentle Giant is $10. In Your Eyes, Peter Gabriel. This is $10 for Peter Gabriel, a 12-inch single. Rawhead Rex, Jason Kenton, which of the two do you want? Diary in Black or the self-titled one? Shakedown on Peter Gabriel. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Matt was next. We have Disco Nights GQ. That is now $5. Both Rawhead Rex are sold to Jason Kenton, $9.99, $9.99. Those are sold and sold. Also, Go West, Dancing on the Couch. Go West is $7.50. Green, To Help Somebody. Green is $10 to help somebody. John Hartford, Looks at Life. John Hartford is $15. Also, Harper's Bazaar, In Shrink, Warner Brothers Records. This is a original gold Warner Brothers label, clean, for $5. So this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. I'm going to bring out some other CDs here for $9.99. And we have Whitesnake, Come and Get It. Wasp, A Crimson Idol. Wasp, Headless Children. This is Symphony X, Twilight in Olympus, The Sword, Warp Riders, and Sword Live Hammersmith. Those are all $9.99. Ricky Lee Jones, that's now $5. This is a half off crate, which is always no more, no less. Keep it simple. The Secret Life, more Harper's Bazaar, this time $6.50 on Harper's Bazaar. Mark Stanley, there's 2 swords there. This is Warp Riders and Live at Hammersmith. Let me know which of the 2 you want. Isaac Hayes, Movement, Gold Records Award sticker, RIAA. Isaac Hayes is $10. Mark Stanley gets both of the Sword CDs, $9.99 and $9.99. Bill Deal and the Rondales, Vintage Rock, $5 on Bill Deal and the Rondales, Vintage Rock, $5. Deja Vu, Song for Everyone. Deja Vu is $7.50. Also, the Bobby Darin story, Mac the Knife, $5 on the Bobby Darin compilation. And Roy Buchanan, Livestock. Roy Buchanan, Livestock is $10. Next thing, another handful of CDs at $9.99. We have, Tesla, Mechanical Resonance. I have Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. White Snake, Saints and Sinners. Wasted, Save Your Prayers. Wasp, Double Live Assassins. Talk Show, self-titled, and Mark Bolan and T-Rex, 20th Century Boy, The Ultimate Collection. All $9.99. Also, Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order. Lindsey Buckingham is $10. Neil Diamond, Moods, Shrink Wrap. Neil Diamond is $7.50. Chris Frazier, First on Tesla at $9.99. Mike Straws on Wasted. Hold on a second. Who was first? Chris Frazier says both. Is there 2 Teslas? Oh, there was, yeah. Chris Frazier got both Teslas. Mike Straws on Wasted. That's so to Mike Straws. And Michael Hamburger, you were next on Tesla. Some great 80s hard rock and metal CDs here. Dr. Hook, Sometimes He Win. Dr. Hook is $7.50. The Motors is $7.50. And we have Law, which appears to be self-titled. It's $10. And Shrink Wrap, $19.75. Championship Wrestling, Al Cooper. That's a gold stamp promo for $7.50. And Kool and the Gang, Spin Their Top Hits, as in Jungle Boogie, $7.50. Mix Amy on Ricky Lee Jones for $5. Thank you on that one. It's back here, but it's sold for $5. RLJ. And the Allman Brothers and Light and Rogues. Allman Brothers is $10. All right, next handful of CDs. These are all $9.99. 4321 Zeros, Zebra, WW3, Wrathchild, Stack Attack, and Widowmaker. Stand By for Pain. Widowmaker is Dee Schneider from Twisted Sister. Wow, some good stuff there. I bet a couple of those, I'm usually pretty good at guessing. I bet a couple of these are pricey that I never see, and I've never seen in my life. Beach Boys Surfs Up, $10 on that one. And Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, From a Radio Engine to the Photon Wing, $7.50 on that one. Mike Straws on WW3. That's so to Mike Straws. Next was William Drugovich on the Zeros. And then we got Chris Frazier on Wrathchild. That's so to Chris Frazier. And then Chad Schneider wants both Tiger Tails. I was waiting for that to happen from earlier. I was like, wow, is nobody going to grab those? Those are sold, okay? There's that. Those are sold. All right, awesome. Tiger Tails, Wrathchild, Zeros, World War III. Wasted, Tesla's all sold. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. $10 on New Riders. And Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss. $5 on Olivia Newton-John. Bob Seger is a 12-inch single. $5 on that. And Dion and the Belmonts, Doo-Wop, $5. Kathy on Zebra. Kathy on Zebra. That right there. I think they just announced Friday Music's reissuing that one. I think they're going to reissue that one. All right, let's grab another handful out of here. This is a pretty dang big box of these, just FYI. There's another Widowmaker, Blood and Bullets, Van Halen debut. We got STP Tiny Music, STP Purple, That looks like STP Core, yep. And then we have Sons of Sabbath, 15 torch bearers for Birmingham's Blackest Sound. And then Speak English or Die by SOD. More half off, Mink DeVille, Coupe de Grace, $7.50. And we have the Zachariah soundtrack for $10. William David Meadows on LB. And LB was what was LB? Widowmaker. I'm going to wait for him before I tag any. And we have Cliff Richard with The Shadows, the soundtrack to Wonderful Life, $7.50. And Herman's Herman, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter, $5. Track listing on Kool and the Gang. Open Sesame, Spirit of the Boogie, Kool and the Gang, Hollywood Swing and Funky Stuff, More Funky Stuff, Jungle Boogie, Caribbean Festival, Love and Understanding, and Summer Madness, $7.50. Lindsey Buckingham, okay, that's what threw me off. That was back here earlier. That's sold to William David Meadows, okay? And then we got Tim Graham on Van Halen. Tim Graham got Van Halen. And then next is Jim B on Widowmaker. This is sold to Jim B. Michael Hamburger wants all 3 STPs. Those are sold to Michael Hamburger. And then over here, we got William on SOD. And then the Sabbath is Scorpio Cruise, Electric Wizard, Born to Raise Hell, Church of Misery, My Demon Brother. These aren't actually Black Sabbath songs. These may be other artists. I think these are other artists from Birmingham. These aren't Black Sabbath songs. Yeah. Old Soul by Stone Axe. Windhand doing Black Candles. Are these artists from... I'm assuming these are artists from Birmingham. Reverend Bazaar, Orchid, Trippy Wicked. Who got Peter Gabriel? Boy, that was a long time ago. Shakedown. Shakedown was first. Matt Parsons was second. Tom McEwen, you were third. Leslie Holt was fourth. That was a long time ago. So, yeah, it's not a Sabbath tribute. I mean, Sons of Sabbath, Birmingham. Yeah, I think it's just artists from Birmingham doing their own music. There's no Black Sabbath songs on here. There's no Black Sabbath songs on here. No, these are just artists from probably Birmingham doing, you know, it's just a comp of local artists or artists from Birmingham. Hiram says he'll take it. Great. Okay, now let's do a few more half off in here. We have Robert Gordon of Link Ray, $10. The Fifth Dimension Live is $10. And Limo, which is one of those Warner Brothers compilations, a double LP, Limo is $10. All right, let me get deeper into this box over here. Y'all are going to like these. Best of Scorpions, the Sex Pistols, the Screaming Cheetah Wheelies, the Scream, Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. Those are all $9.99. Let me go ahead and add a couple more right here. And I've got White Tiger, self-titled, White Snake Slide It In, and Anniversary Deluxe Edition, and Rob Halford, Resurrection. Those are all $9.99. Great CD titles tonight. When I was unearthing some stuff from the Fred Goodwin collection, I found a whole box of metal that got buried, metal CDs. These aren't from Fred's, but they just got mixed in with other stuff. Leslie got the Limo compilation. First is Mike Straws on the Scream. Okay. Now, Mike, did you want Screaming or Scream? I'm assuming Mike wants Scream. Tim Graham on Screaming Cheetah Willies. Chris Frazier on White Snake. Tim Graham on White Tiger. Tim Graham next on White Snake. Chris Frazier first. Kenny Stanley on Sex Pistols. And the generator is plugged and good to go. Kelly actually beat you to it earlier, Rob. We still got Rob Halford, Shinedown, Leave a Whisper, and the Best of Scorpions. which looks like an older CD. Looks just like an older CD to me. I think it is. All right, there's that. More half-off LPs. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, New Directions, $5. The Secret Value of Daydreaming, Julian Lennon, $5. Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores, in shrink, and I believe this was in mono. It was. This is in mono. Chad and Jeremy. Also over here we have Peter Cetera, One More Story, in shrink for $5. Kim Carnes is $5. And J.J. Cale, Naturally, just $15 on that. Limo did sell. Yes, it did. Limo did sell. Here's some more CDs for $9.99. Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Sweet, Give Us a Wink. Stryper, To Hell with the Devil. Stryper, In God We Trust. Stryper, Reborn. Stryper, 7 Weeks in America. Status Quo, Pile Driver. Somebody might end up buying all those Strypers together there. Those are all $9.99. It's bands influenced by Black Sabbath. That was that Birmingham comp. That's what it sounded like. So it's not really maybe bands from Birmingham. It's bands influenced by Black Sabbath, which is a lot of bands. Holy moly. I think everybody has some kind of... Taylor Swift even cited a Black Sabbath influence. Over here, we got Jim B on S. Well, that covers a lot of bases. Sweet, Strypers, and Status Quo. All up to Jim B. All right, I'm going to read what's left in this half-off bin quickly one more time. Guy Shard on Status Quo if Jim B doesn't take it. Hey, I said Taylor Swift and Guy Shard appears. What's the odds? Boom, that's a summoned word for him. What? I got an autographed Taylor Swift guitar we're about to run for auction. Signed and personalized. She doodled on it. Jim B is currently on Discogs right now trying to look up every one of these titles and figure out which ones he can triple his money on. So we'll figure out what he wants. He's locked in an S comment. He's got 9 browser windows open. Status Quo, Pile Driver. Stryper, 7 Weeks Live in America. Stryper, Reborn. Stryper, In God We Trust. Stryper, To Hell with the Devil. Sweet, Give Us a Wink. And Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Okay? So Wasp is up for grabs. Jim B put S, so I don't even know really what he wants. He's currently doing some research. He's got to figure out which ones he can triple and quadruple his money on first. He's like, man, I'll throw out an S out there and tie up all the titles. I'll go ahead and lock them all in, figure out which ones I want first. Here's what's left in this half-off crate. If you need a price, let me know. We still got Fats Domino, Tony Banks, Gentle Giant, GQ, Go West, Green, John Hartford. We got Harper's Bazaar, Isaac Hayes, Bill Deal, Deja Vu, Bobby Darin, Roy Buchanan, Neil Diamond. We have Dr. Hook. We have The Motors. We have Law, Al Cooper, Allman Brothers, The Beach Boys, Michael Nasmith, the New Riders again, Olivia Newton-John, Bob Seger, Dion and the Melmonts, and Mink DeVille. Which one has Honestly from Stryper? I think that was To Hell with the Devil. It is To Hell with the Devil. Brian Frenfrock wants Wasp. So that means you're passing on Status Quo, right? Wasp is sold to Brian Frenfrock. $9.99. We have Zachariah soundtrack. That's still available. So is Cliff Richard and Herman's Hermits and Kool and the Gang and Robert Gordon, Fifth Dimension, Gary Lewis and Julian Lennon, Chad and Jeremy and Kim Carnes and Peter Cetera and J.J. Cale. Jim B just wants one Stryper. To Hell with the Devil. Sold to Jim B. So Status Quo is sold to Guy Shard. And we still got Stryper, and Stryper. James Chilcott wants Reborn. We had that the other night on vinyl. It sold for like $400 on vinyl. We have Stryper and Stryper still left. Wow, what's the odds of Stryper CDs being left behind? Sorry for the hold up. That's okay. I'm only going to charge you $49.99 for them. Charge Jim B $49.99 for those, please, for the hold up. Mr. Guy, you did get that one. Okay, you did get the wow, Rush retrospective, Rush Gold, Rush, Savatage, Dead Winter's Dead, Savatage, Poets and Madmen, Savatage Street, Seven Dust, Scorpions, Deadly Sting, and Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah. Nice CDs for $9.99. Nice CDs for $9.99. Still hadn't went and got my snack. I think I'm going to go do that right now. These chairs are really making me mad. Takis. Oh, Takis. Apple, peanut butter. I ate all my apple and peanut butter. Chips. Someone said, Chad, those are empty calories. I was like, no, they're not. They have like 140 calories. Bag of Takis. Somebody said, Chad, don't you know those are empty calories? I was like, not according to the back of the bag. It says 140. Sounds like plenty for me for a nice pick-me-up. Right? Okay. So, Michael Hamburger got STP. Shakedown, the Rush is Retrospective 2, 81 to 87, and Rush Gold, which is a double disc. 29 tracks. Rush Gold and Rush Retrospective. Nick Bargeron on the Scorpions. James Chilcott on Red Sea. I can't give any guarantees on Colecco stickers because I don't even think we have any. Kathy on Sabotage Streets. Okay. And then over here, if it's not a dupe, it's not. Details on JJ Cale. Price on JJ Cale. No condition notes, $15. Nick Bargeron. Then Jim B asked, are we still doing posters? Yes, I'm going to get started in about 20 minutes. I'm going to finish these CDs and maybe run through one more crate. So I still got 7 Dust, Sabotage, and Sabotage. And then that's the 2 Rush CDs. Okay? Yeah, let's definitely finish these CDs. These are 100% outpacing the vinyl right now. I mean, metal CDs for $9.99. You've got to be joking me. These are all $9.99. We got Stone Temple Pilots number 4, Shotgun Messiah, Second Coming, another STP4, Saxon, the Eagle has landed, Saxon back on the street, Saxon, Power and the Glory, 6 a.m., The Heroin Diaries, 6 a.m., The Heroin Diaries, and Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Nick Bargeron does get JJ Cale for $15. All those CDs I just showed you right there are $9.99, okay? And I'll read through them one more time. Over here, we have Stone Temple Pilots, Shotgun Messiah, Stone Temple Pilots, Saxon, 6 a.m., 6 a.m., and Skid Row. All right, and then over here we have Blood Red Sea. This is sold to James Chilcott, and that's right here. And then the first 3 Wasp we showed right here are also to somebody. I just saw that pop up. All right, so this is sold over here. This is sold to James Chilcott. And then Michael Herrera, you want Wasp, Crimson Idol, Wasp Headless Children, and Wasp Live in the Raw. Those 3 are sold to you. And then the next thing we have over here is Kathy wants Saxon, and Saxon was P and G, and P and G was for Saxon. That was, what was that? Power and Glory. Aha. That's also what Mike just claimed, but Kathy was first, okay? We have already filled up quite the tower here of CDs, so let's try to do this a couple more times. Let me take all these around the corner first, okay? And let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what we've sold so far. I better go in here and deposit on a table before there's a total crash and everything falls over and shatters. We don't want that to happen, so there's that. There's CD case, CD stack number 1. All right. Okay. And then we got Brian Frenfrock on Wasp. Or excuse me, Brian Frenfrock on Skid Row. You got it. Okay. Still got Rush, and let me go ahead and throw this away. Just an empty sleeve. Probably got about 3 or 4 more good handfuls here. Another Shotgun Messiah. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness. David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. This is Ross the Boss, New Metal Leader. Rockstar Supernova. Rob Rock, Eyes of Eternity. Sabotage, Power of the Night. And Saigon Kick, The Lizard. Great titles. All $9.99 on those. Let me try to find one more short but sweet crate to knock out. I'm going to put these over here. Whoops. I was using that for my ledge. Let me move this right here. There's this. And here's this. Chad Snyder on SG. Was that for Shotgun Messiah? It was. Nick Bargeron on Shinedown. And then Nick Bargeron on Simon. Simon, did you mean Saigon? And then Kenny Stanley on Sabotage. They're fine. Hey, man, they made these CDs from the 90s. They're indestructible. So here's one, make sure I got those right. Shotgun Messiah to Chad Schneider. Shinedown to Nick Bargeron. Saigon Kick to Nick Bargeron. Kenny Stanley on Sabotage. Brian Finfrock second on Saigon Kick. All right, vinyl. I'm in a pickle. I'm out of space back here. This is why I'm about to start posters. Knock that out, and I have a mess back here. What's new, right? Nothing's really. That's the song remains the same. A mess. I'm gonna try to find another crate half off, as long as it's not crazy, too crazy of New Orleans stuff, because those really need to be sorted. Those needed to be sorted and shown again in the right genres, and there's some in here though, but let's do one more half off crate and try to get this last sold crate filled up. I'll feel really good about myself. And there's 2 more boxes of CDs, but all right. Thanks for some of the free autos and CD booklets. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot. As long as you didn't get Paul McCartney, Led Zeppelin. Okay. Yes and yes. All right, so let's do another handful out of the metal box. Sacred Rock. This is Ignorance. Sacred Rock, The American Way. Rush Retrospective Volume 1. We had Volume 2 earlier. Brightest Star, Stars Anthology. Spread Eagle. Smash Gladys. Man, those are so hard to get on vinyl. Sleazebees, goodness. Slayer. This is World Painted Blood. And then South Gang, Tainted Angel. Wow. That's some big, like, 80s big bands. Some of that stuff that's just, like, super desirable on vinyl. I'll read through those again. Sacred Rock Rush, Stars Anthology, Spread Eagle, Smash Gladys, Sleazebees, Slayer, and South Gang. Kenny Stanley on Spread Eagle. So let me start on the half-off crate. I got more metal CDs and then other CDs to show you. We're going to knock this out, and then for about an hour and a half, just like last night, we're going to go through posters, Fred Goodwin posters, road posters, and we're going to try to get a bunch of this stuff sold, okay? And so this is probably the last crate of vinyl, all half off. Let's get started with Flesh Tones versus Reality, $10. There is some New Orleans stuff in here. The Flesh Tones, that's $10. Also, Flash in the Pan is $10. No condition notes on these. The whole crate will be EX Plus or better. Eddie Cochran, come on everybody. Eddie Cochran is $7.50. And Martha and the Muffins is Trance and Dance, $7.50. Okay, so we sold Spread Eagle to Kenny. Shannon Lee put SG for Smash Gladys or... Oh, sorry, I sneezed so hard the camera shook. Shannon, what was your SG for? Was that for South Gang or Sleazebees? Or it could be for Smash Gladys. There was like 3 SG. South Gang or Sleazebee or Smash Gladys. Yeah, either South Gang or Smash Gladys. South Gang. Okay. That's so to Shannon Lee. Next was James Chilcott on Sleazebees and Spread Eagle. Spread Eagle's already gone, but I can give you Sleazebees. Man, that's like $400 in vinyl there. Jason Kent next on South Gang. Jerry next on Sleazebees. Nick Bargeron wants both Rush Retrospective 1 and 2. Okay, I still got Rush Gold. William Drugovich first out of here. He gets the Flesh. James Chilcote, and we're good to go. So a few more LPs. The Carpenters, Voice of Heart. The Carpenters is $5. Carly Simon Spy is $5. John Hurley Delivers, One More Hallelujah. John Hurley is $5. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits is $5. A lot of $5 stuff in here. Waylon Jennings is $10. Let's go through another handful of CDs, and then I'm going to recap all the metal. Actually, there's 2 more hands of CDs. First is Raging Slab, Quiet Riot 3, Queensryche, Mind Crime at the Moor. That's a nice addition. Sword Dreams, and then Whitesnake Good to Be Bad, Whitesnake Gold, which is a double CD with 33 tracks. No, with 33 tracks, and Whitesnake self-titled with In the Still of the Night. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Tom McEwen, Waylon. Slayer World Painted Blood is still available. Limited edition, one of 4 different covers, $9.99. Kenny Stanley on Queensryche for $9.99. That's so to Kenny. Jim B got Slayer for $9.99. Kenny Stanley first on the Sword for $9.99. Chad next on Queensryche, and Michael Nath next on Queensryche. How about Melanie at Carnegie Hall? Melanie is $10. What about Brewer and Shipley? Shake Off the Demon for $10. The Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. First thing, the cover is very nice. Original Blue London label. Superb Stones copy for $17.50. And we have Mummy Calls, an 86 synth pop, $7.50. The Sacred Rock Ignorance is sold right here. This is sold to Daniel Rosen for $9.99. All right. Man, those Takis, they're so hot, they open up your sinuses. So that's why I sneezed already twice, but I can breathe. It's like I've took a Claritin or something, eating those hot Takis chips. Rolling Stones is sold to Nick Bargeron. Thank you on that. We have Mint Tattoo. That's 1969 Hard Rock, $17.50, and Mama's Pride. Mama's Pride is $8.50. All right, let's grab a few more CDs out of here. And let me throw away this box because it's definitely in my way here. It's a big giant box all these were in. There we go. All right, so here's what we got. Boy, this jewel case got, what the heck happened to that one? Look at this jewel case. Who is this? Sweet FA. Stick to your guns, maybe? Sweet FA. That looked like Paul Stanley. It is. Live to Win, Paul Stanley. SADO, Dirty Fantasy. Skid Row, self-titled. The Best of David Lee Roth. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat Out of the Cellar, Rush, Exit Stage Left, and Rough Cut. 2 CDs in one. Rough Cut. Okay? Next thing is Dionne Warwick, Here Where There Is Love. Dionne is $5. Jim B on SADO. That's sold to Jim B. What happened to it? That's in this last stack. That's sold to Jim B for $9.99. David Lee Roth's Best is sold to Jason Kenton. And then Tim Graham on Skid Row. Got it? Jerry Rock on Rough Cut. These are all $9.99 CDs. That's the first of that box. And I'm going to show a few more LPs, and then I'm going to go to the oldest stack and recap everything and condense it very nicely so I can show them again tomorrow. Chicago. This is their first album as just Chicago. Their second, Chicago 2. Beautiful 70s press. $12.50. Did I pull that Rolling Stones out for Nick Bergeron? I did, didn't I? I did. Okay, good. Next is Barry McGuire on the Eve of Destruction. And this looks like a very nice copy. It is. Barry McGuire is $10. Eve of Destruction. Brooke Benton. Brooke Benton is $5. And we have Steve Winwood, Don't You Know What the Night Can Do? That's a 12-inch single. Steve Winwood, $5. George Harrison, Dark Horse is $12.50. And we have Energy Orchard. Energy Orchard. Orchard is $5. I don't know why I'm having trouble saying that. Okay, so let's move these over here. Here is, yeah, well, like I said, we'll start from kind of the bottom. I'll try my best to recap them starting right now. I have Talk Show, Wasp, Double Live Assassins, which is a double CD. Whitesnate, Come and Get It. Sympathy X, Twilight and Olympus. And then 2 copies of Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal. Those are $9.99 each. Brian Frenfrock wants both Rat Out of the Cellar and Invasion of Your Privacy. Classic Rat albums there. Sold to Brian Frenfrock. You got it. Lay it down. We have new Commander Cody Band, Rock and Roll Again, $7.50. Nick Gilder, City Nights, $5. Robert Gordon with Link Ray. Robert Gordon is $10. The Grapes of Wrath, 1991 Canadian alternate rock, $5. And Air Raid is $5. Next is, let's do this stack here. So I still got Striper, 7 Weeks Live in America, 2003. Striper and God We Trust. Sweet, Give Us a Wink, remastered with 3 bonus tracks. Best of Scorpions. Halford, Rob Halford, Resurrection, and Shinedown. And this is Leave a Whisper. Okay. Those are all available. Next is Kansas Audio Visions, just $10 on Kansas. Graham Parsons' Grievous Angel. That's always been a pretty desirable album. $20 on Graham Parsons. And this was Always August, Black Pyramid. Alternate rock from '86, $15 on that. Scorpions is sold to Nick Bergeron for $9.99. That's sold to Nick Bergeron for $9.99. Al Wilson, this is $17.50 for Searching for the Dolphins, and that was on Soul City label. Nick Bergeron on Striper. One or both, I guess 7 Weeks or In God or both. Also, we have Brinsley Schwartz, Original Golden Greats. Now only 99 pence. That's definitely a UK price. $10 on that. And John Lennon talking about those Mind Games. That's an Apple press too. $12.50 on that one. Okay. We're going to go ahead and give Nick Bergeron both Stripers, unless he says otherwise. He's probably about to let us know. And then Nick Bergeron also gets Halford. Okay. And now let's go to these. Let's go to these right here. And we got Shotgun Messiah, Second Coming, Stone Temple Pilots number 4, Rush Gold, like I said, a double CD with 29 tracks, Seven Dust, Sabotage Streets, a rock opera, and Sabotage Poets and Madmen. Another good stack there, all $9.99. Chad Smith talking about the Mind Games with John Lennon. That's so to Chad Smith. Next is The Longest Day. And we figured out the other night this was a narration and some music from the film. And this is $10. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I looked this one up on Discogs because Tanner showed it to me. He said, have you ever seen this before? And I was like, no, I haven't. The Tombstone soundtrack. $9.99 on that, which is a very fair price. Tombstone, $9.99 for the CD soundtrack there. I wish they would make that on vinyl. Gosh, that would sell very well. $10 on Grass Food Lodging and Rainbow Final Vinyl. Rainbow is now $20, half off of $39.99. Kenny Stanley on Sabotage Streets. All right, and now let's recap some more CDs over here. Let's cut into this stack right here. I got 6 a.m. That's Nikki Sixx. The Heroin Diary soundtrack, we got 2 of them. So 6 a.m., 6 a.m. And then we have Tombstone, so to Tim Graham. And we have Saxon Back on the Street, 18 tracks. Saxon, The Eagle Has Landed 3, double live album, double CD. Another STP4. And we have Widowmaker, Standing By for Pain, Whitesnake, Saints and Sinners, and Mark Bolan's T-Rex. Did you pull Sabotage Streets for me earlier? I pulled Sabotage. Did you? Was there 2 of them? I pulled a Sabotage earlier. Uh-oh, hold on a second. Before I give that to you, Kenny, I know Kathy claimed earlier. She claimed, let me scroll up here and look. She claimed There's Power and Glory. Streets. Which one did I give you? Because I know I pulled one. Sword Slayer. That might be, I pulled Power of the Night. Uh-oh, I pulled the wrong one for her. Okay. No one got Power of the Night, I don't think. Man, I don't know now. Did somebody get that? That was right around Saigon Kick. Kenny Sabotage. Oh, dang. I'm not for sure now. Kathy's supposed to get... Kathy is supposed to get Streets. Okay, I don't know. Whoever's watching this, there may be a Power of the Night claim. I have it in the sold, but I may have just grabbed the wrong one earlier. I think that's what I did. I think I probably grabbed the wrong one. So that's in the sold pile. I don't think he... Did anybody claim Sabotage, Power in the Night? I'll leave it in there, but I don't think they have, okay? Then Tim Graham on Tombstone. Craig Honeycutt wanted Rush Gold, not Gold Wing World. He accidentally tagged some kind of business page. That's so to Craig Honeycutt. Thank you. And then Buddy Cordova wanted Saxon, Eagle, and Wasp. So he wants Saxon, The Eagle Has Landed, and Wasp. And the only Wasp that's still left is Double Assassins Live. So yeah, that is sold here to Buddy Cordova. And then Kenny Stanley on Widowmaker. Yeah, this is great. I remember when they announced this on Music on Vinyl, I listened to it. I was like, man, that's crazy how much I'm enjoying this, and I've never heard of it. All of these CDs are $9.99, okay? Sabotage Power, okay? So at this point in the show, whoever's tagging, if no one got Sabotage Power of the Night, give it to Buddy Cordova. Nick, this is a half-off crate, no more or no less. Rainbow is $20. I won't even take $19.99, but I also won't take $40 for it. It's only $20, no more, no less. Did I show these here? We have Stone Temple Pilots, Whitesnake, Mark Bolan, the best of T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On, Saxon, and then 6 a.m., okay? All these CDs are $9.99. There's only one Savatage left. Jerry Rock wants Air Raid. That's sold to Jerry Rock. Over here, we have Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $17.50. 10 Years After with poster is $12.50. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book, $17.50. And Procol Harum is $7.50. Nick, if you don't want Rainbow for $20, Ed and Riviera does. Another quick recap. These are all $9.99. Paul Stanley, Live to Win. This one was called Sweet F.A. It does have jewel case damage. Smash Gladys is still available. Brightest Stars, Stars Anthology. Sacred Rock, The American Way. Whitesnake, Good to Be Bad. And Whitesnake Gold, which is a double disc as well. All $9.99. Patrick Francis wants Saxon, Back on the Street, and Eagle Has Landed. Eagle Has Landed got claimed already, but I will give you Back on the Streets. This is sold to Patrick Francis for $9.99. Ed and Riviera got Rainbow for $20. Nick is passing. Also, we have Jefferson Airplane Bark in the original brown bag for $25. Leon Redbone was $8.50. Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Nick, and Mitch and Titch, that is $10. Atomic Rooster, just $15. And the Groupies, and that is actual groupies being interviewed, $15. Whitesnake on Good to Be Bad. Whitesnake is right here. That is sold to Mike Straws. Thank you on that. And let's recap this last stack. And y'all have almost sold this entire collection, bought this entire collection of metal CDs. Whitesnake Self-Titled, Quiet Riot 3, Raging Slab, Rush, Exit Stage Left, David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough, David Lee Roth Skyscraper, Ross the Boss, New Metal Leader, Rockstar Supernova, and Rob Rock, Eyes of Eternity. Darren Johnson on Sacred Rock, and that was right here, The American Way, sold to Darren Johnson. Yeah, y'all gonna end up buying all these. I might even can entertain somebody with a bundle deal. So I have actually 2 more crates of CDs, no more metal, but let me show you some of these. There's some pretty good titles in here I'll do for $9.99, especially these. I've never seen this guy. We talk about his vinyl quite often. I've never seen his CDs. And that's Chris Ledoux. Chris Ledoux used to Want to Be a Cowboy. Chris Ledoux, Radio and Rodeo Hits. Elvis at the Movies. That looks like a double disc. The Best of Eric Clapton. Randy Travis, Old 8x10. The Outlaws. I've never seen that on CD either. This is, I think, part of a Gordon Lightfoot box set. And then Johnny Cash, Out Among the Stars. Johnny Cash, Out Among the Stars. Ross the Boss and Rob Rock all sold. So Ross the Boss and Rob Rock. There's Rob Rock. And Patrick Francis wanted Ross the Boss. Okay? There's that. All right. So, awesome. In spite of, except for that little stack there, we have the following. All still left from this metal collection. Whitesnake Gold, Stars Anthology, Smash Gladys, Sweet F.A., Paul Stanley, Rockstar Supernova, David Lee Roth, Little Ain't Enough, and Skyscraper, Rush, Exit Stage Left, Raging Slab, Quiet Riot 3, Whitesnake, Lou Reed, 2 copies of Rock and Roll Animal, Sympathy X, Whitesnake Come and Get It, Talk Show, Shinedown, Leave a Whisper, Sweet Give Us a Wink, Shotgun Messiah, Stone Temple Pilots 4, 2 copies, Seven Dust, self-titled, 1 Savatage left, Poets and Madmen, 6 a.m., The Heron Diary soundtrack, 2 left, Mark Bolan's Greatest Hits with T-Rex, and Whitesnake Saints and Sinners. I'm going to make sure everybody's got their selections before maybe I can offer those as a bundle. Nick Bergeron gets both Chris Ledoux CDs, all right? Those sold to Nick Bergeron and Nick Bergeron. I knew he would get those. Let me put those back in there. And what I'm going to say is it's officially time for transitioning to more CDs and more miscellaneous and posters, okay? I promised we'd start at least at the latest at midnight. It's midnight. We're done with that crate of vinyl. And I've got a few things over here we're going to try to sell. Posters, both rolled and flat and folded. Please don't go anywhere. Might see some really cool stuff. You might see some stuff you didn't know we had. You might see some stuff you had no idea we had. I'm doing a little cleanup right quick. I'm about to have a lot of room to spread some stuff out, etc., etc. What shine down? We have Leave a Whisper. Leave a Whisper. No Kiss Bus tonight. The last 3 crates you've seen, the check condition best offer, the last half off and this half off, they will be same price or more or less in the upcoming 9 a.m. flip videos that you'll see posted in the group and Whole Lot of Records. Those are coming up very soon, okay? And then Michael Hart says, I guess I'll take the other live wasp. I don't think there's a wasp left. I just read everything that's left. There is no wasp left. Somebody bought that earlier, I think. Okay? Yep, looks like it. I don't see it here. White Snake, Mark Boland, 6. Yeah, there's no wasp. Wasp got sold earlier. I am going to take this gigantic sold stack of stuff in around the corner. So we have that. I'll be the roundabout. Music make me in and out. I spend the day your way. Oh, moving in, even in the valley. In and around the lake. Mama's come on the sky. They stand there. Will be you. Bum 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 bum. White Snake or Shine Down, Leave a Whisper. That is right here. Anybody possibly interested in a bundle? I'm cleaning up, moving some stuff out of my way over here to start bringing on this first tub of posters. Go ahead and take this in here for Nick. The music, dance, and sing. Surely somebody knows the song I'm singing. If you don't, you need to go listen to it. You need to go listen to it. Can I take a poll? This will really determine what first box. I really need some participation here. 116 people left. Who is here that was last night buying posters? I need a good, solid, Chad, I was here last night. I'm an active poster buyer collector. I want to let you know my presence is here right now. I'm not just watching for the fun of it. I am here, an active poster, lobby card, memorabilia collector. I'm here. I'm a buyer. And I can see some names that are regulars. I want to make sure I get into the right stuff, and it's just not a waste of an hour, okay? Or an hour and a half, or maybe even 2 hours. I want to make sure I know you're on, and you're awake, and you're in the chat. And you're a serious buyer for some of this stuff. And that's going to determine how much I get into, and which boxes I get into, and what kind of boxes I get into. We got Tim and we got Daniel. Hey, I got 2 guys that buy a lot of stuff. That's enough. That's enough for me to know what the first thing I got to get in. Okay? Because I have an idea of what people want, and I can bring it to you. If I don't know what you want, then sometimes we have problems. You got to tell me what you want, what you really want. That's some kind of song. I've heard it before. Can't waste those Taki crumbs. Chad, you should get some Shine Down on vinyl. I don't think they have a lot in stock. Memorabilia. Elvis CD is still available. Well, Tanner did board and bag a ton of autographs, but the problem with those is they're going to take a lot of research. So if I don't do them tonight, we'll do them in a future show where I'll start looking them up. Leslie, that's still available. I took those off the table because I'm just going to show that rest of that box another night. Let me put these down in here. There we go. All right. So I kind of get an idea. I was hoping Kenny Begley said he was watching. I don't see Kenny Begley, unfortunately. I was hoping he'd be on to grab another 20 road posters so I could finish this other tub, but we'll see what happens. He might hop on later. Kenny, are you out there? There could be 150 people watching, but sometimes it's like up to 5. I just need about 5 people watching, and he'll make the whole night complete. So, all right, let's get started then. I think I know for sure the stuff Tim would want to see, and I know he's going to buy a bunch of it, right, Tim? Thousands of dollars worth. You never know. Some autographs might pop up. I'm just trying to get this booth cleaned up. And the thing about this booth is it's full of tubs. And basically, I was going through. So here's a tub of just rolled posters. And I don't know why. If they're in a tub, that tells me they were probably. If they were in a tub, that tells me they were better items. So. But I do have cool stuff here, and I know Tim's going to like this, and some of y'all might be very much intrigued. I found some packets we've never gone through before. Okay, now that's like the holy grail of Fred stuff. If you open up a box and you see this right here, okay, these are packets. These have never been gone through. They're sorted by people's names. Ernest Tubb, there's Conway Twitty, Sheb Woolley, Ferlin Husky. And there could be anybody. Most of this looks like country stuff, but every once in a while, I remember like we found sometime that would say like Robert De Niro and Marlon Brando and Al Pacino, and we'd be like, holy heck, what's in there? Because it's usually all autographs, lobby cards, and movie posters. So let's get started. I'm going to start trying to unfold this stuff and get it all sold. If not, it's immediately going out on our sales floor tomorrow for sale. I've got a dig table. That's what we're calling it. I've got tables and tables full of all this stuff. I'm just going to let customers come in and start buying it. So let's see what these Ernest Tubb posters are. How do you tell which lobby card's original? It's just a feel thing. Some of them you can tell right away. There's Jamboree. Plus, we got to unfold all this stuff. Any one of these could easily be autographed. Because, see, he would get stuff autographed, he would fold it back up, and you just never know, okay? But, yeah, the reprints are obvious. They're white on the back. They're a different paper. And, Leslie, I will say the Elvis CD. I've got you. Sell this to Leslie. I'm going to make that the next CD in the stack over here. I got my table cleared off. I'm ready to start showing stuff. We're ready. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. 2 big stacks of CDs sold. Awesome. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do is we'll be changing camera angles. This is a half sheet, original 1949 Jamboree movie poster. I'll do this for $35. $35. Jamboree, Ernest Tubb, an original 1949. $35 on that. But most of the stuff in these folders are his original stuff. And if you don't like the price, make an offer. Okay? Because, listen, y'all don't understand. I've got hundreds of items. I bought all this stuff in bulk. I told Fred, I said, Fred, this is going to take years to go through and sell. Here I am 6 years later, and we're still trying to sell this stuff. The cost of logistics and storage and whichever, it's, I told his daughter, I told his whole family, I said, I know he's got a lot of stuff, but guys, he's almost got too much stuff. This is like, we've been selling stuff now for 6 years. Tim Graham gets Ernest Tubb for $35. Thank you. Let me start a buy pile here. You can almost have too much stuff sometimes in your collection. So think about that eventually for your descendants, your heirs. He started luckily liquidating stuff while he was alive. You don't sometimes want to leave your family literally truckloads full of stuff. It can be overwhelming. But wow, another one. This is Charles Sterrett. Charles Sterrett, Riding West, 1943. Look at this. Got a Native American. I love the wagon scene right here. That's an original 1943 movie poster. $35 for Riding West. Renegades, bullets, Indians. Nothing could stop him. $35 on that one. $35 on that one. Let's put that right over here. These appear to be all original movie posters. These all came from the Ernest Tubb packet. Now, I have no idea how Ernest Tubb was related to that last movie, unless he just maybe made an appearance or played music for it. That's very popular. Well, now, this is definitely an Ernest Tubb. Look at this one here. Wow, look at the colors. That is called Barn Dance. We had those lobby cards last night. $35 on Barn Dance. That is beautiful colors up here at the top. The lights are really... Here, let me turn this off. Yeah, there we go. Does that look better for y'all? There you go. I think that looks even better. The colors on that. Barn Dance. Love the microphone here. There's the band. 35 on that one. And that's Hollywood Barn Dance. So Daniel wants to give 30 for riding. That was the last one. Let's sell this to Daniel for $30. And let's sell Hollywood Barn Dance to Tim Graham for 35. No, Daniel was first. Daniel was first on that one, okay? So Daniel got both. He got the last one there for 30, and he got this one for 35. Okay, and let's keep going. I might have another one. Hold on a minute. Tim Graham, it might be your lucky day. This is looking like the same poster. No, it is. All right, there's another one. If you're okay with this one, similar condition. You just make sure Ernest Tubb didn't sign it, because we did have signed Ernest Tubb stuff at one point. Hey, your lucky day. Both very similar, and that is sold to Tim Graham. We'll go ahead and give you one too. That's good. That's amazing. There's the back. That's crazy. Two there. So 35 and 35. Those are sold and sold. Hopefully that looks better with that light off. Well, this thing was hot. It's starting to pop and creak over here. Okay, was that everything in that first packet already? I guess so. All right, let's go right into another one. Here we go. Here we go. You never know what's going to be in the next packet. Honestly, I have no idea. This is Dottie West. Paper dolls. Wow. Is this really paper dolls from Dottie West? What is this? It is. Well, where's the rest of it? Okay, there it is. Wow, paper doll. It's a paper doll book from Dottie West. There's the cutouts, and there's the accessories. I'm going to say $10 a piece. Dottie West paper dolls. $10. $10, and then there's the lobby cards to that country music movie. We've had a bunch of these. These should all be of Dottie West. Yeah, make sure she didn't sign. I'm telling you, you just never know. I'll flip through lobby cards, and then all of a sudden, boop, there's one that's signed. So, but either way, I'll say $10 a piece on the Dottie West there. Okay? There's those and there's those. Was that all her stuff? Uh-oh. One more thing in here. Yep. You got to be careful. There's another lobby card. Yep, $10 on that. All right. There's that. And we have Porter Wagner. This could be good. Country music. Y'all couldn't really see what I was showing. I forgot y'all I'm on the top camera. Do y'all need to see any of that again? I forgot I was on the top camera. Let me go here for a second. Yeah, let me go this. Sorry. If y'all need to see that last stuff, let me know. I forgot we was on top camera. Remind me if I'm at the wrong angle, because I'll look up and we'll go back. That's a country music on Broadway, a lobby card, $10 on that. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. This is Sheb Wooley. Should be all Sheb Wooley stuff. And we've got a whole packet here of Sheb Wooley. There's a photo from Hootenanny Hoot, a press photo. And we got a bunch of lobby cards here from Hootenanny Hoot. Another one from Hootenanny Hoot. Another one. There's the Country Boy movie lobby cards. Another one from Country Boy. and another one, another one, another one, another one, and another one. Those are all lobby cards from Country Boy. Okay, Sheb Wooley. That's everything that was in the Sheb Wooley packet. Next is Conway. I think maybe Conway. This could have some pretty good stuff. Who does this say? Tweety Williams Snow. Williams. I have no idea. We're about to find out, though. Probably Hank Williams Jr., because there he is. A Time to Sing. There he is again. Those are pretty cool, actually. There's Hank Williams Jr. This is from that movie, A Time to Sing. These are all original lobby cards. That's a cool one there. I'll say $10 a piece on these. We might even have a whole set there, but there's lots of duplicates. All right. And then I think this is going to be the really cool movie poster here. So let's open this up. And let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. That's pretty sweet there. All right, top cam. A Time to Sing. That's pretty cool there. $35 on the poster. Hank Williams Jr. All right. Daniel says he'll take the poster. Excellent decision there. Excellent decision. All right, that's sold for $35. Lobby cards. We can always go back later if you want to see something again. I got a lot of packets, though. Jerry Wallace. It's a one-sheet movie poster of something. Tim Graham was second on the movie poster. This looks interesting. Corn's a Poppin'. Is that what that says? Let's go to the top cam. Corn's a Poppin'. From corn to pop and pop to corn. Jerry Wallace. 1955. I'll say this one, I'll do $25 on this one. Corn's a Poppin'. $25. Is that all in Jerry Wallace? It's all in Jerry Wallace. 1955 original there. Next is Dottie West, Country Music 1972. These are probably more lobby cards. Probably more lobby cards. Yeah, he's got, golly, he's got a bunch of them. Yep. Same thing we had earlier. Okay. Sheb Wooley. We just had him. That one's empty, unless I laid it back up there. And then O'Ferlin Husky here. This could have some movie posters in it. Probably lobby cards. Ferlin Husky. All right, first thing is, oh yeah, very popular one here we've had. The Las Vegas Hillbillies. Those are all press photos. Original press photos from the Las Vegas Hillbillies. There's one. Whoop, hold on a second. Wrong camera. Let's go over here. Las Vegas Hillbillies. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one from Country Music Holiday. There's another. Lots there from Country Music and more from Las Vegas Hillbillies. So those are all press photos. And then here's the lobby cards for Las Vegas Hillbillies. And it looks like we got a ton of them. And Hillbillies on Haunted House. So yeah, we got a bunch of these. This also stars Sonny James and Roy Drusky and Dale Reeves and Bill Anderson and Connie Smith. Wow, it's crazy how much original stuff. There's another Hillbillies in a Haunted House. Crazy. All originals, too. All right, and then this has all kinds of looking different Furlan Husky. Ooh, our first autograph. Signed by Furlan Husky and somebody else. Signed by Furlan Husky and Janis Joplin? That would be insane. No, who is that? That is signed by Furlan Husky and I don't know. I'm looking at the other lineup of characters on the... It looks like a woman's name. It looks like Jane, but I don't see anybody, you know, in this whole lineup. I can't figure it out. If that's a J, then that's not a J. So I have no idea. What I usually do if I find autographs like this, if somebody's definitely interested, I'll go ahead and price it. If not, I usually get a pile going for the next time JSA's here. The next time JSA's here, you know, we just go ahead and get it authenticated. Plus, they can probably tell me who it is. It's Zaza Gabor. Zaza Gabor. Really? Who is Zaza Gabor? Let me pull that up myself. ZSA. That's who this is, but is that who signed it? I don't think that's who signed it, did they? Is that who signed it? Let me look up her signature. That is her signature. Good job. Zaza Gabor. Excellent work, Numanoid 80. It is. Excellent work there. Zaza Gabor, a Hungarian-American socialite and actress. She died in 2016 at age 99 years old. Golly, look how many times she was married. She was married 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She was married 9 times. Holy moly. She just couldn't find the right one, could she? I'm kind of curious. She couldn't find true love. I'm sure it's not an expensive signature, but I'm kind of curious. On the right item, it looks like it's pretty good. That's pretty cool because it's dual signed by both of them, so I think that's pretty cool. It's signed by her and Furlan Husky there, so cool find. All right, let's lay that right back there. All right, let's see what's in here. Maybe this is a whole packet of signed Furlan Husky stuff. And God, I don't think I've had her yet. Out of all the Fred autographs, that's the first time I've seen her. Melody Trails, Furlan Husky. Las Vegas Hillbillies photos, no signs there. This looks cool. It's a press book to Furlan Husky and Swamp Girl. But, I mean, it could be framed as a poster. Look how cool that looks. Furlan Husky and Swamp Girl. It's a campaign book. It's a campaign book, but that would... A lot of people like buying these because you can frame them for smaller posters, okay? And then there's 2 more hillbillies. All right. The reason I go through everything for that reason right here, I flip through all of the stuff to make sure this right here doesn't happen. Because with Fred's collection, and you got to think, I have never went through all this. I've owned all this stuff here for about 3 years now. It's been 3 years since I've done a deal on these. I haven't looked through any of it. So I love going through this stuff. I just never have time. Does Melody Trails have Furlan Husky stuff? You're talking about that little book back here? The little song book? Melody Trails. Furlan. It looks like it does. Ernest Tubb and Billy Bird. Melody Trails, yeah. It looks like there's an article about him and Ernest Tubb. $10 if you want that, Daniel. $10 if you want that. All right, let's go through another packet. This is fun. I'm having fun going through my own stuff I've never looked at. 5. Let's do it for 7. 7. Come on, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. What do we have here? We got Lonzo and Oscar, Country Music Holiday. Lonzo and Oscar, Country Music Holiday. This is the Lonzo and Oscar packet. There's a few lobby cards from Country Music Holiday. Let me lay this over here before it gets buried. All right. Scotty Lulu Bell. Who the heck is that? There's nothing in here. Scotty Lulu Bell. No, Lulu Bell and Scotty. Okay, I thought that was a comma. All right. Barbara Mandrell. Those are lobby cards from that movie Country Music. Make sure none of them signed. Barbara Mandrell, Barbara Mandrell. There's that. And here is more Barbara Mandrells, all from that Country Music movie. Now, why did Fred do this? Why did he sort thousands of items? If he thought he was going to meet somebody to get autographs, he had a entire archive. So let's say he maybe thought he was going to go to a concert, a convention, and Barbara Mandrell, he could go to his files, pull out a big drawer, thumb through it, and pull out a whole packet of just nothing but Furlan Husky stuff. And then if he got the opportunity, sign, sign, sign. That's why some autographs, we've got stacks. You know, it's just like they signed a bunch. And some, he got some really dang good ones. Or if he had an address, he would get a lead on an address. He'd get, okay, here is Barbara Mandrell's address. He would send a whole packet of these and say, Miss Mandrell, would you mind signing these for me? I'm a fan, a country music archivist, sincerely Fred Goodwin. And she would sign them and send them back. That happened with a lot of his stuff. Some people he never got to meet. Tim Graham, I'll do a Barbara Mandrell lobby card for $10 if you want it. Okay? $10 on that. Let's do this packet here. Here's the next one. This is Jimmy C. Newman, it looks like, which should have some movie posters. Yeah. Should be some pretty good movie posters here. Let's open up the first one. Before I do that, yeah, we'll just set Melody Trails back here. And Tim, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for Barbara Mandrell, if that's okay. Unless you say otherwise. He said yes. All right. And let me take this stack because I need a flat surface because we're about to unfold another one sheet here. It could be somebody maybe not you're looking for on these packets, but there could be a good chance there could be some cool posters. And there's a good chance a lot of these are signed because I know we have some of these signed. Let me flatten this out. I actually got to take this off the table to make room for it. Let me just lay that right there. All right, so here we go. Let's go to the top cam. This is always a sweet poster. This is Second Fiddle to a Steel Guitar, $35. Great poster. Got the cartoon characters over here, including Minnie Pearl, all the country artists around the border, Kitty Wells, Fair and Young, there's Minnie Pearl again, Little Jimmy Dickens, and this is an original from 1965. Homer and Jethro, Bill Monroe over here in the corner, right here in the corner, 35 on that. Daniel Rosen says he'll take it. Great, clean, great colors. Very cool there. That is sold to Daniel Rosen. All right, let's put that here in the sold pile. And this next one, I think I've got two. Right, I've got two of these. I've got two number 2s, okay? So let's show the one I have number 1 of first. Tim Graham, you were second on the poster. Daniel beat you to it. But I only have one of these, and then I've got two of the other ones, okay? Music City, USA. This one has a little bit of a tear right here where the S is, but another one. It's got the Nashville State Capitol. It's got other big names like Loretta Lynn. Over here is the Wilburn Brothers. Webb Pierce, $35 on this one. Also great colors. Daniel Rosen strikes first. Tim Graham second. Now, I have a feeling y'all are going to want the other one, so maybe y'all can get one of each. This one so first to Daniel. Another great decision. Just $35 too. Excellent condition. The chances there's a movie poster from Roustabout signed by Elvis. I would give Vegas odds 1 in 1 million. There's a better chance I pull out the Ark of the Covenant. Boy, that's a very expensive item, Levi. I actually asked somebody about that. That is a very expensive item. That'd be big money. All right. Here we go. I've got two of these. An inside look at Music City, USA. Here's another one for $35. Webb Pierce's car. Ernest Tubbs Record Shop. Roy Acuff's Museum. A new $700,000 studio. There's the state capitol. There is the tour bus. Daniel Rosen says, me and Tim will take one. I have a feeling. They both want one. Yeah, that's another cool poster there. Got more shots of stars up here. This is Nashville the way people used to remember it. This is not the Nashville that it is if you drove. If I got in my Tahoe and zipped down I-40 in about 25 minutes, I could be on Broadway. That's not the same Broadway. All right. And let me make sure, Tim Graham, this one's in similar condition, and there's AKA no autographs on it. Okay. You got another nice one there. So Daniel and Tim both get a number 2. Okay? They both get a number 2 there. Nice. So that was the Jimmy C. Newman packet, which was just those posters. What do we have here? This says Molly B. Molly B. Aha. From the Hillbillies in a Haunted House. Hillbillies in a Haunted House. I got one. Going Steady. Chartreuse Caboose. Going Steady. Going Steady. Going Steady. There's the main title card that kind of looks like a movie poster. Boy, they're having some fun, aren't they? Goodness gracious. We have Going Steady. Chartreuse Caboose. Chartreuse Caboose. That's fun to say. Chartreuse Caboose. Those are all $10 a piece. All right. That was old Molly B. I don't know a lot about Molly B, but I do know a lot about this guy. His name is Sonny James. Let's see what we got in here. The Sonny James packet. All right. I have a magazine, kind of looks like a periodical. What is this? Is this all about Sonny James? What is this? There's Bill Monroe. What is this called? What is the periodical called here? Man, it's got some cool ads and some cool articles, though. I don't know what this is actually supposed to be, though. Like, what's it called? I'm going to say $10. This looks like a vintage country magazine. Yeah, it could be missing the cover. Here we go. It's a Music City News. Yeah, Music City News. I don't know that. I mean, there's the crease. It could be, I guess. I don't know. That looks like a back ad. I don't know. I think they just didn't put it on the front. I think Sonny James took out the whole. He said, how much to rent the whole cover? And then here's a couple lobby cards from Hillbillies. Now, I didn't see those the other night, I don't think, that design. Has anybody actually watched that movie? I remember the nights we was going through a lot of this stuff. It was amazing how many movies, and either most people hadn't seen or some people. I was more surprised some people had seen them than hadn't seen them. I was like, where the heck do you go watch Hillbillies in a haunted house at? Here's the Jordanaires poster, or the Jordanaires packet. Jordanaires Country Music Holiday. And then we got another Jordanaires packet. I'm hoping some of these will have some of these posters. And it looks like we might just got lucky. Let's see what's going on in this Jordanaires packet. All right, so here's another Jordanaires packet. And this has Buffalo Gun with Marty Robbins, Webb Pierce, Carl Smith. I don't recall seeing those before. Buffalo Gun. And there's another Buffalo Gun. That's a pretty cool one there. And this is Country Music Holiday. And there's 3 more from the Jordanaires. And then there's a press photo. There's a press photo, okay? So there's all that. And the last one in this stack, and then I gotta go get another handful, is Merle Kilgore. And we got a lobby card from Country Music on Broadway. Okay, and the other item in here is another lobby card, Country Music on Broadway. There's that. All right, let me go get another handful out of that tub. The first pack, I would give those a rating of a B. Those are pretty good. Found some cool stuff. Let's go get another handful. I don't think y'all realize how much is in here. I have unlimited packets, okay? Unlimited packets. No, actually, we'll probably run out tonight. All right, let me grab these. I think at one time we had, I would bet we had 5,000 packets Fred had labeled. I mean, it was exciting. About a year and a half ago, I'd open up a box and it would say like Jurassic Park. And I would be like, oh my gosh. And it would be literally a whole packet of nothing but original Jurassic Park posters. Right now, we're into Fred's personal collection, okay? This is stuff Fred had in file cabinets literally right outside of his living room. So what I did is when I made a deal on everything in the house, I made one huge offer on a big section. We literally opened up a file cabinet drawer and took these out and just put them in tubs. And that's how he wanted to sell them. So I was there with him, and we just, huge price on everything. And I just took stuff. I mean, I literally said, Fred, what do you want for your contents of your desk? I'm talking about like his personal desk. And I was like, just everything in it. Because you would open it up and he'd have like little autographs where he were working. That's where I found all those cuts and stuff. It's where he was trying to frame stuff. And I bought like everything. I was just like, I want everything in your desk. You don't get to pick anything out. We're just going to put it in a tub. I'm going to empty a whole drawer, everything. Pencils, pens, staplers. And that's the way I buy stuff. Wilburn Brothers. There's the Wilburn Brothers show book. Here's Nashville Rebel with the Wilburn Brothers. Nashville Rebel with the Wilburn Brothers. Press photo from Nashville Rebel. Wilburn Brothers. Press photo. Press photo. There's the Wilburn Brothers and Wilburn Brothers. I've seen Hillbillies in a Haunted House. Silly fun, lots of musical interludes. It's just footage from the Opry. Interesting. Yep. Some of those are pretty difficult to find, though. I had a feeling you was going to ask that, Daniel. I had a feeling when I saw that, I was like, Daniel will want this. The Wilburn Brothers Show, Folio number 2. That looks like Fred's handwriting. January 1966, featuring Loretta Lynn, Harold Morrison, and guest stars. Let's make sure it's not signed on the back. A lot of these you flip through and you'll find signatures on pages. But here we go. So Wilburn Brothers and Loretta Lynn. There they are. There's a really cool shot of Loretta, the Loretta Lynn Rodeo. Wow, there she is riding horses. There's more pictures. Really lots of photos here. Thanks to our guests. There's those String Bean. There's Porter. Hank Snow. Bob Luman. And there's the back. It was sent by mail. $10. $10. Okay, next is Wilma Lee Cooper. Let's see what's in that. Wilma Lee Cooper. Ooh, we got some signed ones. Wilma Lee Cooper. Next question is, are they authentic? Are they secretarial? Wilma Lee Cooper, Wilma Lee Cooper, and Wilma Lee Cooper. Nice, 3 signed Wilma Lee Coopers. I need to do a wiki on her. Age, alive, dead, when did she die, how young was she? Get some basic information. That's regardless of who it is. That usually tells you the difficulty of an autograph. Wilma Lee Cooper. Wilma Lee Cooper. She born in 1921. She died in Sweetwater, Tennessee at age 90 in 2011. It looks like it says always Wilma Lee Cooper. Yeah, always Wilma Lee Cooper, always Wilma Lee Cooper. I'll put those over here with the Furlan Husky and Zaza Gabor. Melody Trails and the Wilburn Brothers sell these together to Daniel Rosen for $15. You got it. All right. He gets these for $15. And Stoney Cooper. Stoney Cooper died in 1977 at age 58. I bet his signature is exponentially more harder to get. Relatively young and died in the 70s. Probably much more. Uh-oh, but we could be in luck here. Here's Wilma Cooper and Stoney. Here we go. So let's see what we got here. There could be anything in here. We're about to find out. That's the next packet. There is a more signed by Wilma Lee Cooper. My Best Always. She added a little bit something extra on that one. My Best Always. There's another one signed. And like I said, if somebody wants me to check on these, I'll give you my best opinion and go ahead and price them. Or we're just going to wait and get word from JSA. If I usually do preliminary research, if I think it's worth having authenticated. You know, some of them might be, well, just go ahead and sell them for $25. But you get that JSA sticker on them, and then you know they're authentic, and you can sell them for $35. So that's what I like to do. That way everybody knows. And then here, what are these? Why were these in the Wilma? Is this when they got inducted or something? Wilma Lee Cooper, 1993. I don't know, some kind of Grand Ole Opry festival books. Okay, next packet is Cowboy Copus. That could be pretty cool. Cowboy Copus. Let's see what's going on here with Cowboy. Nice, that's a cool lobby card. Look at that one. Square Dance Jubilee. He's wrapped this one in plastic. Square Dance Jubilee, 1949. That's the title card there that kind of looks like a mini movie poster. And then we got, what else we got here from Cowboy Copas? We got here Cowboy Copas latest hits, King Deluxe Records. It's like a insert flyer. Wow, that's pretty cool. Cowboy Copas, his latest hit, Rose of Oklahoma, backed by Believe It or Not. It looks like almost something that was a magazine insert or maybe something hanging or maybe in a record store. And then there's some sheet music, Rose of Oklahoma. That must be his hit, 1945. Now this guy right here, I don't know, Daniel, if you know much about him or anybody else watching, this Chaw Mank, that name right there. Fred bought, I think, that guy's estate. And a lot of signed letters and photos we got came from, they were addressed to Chaw Mank. And from what I understand, he worked on building fan clubs for people. So Chaw Mank was not only like a writer, but he worked on building, like, he was one of the first people who did fan clubs for a lot of these country stars. That information could be sketchy, but that's what I've always understood. We have this here. Are you talking about this, Daniel? I'll say this for $10. I think that's pretty cool. $10 on that. Yeah, Chaw Mank right here. Man, where's Michael Manning at when I need him? Michael, are you watching? But Fred evidently knew Chaw Mank or bought a lot of his stuff. Okay, that's all Cowboy Copa stuff. Let's leave that right over here. All right, next one is Judy Canova. Judy Canova. We're about to get into a poster, and then here's some lobby cards. All right, Cowboy Copas. I figured that was a very fair price for that. That sold to Daniel for $10. So Judy Canova, we got Joan of Ozark. 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 Okay, and then we got two of what looks like to be the same posters. Okay. Here is poster number 1. Hillbilly Jamboree. With Billy Strange. So this is Hillbilly Jamboree. I'll say $25 on this. Guy Shard says Cowboy 20. Are you talking about for the thing Daniel just bought? I would have loved to took your $20 offer, but I've already said yes to Daniel. Unless, Guy, you want some of this other Cowboy Copa stuff, I can put it together in a lot or something. Or if you want one of those other smaller advertisements. And then this is the same. This is the same poster, yeah. Hillbilly Jamboree. Okay, there's that. That was Judy Canova packet. The smaller Cowboy Copas. Dang, I shot myself in the foot, Daniel. Guy was going to pay $20 for that. These are, well, here's for size perspective. Here's an album jacket. So, I'll give you some size perspective. Next is, uh-oh. I don't know why I'm saying uh-oh. Well, we did have some stuff signed by him the other night. Governor Jimmy Davis. Governor Jimmy Davis. We had one of these signed the other night. Y'all remember that? Here's another poster, though. Yeah, Louisiana. We sold one of these signed. That one looks different, though. Let's go to the top cam. That one's got some cool images on it. Governor Jimmy Davis. in Louisiana, 1947. Fred lived in a much simpler time. I know we say that a lot, almost a cliche, but it's the truth. This man never did buy one thing on the internet. He's that generation that never had, I mean, he never did buy anything on the internet. never did make a purchase. So I was like, wow, there's not many of those people still alive. There's not many people still alive who say they hadn't really ever been on the internet yet. So, or made a purchase on the internet. So, or had a smartphone or ever handled a smartphone. All right, moving right along. Sorry, I was stretching too while I was letting y'all look at that. Like I said, if you ever want a price on something, just ask. I'll price it, and then you can say sell or pass. Sold or pass. There is a lobby card from that same movie. That right there looks like simpler times, right? Some people say, yeah, simpler, but sometimes a lot rougher, though. I take DoorDash for granted every day when I look at pictures like that, and I was like, yeah, those people literally probably just got done picking and shooting their food. Okay, this is a Marty Robbins. That's good. And Marty Robbins here is all the same lobby card. Let me make sure none of them signed. Chuck Haley, 35 for the Jimmy Davis poster. And these are all Marty Robbins country music lobby cards. $10 on those. And the Jimmy Davis poster, 35, Chuck. All right, here's a big name in the country music world, and that is Kitty Wells. Let's see what we got in here from Kitty. All right, full packet. Let's see what we got. Let's start right here. It might be your lucky day, Tim, because I think here's that poster you missed out on a moment ago. It is. Oh, never mind. We just hit a big ticket. Wow, look. Y'all can't see it. It's signed by Bill Monroe. How sweet is that? Wow. Signed by Bill Monroe. And we've had a lot of authenticated stuff already come. That's a great item there. That is pretty dang sweet. Signed over here by Bill. Let me zoom in. About the only way I can see it. Y'all can see it if I zoom in on it. Let's see here. Yeah, right there. About the best I can do. Okay, I know what this does. Now that rezooms it, and this zooms it. Yeah. Jake has showed me 100 times how to use this, and I still mess it up. But okay. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a tough signature to get. Let me definitely lay that over here. And that was not folded like that. That doesn't look natural. All right, let me fold it. Nope. That's not right either. Was it folded on the out with the letters on the outside? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, like this. Because you could see that part. Yeah, it was. Okay. Let me put this over here in my autograph stash. Governor Jim, I was waiting for him. There we go. And yeah, Jimmy Davis here. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $30. Nice. Okay, moving right along. Here's that same poster, Tim. If one of these aren't signed, I'm going to sell it to you for $35. Here is first. Quick shot down here, though. This is a book, Queen of Country Music, The Life Story of Kitty Wells. Okay, and then let's check this poster here. That was weird, a signed Bill Monroe just, oh, there's another one. Yep. Another one, wow. Why is this in here with Kitty Wells, though? I mean, that's bizarre, you know. That's pretty dang cool, though. I've already got some stuff authenticated. If anybody's interested in such an item, I've already got at least 2 posters that Bill Monroe signed for Fred, and I've got a press photo. I've got 5 or 6 albums. I've got 5 or 6 albums, at least a couple posters, a photo, and 2 magazines signed by Bill Monroe. Just FYI. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, here's some lobby cards. There's lobby cards. All right, let's see if we've gotten lucky again. Are we possibly lucky for another? I mean, there's like very little examples. There's another one. Amazing. Another one signed by Bill Monroe. 3. Like I said, I mean, when we first started finding some of these Bill Monroe, there wasn't many examples even for sale on eBay. Could we hit 4 in a row? That would be, wow, another one signed by Bill Monroe. That's incredible. I mean, these are like $500 items now. That's pretty amazing. These have been sitting in the back now. I had no idea I even had those till right now. Okay, so Daniel asked about the book, and then Tim offered 10. Daniel, it's yours if you want it for 10. If not, Tim Graham says he'll take it. Well, Daniel, I got bad news. Or Tim Graham, I have bad news. I don't have another poster for you because those are all signed by Bill Monroe. I thought I was going to have you another $35 poster, but those have some pretty significant signatures on them, so sorry about that. There probably will be more. Daniel says he'll take Kitty Wells for 10, okay? Tim second on that one. This says Town Hall Party. That's what this packet says, Town Hall Party. Photos, these are just print. Now, these are ones that Fred had made. I've got thousands of prints with various stuff like this. We got tubs and tubs full of his prints that he made. And this, I bought a signed Kitty Wells. You did. I remember that. I'm glad to know I got some classic country buyers lingering around. Tim, Daniel, maybe some other people watching right now. Chuck made a purchase. Guy is possibly interested. I'm glad to know because we still got a boo-koodle of Fred Goodwin stuff like this. So, all right, let's go grab another handful of packets. I'm kind of excited now after finding those Bill Monroe posters. Those are pretty cool items. And if anybody's interested, I've already got stuff JSA'd, like ready to go from him. Those will have to get, I think those require full letters of authenticity, so it could be months before those come back because it's on such a good item. Like, if you have just a Bill Monroe album, I think even an album just requires a basic cert, but I think like an instrument, like we had a signed fiddle by Bill Monroe, which is an incredible item. I'm going to come to the store someday this fall when I work in Tennessee. Yeah, you'll want to because I have piles of stuff. And let me know when you're coming because I'll tell my mom, hey, he's coming. And anybody else that buys this stuff, there is piles now out in the store that you can dig through. So, all right, let's see what we got here. Here's a whole packet of movie posters. Let's see what we got here. It's all the same movie, I think. Looks like in various conditions. Let's try to find a nicer one. These are pretty, these were definitely displayed in a theater. The reason I say, because I probably won't be here. I'm never here during the day. It would be impossible. If I'm here during the day, then we're going to have a bad sale that night because that means I probably won't get to sleep. So my mom, I could say, hey, so-and-so's coming. Just cut them a deal if they pick out like a truckload full of stuff. So, all right, let's see what these look like when I unfold them. Yeah, I knew this was a good poster. This is country music on Broadway. So let me maybe open a couple. Some of them look pretty good. This one, unfortunately, has like some staining right here. Let's open up. I know probably y'all will probably be interested in these because, I mean, look at the shot here. You got this full lineup of all these great country artists. So let's open up a couple more. Maybe there'll be some that look better than others. I'll do these for $25 if the condition stays the same. Let's see here. Yeah, this one, it's kind of got a rip down here. See this? So $25 on these, unless the condition improves. I mean, if you're just going to frame it, or maybe not even frame it, put it in a cheaper frame. Let me see if I can get y'all. Let's open up all of them, and I'll pick out what I think are the best. If Tim wants one. Daniel says he definitely wants one. This one's not too bad so far. It's got a rip down here, but that one so far is pretty good, just overall no staining. Rips never bothered me as long as when you have it framed, it still presses out. You know, like if it's just a rip along the seam, you know, it's not that big deal. Of course, when you deal in the really high end, I mean, look, this is so cool though. Look, this was actually at a theater Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They wrote when to display it, but unfortunately that bled through on the back. Yeah, that black Sharpie has bled through on the back. So we'll pass on that one. Let's see what this one looks like. I think we're about to, I saw a Jim Reeves packet. It looks like some pretty cool stuff coming up. That one's okay. It's got a rip down there. A little bit of staining. We'll pass on that one. This one here is kind of catching my attention. I mean, they've reinforced it. It's actually not that bad. That right now is number 2. We'll put that there. Even though it's got that tear, it's still better than most. Man, how many of these are there? There's a bunch. Okay, this one here actually is now the new number 1, number 2. All right, so I'm going to put that one. That one was pretty dang good compared to what I've seen so far. So I know Daniel wants one. I'll make sure Tim or anybody else doesn't. That one's not too bad either. Not as good as those last ones. I'll put that one over there as well. And then here is this one. That one's not too bad either. All right, so the last several are pretty good. All right, so we'll for sure give one to Daniel. I don't have any that's like perfect, okay? None that's like perfect. Unless more pop up later, I'm going to go ahead and give one to Daniel, which I think the best one I had was that one. I left it there on the bottom. And I'll leave these on top just so I know in case I need to find them faster. 2 for $40. I'll do that. There's the next one. 2 for $40. Deal. Tim, I'll leave it up to you. There might be better ones pop up later. May not be. This packet says Ernest Tubb. That could be good. It's heavy too. A lot of stuff in here. Ernest Tubb. Nice. I'm seeing posters. All right. What does this say? From the desk of Rick Smith. Mr. Goodwin, I noticed to mention some items you had for sale in the ETCF newsletter. Wow. any of the movies E.T.? I saw E.T. and I thought he was talking about extraterrestrial. All right, let's see what we got here. This could be pretty good. We had this one earlier. Now, I'm going to leave it up to y'all to remember if you've bought one or not, because I know we had this a moment ago. This was this very nice Hollywood barn dance. I know we sold at least one, but there's another nice one. Hollywood barn dance. Now, I know Daniel or Tim bought at least one, so do y'all remember? I honestly don't know who got one earlier. But there's another one, and I have two of them, it looks like. Y'all both got one. Okay. Well, if anybody else watching then, that's a pretty dang cool movie poster there from, what did we say on that one? The 40, forgot what the publication date on that one is. So, there's all that. Yeah, this is essentially a country music museum here. I mean, truly. Here's sheet music, walking the floor over you. You know what? Let's open that last poster and make sure Ernest Tubb didn't sign it. I mean, I'm not joking. You just never know. You just never know here. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. I've checked almost everything so far tonight. Daniel, what did that say? I'm not, okay, I'll go ahead and see another one. I think that first one was the nicest of the two. Sell that poster right there to Daniel Rosen for $25. Maybe Tim wants a backup too. This is a ton of sheet music here. This is all Ernest Tubb sheet music. Man, Fred bought a lot of these. Yeah, he had an archive, man. Unbelievable. Here's another poster. Ooh, something different here, it looks like. Nice, the insert. We hadn't seen the insert yet. We hadn't seen that size yet. Jamboree, $35. Got a really cool shot down here of Ernest. Nice imagery right in here. Great colors. Got the dancing girls up at the top. I hadn't seen that. $35. I hadn't seen that size for that poster yet. $5 for walking. Was that one of the ones we had a bunch of? Yeah. All right. Sell that to Daniel Rosen for $5. And then I think these are all Jamboree lobby cards. My fingers are getting so dry. I need that stuff that the bankers use, the stuff when they're counting money. Jamboree. Let me go back to this camera. Let's go over here. There we go. All right, so Jamboree, there's the main lobby card. Very cool. Man from Music Mountain. Heart of the Golden West. There's another Jamboree. Another Jamboree. Another Jamboree. And another Jamboree. Okay? Those are all pretty cool. There's the sleeve they were in. Here is Ernest Tubb, Song of Sensational Success. This is Ernest Tubb. And y'all know what this is? This is a picture of Fred and Ernest Tubb. There he is. This is for those that's relatively new, and that's Fred Goodwin, and the guy I bought all this stuff from, who passed away earlier this year. And there's Ernest Tubb next to him. I'm telling you, Fred hung out with these guys like they were his best friends. It's incredible. I hear a lot of stories from a lot of people. This, that, and this. This guy had autographs and photo evidence. Jamboree is the one Jamboree with Ernest Tubb Band. Let's see here. Not that one, not that one. It looks like it. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. Is this Roy Rogers here? This looks like Roy Rogers here. What packet are we in? Ernest Tubb? Isn't that Roy Rogers there? Was he making an appearance in this movie? No, what is this? Man from Music Mountain. Okay. All right, there's that. There's Fred. There's the sleeve. There's the songbook. Okay, this appears to be another, this is another Jamboree poster. Let's take a look at this. Ooh. So far, I'm liking the colors. Let's go to the top cam. Wow. Beautiful poster here. Wow. Great colors. For what year? 1949. That's pretty sweet. And then you can probably even see it better here. Yeah, that's pretty nice. $45 on this one. Excellent condition. Okay. And then we got sheet music. Sheet music. And I can't believe he didn't. I know we had signed stuff. I can't believe I hadn't found a signed. That looks like it's signed, but it's not. And then here's a bunch of, let's see what this is. Looks like several photos of Fred and Ernest. Man, when did he pass away? Ernest Tubb. Ernest Tubbs. Tubbs? Tubb. Tubb. Of course. Where did he died in 1984. Wow. So these were taken at least 84 or earlier for sure. He died at age 70. Born in 1914. Wow. Born in 1914. That was not Kitty Wells. Daniel, let me know what you're thinking on the Jamboree poster. And here's a lobby card of Hollywood Barn Dance. And another lobby card of Hollywood Barn Dance. Okay. All right. Next packet. Guess what? Ernest Tubb. All right, let's see what we got in here. This is flyers for Hollywood Barn Dance. And it looks like they're in an original kind of envelope type thing here. Kind of like just new old stock. Like flyers or something used to maybe be copied into a newspaper. All right, we'll go ahead and do Jamboree. I was going to try to ask a premium for that one, but I'll go ahead and sell it to you for what we've been selling most of them for. That was that one right there. All right, sell him Jamboree for $35. You got it. what was this? Okay, here's more jamborees. These are Jamboree Lobby card. Jamboree Lobby card. There's the Jamboree title card. We just showed you the poster. And Tim, to answer your question, that female is Ruth Terry. Hey, that's a cool one. That's a cool one. I like the John Deere colors on these. Very much a John Deere color scheme going on these. There's another one. And there's Hollywood Barn Dance. All right. These people were absolute heroes to Fred. These guys. So he's into this country and western stuff. This stuff here he accumulated. I feel the same way like if I was flipping through Beatles stuff. Just piles and piles and piles of it. Tanya Tucker. Tanya Tucker, a movie poster. What movie was Tanya on here? Let's go to the top cam. Hard Country. Tanya Tucker. $10. Hard Country. Oh, Tanya. $10 if anybody wants it. Hard Country. What was the Jamboree black and white band? Whoops. Jamboree. You got it? Let me find it here. Oh. My knee is saying, Chad, it's time for you to sit down and stretch. I have been standing for now exactly 8 hours. I hadn't squatted much tonight either. I try to squat about every hour and stretch. There's the Jamboree Lobby card. Daniel gets Hard Country for 10. And here is a packet that says Jim Reeves. Let's see what's in Jim Reeves. All right, first thing we got an empty picture sleeve. We got a single, a bunch of empty. That's just like new old stock picture sleeves. Single. A song folio book. Kimberly Jim. Angels Don't Lie, sheet music, and press photos from Kimberly Jim. Cool car. All right. There's that. And based on the time, let me go see how much more is over here. I think I can knock out, if not all, or the rest of these envelopes, quote, AKA packets. Maybe, let's see here. We got country music magazines, Cousin Jody, Tennessee Ernie Ford, Spade Cooley, Gateway Trio, Furlan Husky, a broken 78. That's never good. James Bond stuff signed by Shirley Eaton. Probably go ahead and finish this tub. I really want to because it's going to be one less tub I have to move around later. We probably can speed run through some of this. Okay. This is good to find. These are signed by a Bond girl, Shirley Eaton. Shirley Eaton. Jill Masterson. That's from Goldfinger, the girl they painted in gold at the beginning of the movie. Fred dated her for a while. Now, I can get these authenticated. I have hundreds of already authenticated Shirley Eaton items. Hundreds. But if anybody does want one of these, I'll sell it to you raw. Just no JSA, of course. I just found them. Didn't even know I had them. Sometimes she signed these books. This is not in here, but there is a picture of her and Roger Moore. There's a picture of her and Sean Connery. And somewhere in here, there's a picture of her and Fred. Because I think she was kind of with Fred when this book was published. There it is. Me and my very good friend from Tennessee, Fred Goodwin. They were out on a date at the mill in Pigeon Forge. Goldfinger. Round down. Da-da-da-da-da. Probably the greatest Bond movie ever. Saying that as a fan. All right, Furlan Husky. Let's see what's in here. I'm trying to hunt for posters. As usual, everybody's on a poster hunt, including me. I'm also on an autograph hunt. Ah, this is a cool one. This is that Swamp Girl poster. I think this is a pretty good poster, just based on the subject matter. Swamp Girl, Furlan Husky. We had that press book earlier. Swamp Girl. Oh, hold on a minute. Chad's going down for just a second. Oh. I will sell y'all a Shirley Eaton signed 45 for $35. Now, like, after I get a JSA card on it, it'll probably be like $55. And if you even want me to go ahead and do one for $55, I can hold it until we get JSA on it. Or if you just want to go ahead and buy it the way it is, $35. Swamp Girl poster. But I've got like photos and other stuff already JSA that I sell for $55. That's pretty cool to have a single, though, of Goldfinger, since that's literally, in the beginning of the movie, that's who she's kind of hanging out with. And then Bond comes up and seduces her. And then Goldfinger has her killed. Spoiler alert. Gateway Trio. Let's see what this is. Hoot Nanny Hoot lobby cards. I did have some signed Goldfinger albums, and I was selling those just as a comparison. I think we were selling those for $125. I found about 5 signed Goldfinger soundtracks, but those are long gone. Here's more Spade Cooley stuff. Let's try to flip through all this right quick. Spade Cooley. Border Outlaws. That's a copy there. I try to pull that stuff out. That's a reprint. We'll put that over here. Casa Mana. Cowboy Blues. Everybody's Dancing. Spade Cooley. Everybody's Dancing. Everybody's Dancing. Everybody's Dancing. Everybody's Dancing. Here we go. Here's a poster. La Casas Manana. Let's go to the top cam for this. La Casas Manana. Manana. La Casas Manana. I don't know if I've had this one before. Nice. Cool poster. Casa Manana. $35. Excellent colors and imagery. $35. Mentioned Spade Cooley, the Rio Brothers. Chuck Haley says he will take a Shirley Eaton single as is for $35. Awesome. Sold to you. I'll pick you out. That one's perfect there. And the B-side is Betty Davis Eyes. Look at that. And the flip is Betty Davis Eyes. You get a good twofer there. There's a beautiful one there. Jerry Rock, if you decide you want one, let me know. I've got 2 more signed by the Golden Girl herself. They're not JSA'd, but I will guarantee them. I have had hundreds of items signed by Shirley Eaton now. I still have hundreds of items. Everybody's dancing. There's another movie poster. There's another La Casas Mañana. It looks like it's lower grade, but it's there. There's a cool lobby card, Everybody's Dancing, starring Spade Cooley. And there's Outlaws of the Rockies lobby card. And then here is Spade Cooley, the Silver Bandit. And then here is Spade Cooley, the Silver Bandit. And Spade Cooley in the Silver Bandit. And what do we have here? What do we have here? We got a bunch of Spade Cooley lobby cards. A ton. I better flip to them, make sure they're not signed though. Spade Cooley, Cooley, Spade, Cooley, Cooley, Spade, Spade, Cooley, Cooley. That's a cool one. That's a cool one there from Casas Mañana. And there's another Casas Mañana poster. So I got 3 of those. And then there's a press photo. All right, here's Tennessee Ernie Ford. It is a Sunday Nashville banner cover. Yeah, this looks like the cover for a Nashville banner. And then we got Cousin Jody. Cousin Jody. Looks just like a photograph from Nashville with music. From Nashville with music. Do we have a bunch of these? I bet we do. Yeah. All right, and then country music magazines. That sounds interesting. It is this right here, ASCAP, honors those who make a joyful noise unto the Lord. The 1979 Country Music Awards at Opryland Hotel. Kind of like a press pamphlet. All right. Let's go see the last batch of that tub. We're almost done. Good stopping point is when the tub over here is empty. It's about 10 steps away from me. Let me grab this last stack of miscellaneous here. A lot of stuff, right? Crazy. All right, here's whole packets of photos of Shirley. They're not signed, just making sure. Okay. Those are just all photos of Shirley Eaton. $5 a piece if anybody wants one. That's from a different movie. Here's Shirley in bikini. This is just trash here. Shirley's filmography. Aha. I think I'll keep that. That's mine. Sorry. Here we go. There's a signed cut. That's just on a sticky note, isn't it? Yeah, that's just on a sticky note. And that's where she wrote her name, like her name badge, probably where she went to a convention with Fred. So there's two, he kept it. It's two of her signatures, and that looks like her handwriting where she printed her name. That's worth keeping. Did she sign this book? It was, yep, there we go. Golden Girl. This is called James Bond Goldfinger, Ian Fleming, and Joy Shirley Eaton. She wrote the introduction. I think I'll keep that. What is this? Oh, it's a graphic novel. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that. All right, well, I just bought 2 things for myself. Nice. I just added 2 items to my collection. Sweet. I like this tub all of a sudden. I'm liking this tub. There's another 100 photos of Shirley Eaton. Here's another 100 photos of Shirley Eaton. That's a name y'all gonna be thinking about tomorrow. Shirley Eaton, Shirley Eaton. Here is another 100 photos of Shirley. Uh-oh, some of these might be signed. Let's see here. To Freddie with Happy Memories, Shirley Eaton. That's just a copy. She's wearing her gold pants, though. There's that. There they are. Those are just copies. That's a photo I've never seen before. It's just a press because there's there they are in Fort Knox. Man, too bad these weren't all signed by Sean Connery. There's another photo of Shirley Eaton. Do y'all think he was in love with this girl? I think he had a thing for her. Any other time, if you had this many photos of a woman, they would probably think you're a little obsessive. Those are pretty cool. Those are official 007 postcards. Whew, we've hit the Bond girl section for sure. More photos of Shirley. And you got to flip through these. Y'all don't realize I have opened up, and all of a sudden you'll find, you know, 20 signed photos of her, which sell pretty good. You know, I mean, it's like she's like a $55 autograph on a photo on eBay, so it's worth me looking for them. All right, now what's this? Oh my gosh. Are they signed? Wow. Yeah, these are all signed. Nice. There we go. I have the world's largest. These are live ink signatures. These are real, yeah. Shirley Eaton, Shirley Eaton, Shirley Eaton. Anybody want one raw before I have them JSA authenticated? Those are all signed. And these are all signed. Hold on a second. Yeah, these are all signed. These are live ink. There's 1, 2, 3. That's from Goldfinger. Yeah. Yeah, he kept all these together. Like this, $35. I've got all kinds JSA'd for $55. $35 just like this. These are cool with Connery. I mean, how cool is that with Sean Connery on the front? Yeah. No two are alike here. These are all live ink. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, these are all live ink. Wow. And good luck, best wishes. There's the scene from the movie. That's the scene they've cut to when, of course, Bond gets knocked out. Odd Job comes in, knocks him over the head. He gets knocked out. He wakes up, and he finds her dead, painted in gold. Yeah, you let me know which one you want, Jerry. I've got your options are Golden Girl Smiling, in bed with Sean Connery, looking up at Sean Connery in bed, Sean Connery with Ian Fleming. That's Ian Fleming who wrote all the Bond movies. There's Shirley, and there's, of course, Sean Connery. Her as Jill Masterson in bikini. Her painted in gold. That was the cover of Life magazine. That was the photo shoot for Life magazine. And I have some of those somewhere. And I think I've already sold a couple of those for $125. I've got original Life magazine covers, and I've got copies that Fred made of the cover. He finally found one, he said, like mint, and then he made copies and then had her sign it. But that one was the cover of Life magazine. Or you got that one there where she's dead laying on the bed. Yeah, you got some choices. I personally like the one where I like that one. I mean, I just think that's so cool. Okay. But the gold one, the one that was like she's posing for Life magazine, it's pretty cool too. And I can sell these raw, but like if I ever post them online, it's really hard to get anybody to buy them unless, they're not going to buy them. I can't explain my whole story on every listing and but yeah, I would say that's the next best one just because that was iconic. I've seen that in press materials. That was on the cover of Life magazine. That's a big deal. She was on the cover of Life magazine too. I mean, she was one of the most iconic scenes in Bond film. So, there's those. You just let me know. There was the folder all that was in. Okay, finishing up. That was a good hit there. I found some sweet autographs tonight. Okay, here is Merle Haggard, and Merle Haggard. So that's lobby cards from With Nashville of Music, Merle Haggard, Merle Haggard, Merle Haggard. This is the thing here that John Wayne filmography. Whatever this was, it's ended up broke. It was a 78, unfortunately. Let's see how much money I just lost. Tex Ritter, Shattered, and Jimmy Wakely. Not much there. So can I have the raw one? Yeah, anybody want any of the signed Shirley, or yeah, these right here? Any of those I just showed, $35 a piece, no JSA authentication. If you want to wait till I find other stuff that's JSA, or if you want to see it, I can find it. But yeah, God, just let me know which sign do you want. Daniel on Merle Haggard, orange. He's talking about this one. Sell that to Daniel for $10. And then Tim Graham, I'll sell you this one for $10. This one has a tear. Okay. I told you the one I want. I have the raw one. Well, that might have been, you might have just, that's what I just meant because they didn't have no JSA authentication meant they were raw. Which one was I talking about? This one, maybe? I'm sorry. I might have been showing one and you heard me say raw, and it was actually just me saying that means no JSA. Jerry Rock wants this one. I'll sell that one to Jerry. Do you mean, probably, I bet Guy means this one, the Life magazine cover. I bet he means that one. I'll wait and find out. What else is in this little deal here? Along the Navajo Trail. All right, let me go see what else is left in that tub. The one where they're together. Okay, so you want the same one Jerry Rock got. Okay, this one here. Yeah, that's a very popular one. You add Connery on the photo, and all of a sudden, it's much better, right? You know, he was voted like the best-looking guy of all time. There we go. Sorry for the confusion. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, when I say sometimes raw autograph, that means no third-party authentication. So, my bad for making that more complicated than it was supposed to be. Hey, here's a prime example of a fake authenticity. Here's a prime example of fake authenticity. So we have a tombstone poster. We have a tombstone poster signed by Val Kilmer and the cast, and it failed JSA and it failed PSA. So here is a fake Sports Center authenticated Val Kilmer, and this was with that movie poster, and it's bad. So be careful when you're buying a certificate of authenticity. This is going in the trash. It's a Tombstone movie poster. It looks like it's signed by the cast, including Val Kilmer, and they're all forged signatures. Hopalong Cassidy. What could this be? Hopalong Cassidy. Probably some cool stuff in here. This is before any tape gets stuck to it. Coloring book, nice. Hopalong Cassidy coloring book, 1950. Somebody colored that page. Looks like they colored the first page and maybe that page. I don't know why they painted his lips red. That's a cool item though, just the front of it. Hopalong Cassidy. Barn Dance Favorites. Hopalong Cassidy, April 1947, has nice picture article on Hoppy. That's an old magazine from 47. The official Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum 1980 calendar, probably featuring Hopalong Cassidy. Frontier Ranch Big National Country Show. Kitty Wells, Johnny Wright, Bill Phillips, Ruby Wright. Listening to Buck Owens. Do, looking out my back door. Lucille Ball, I Love Lucy. That's pretty cool. Sheet music from I Love Lucy. I Love Lucy. 1953. Along the Navajo Trail. Slowpoke. And Country and Western Scrapbook. Uh-oh. This sometimes could have some cool stuff in it, or signatures. Patsy Cline. I think we've had one of these before. That's pretty cool. And let me go take one more peek. Well, there was this gigantic poster. I don't know what the heck this is. Let me try to... Y'all seen it when I first laid it up there. It's huge. Let me see if I can take a peek at this. Oh, wow. Well, it's part of a gigantic poster. This is part of a Zeppelin poster. The bottom half says Zeppelin, the Great War's most explosive moment. $10 on the Lucille Ball. I mean, look at the graphics on this. It's just part of a poster, I think. If not, it's incredible. It's going to be hard to fit it. I mean, y'all are looking at 1/3 of the poster right there. It looks like it's the bottom part of a poster, though, like part of a 6-sheet or something. And then here's where it says Zeppelin. Wow. I'll have to spread that out and see if that's actually, or look that up and see if it's part. It looks like it's part of like a 6-sheet or something. Which, for those that don't know, 6-sheet is like a four-panel poster, and you got to basically put it all together. And when you're matting it and framing it, it's a gigantic undertaking. It takes a couple people because it's just so large. Lucille Ball, you sure can. I'll prop it up right there. Actually, let's go to this camera. There you go. And let me go look in the tub, and then I'll show you what the inside of it looks like. And I think we found a good stopping point, because that is the end of the tub. The only thing left in here is the remaining crackles of that 78. 3 little shards of shellac. So this is, there's a brand new baby at our house. Eddie Maxwell, Desi Arnaz, sheet music, no writing. And there's the back, 1953, I think is what I said. Yeah. Does anybody have any last request? Anything maybe you were thinking on? At this point, it'd be pretty hard for me to dig it out, but we can try. And, yeah, we're going to try to do this again tomorrow and Thursday night. And then, of course, Paul's here Friday and Saturday, so you can count on that not happening Friday and Saturday. But I will be here tomorrow and the next day doing this. This is sold to Leslie. We'll do it again. Now, as far as pure Fred Goodwin stuff, I might have to do some more digging. We might just get like straight into posters like we did last night, and road posters. I got to get those buyers on here, though. Like I said, I mean, basically, if Daniel, if you or Tim wasn't watching, I probably wouldn't even gone this long. But y'all bought enough. I'm okay. I wish we could have had 3 or 4 more of y'all on here like this, but y'all make it worthwhile. So as long as y'all are buying something every now and then, I'll keep showing it. But it only takes a couple of people that's actively buying for me to, you know, do this. I will ask Paul, Guy Shard, I will ask Paul about that. I haven't heard. Do you remember that guy's name? I don't remember the guy's name. Unfortunately, Paul is completely in the loop on buying stuff, and I'm completely out of the loop on buying stuff. So, and thanks to everybody who made a purchase tonight. Nice pickups on the Shirley Eaton autographs. I'm glad I found some cool stuff over here that I didn't know I had. Bill Monroe. And I even found stuff for me, yeah. I've already got plenty of signed. I got my favorite signed Shirley Eaton item out of the way. I got a signed original Goldfinger movie poster. So, Guy, I'll ask Paul tomorrow, our very own Paul Bowles, and I'll say, Paul, has anybody reached out to us about a Taylor Swift collection? And maybe I'll mention it tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow when there's a lot of people watching. Guy, you'll ask me again, and I'll ask in the chat. Okay, you know, maybe like tomorrow, like at 7 or 8 o'clock. If you ask me and I have time to catch it, if it's not too crazy, I'll ask, and maybe some other people might have some stuff. Looks like the Zeppelin. Is it part of another poster? Zeppelin movie. What movie is that? It's not 1971, is it? Is it the 1971 movie? I know there's a movie called Hindenburg that came out in, what, the 70s? Yeah, there it is, 1975. Yeah, it's from the 1971 movie. So let's search Zeppelin 1971 movie poster. Probably get a lot of Led Zeppelin stuff. Sold items. Wow, nothing has sold from that whole list. There's 63 active items on Zeppelin movie posters from 71, and nothing has sold, not even anything that's fell in here from Led Zeppelin. So I'll have to get on Heritage. Leslie has a question. Feel free to ask me. Do you have any more country comps from Fred? Yes, they're pretty buried in the back. Very buried in the back. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'm going to get on Heritage. I bet it's a 6-sheet from Heritage. Or I bet it's a 6-sheet. Find the big one. Yeah, that's rare. Most of those huge posters got thrown away. Like the Bond stuff. If you find like a Bond 3-sheet or a Bond 6-sheet, they're thousands. Let me search Zeppelin, ZZPPELIN 1971 on Heritage. Sold. Probably going to show a lot of Led Zeppelin stuff. Yeah. Led Zeppelin stuff, Led Zeppelin stuff. Actual Hindenburg stuff. Oh no, I'm yawning. That was the year of that poster, right? Yeah. There's the sun. Yeah, I don't see that poster either on Heritage. It's never sold on Heritage. That means it is rare. If they've never had it come through their archive, there it is. I found it. They sold it back in 2007. I lost it. Oh no. Hold on a second. I had to sign in and I lost it. It's not missing anything. It's actually it's not missing anything. But yeah. That's it. That's what it looks like when it's unfolded. I know that probably doesn't help y'all, but y'all saw this how big it was, but well, that's good. It's not missing anything. But they hadn't sold one in 18 years. So, is it okay to tell someone if you have something you know they want, like what Tennisdown bundle? What are share collection info rules among us? I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just always tell people, be careful if you're asking, like, if you maybe want to sell something to another customer. I mean, Leslie, for you, it's okay. I've always made sure there's no like other people fishing our customers, like other people who sell stuff just trying to solicit our customers. Obviously, we don't allow that. But just like you, if you have something and you know the person, that's fine. But I would just message them privately because I don't want anybody messaging a customer that's somebody I don't know, and then they take their money and said, well, they said they knew you, Chad, and then something bad happens and they get their money taken or they don't get their merchandise, et cetera, et cetera. That is a really good poster. Adam, let me unfold it tonight, check the condition, and I can get back with you. Okay, I think I've got some leftover Mexican that Tanner said I could have up front, and I think I'm going to go up front and eat that, and then I'm going to clean all this mess up and start getting ready so we can do this for tomorrow. I've got to clean all this up. I'm putting all this, any of this stuff here that wasn't like a movie poster, if you're local, this is going out in the sales floor. Literally, just it's going to be laid on a table just like this, where you can dig through it for $9.99. I don't have time to sleeve and price all this stuff individually. No one does here. So we're just going to take stuff like this, $10 a piece. It's going to go out on the table. And I'm going to tell my mom, if somebody comes in and they want to buy a bunch of it, just make them a deal. But like all this, $10. Except I'm going to go through it one more time. I'm going to pull out some of those movie posters, and there's a few things in there. But anything that didn't sell tonight, a lobby card, a photo, a country and western scrapbook, it's all being put out in the store tomorrow, $10 a piece. All the, especially the lobby cards and the sheet music and all that stuff. I now have 4 full tables, top and bottom, just magazines. If you're local, you might want to come dig. If you're one of the few 90 people still watching right now. Wow, 90 people still watching at 2:04 a.m. That's amazing. That's all platforms. That's Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Amazing. I am done. I'm signing off. Thank y'all. Y'all are amazing customers. And we've been live tonight for, man, we did almost 8.5 hours tonight, counting part 1. One of the longest shows I've done in a long time. I'm pretty exhausted. My voice is almost gone. So I better rest up and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. And I will see y'all tomorrow around 5 to 5:30. If it gets later than 5:30, then I'm late, and I apologize. Ideal starting time is between 5 and 5:30. Thank y'all.